A tall, blue-haired man looms over a dark-haired boy, identifying him as an otherworlder. The dark-haired boy kneels on a cobblestone street, utterly bewildered by his new surroundings. The blue-haired man scratches his head, contemplating how to begin his explanation to the anxious boy. An explanation begins, revealing this world is called Eria, a land of swords, magic, and brute force. The world of Eria is also shown to be overrun with hordes of vicious demons and monsters. To combat these threats, the world summons otherworlders from across every dimension to fight. The starting point for all summoned individuals is the City of Beginning, known as Xenovis. When asked if he knows martial arts or magic, the dark-haired boy nervously denies any knowledge of them. The blue-haired man deduces the boy is in no class, and, asking for his name, tells him to follow for an explanation. The boy introduces himself as Lee Sungmin, and the blue-haired man decides to treat him to a meal while explaining everything. While walking down a dark alley, the man offers a thirsty Lee Sungmin a drink from a small vial. With a sudden, forceful, Lee Sungmin spits the liquid directly into the man's face. The man screams as his eyes burn, while Lee Sungmin reveals he was only acting and has identified the liquid as goblin paralytic poison. Licking the bottle, Lee Sungmin calmly describes the poison's subtle sting and fishy smell, noting how much more it must hurt in the eyes. As the man reels in agony, demanding to know how he knew, Lee Sungmin accuses him of planning to sell him into slavery. Lee Sungmin calmly denies having any prior knowledge, stating he is simply a newly summoned no class, as the poison grotesquely distorts the man's face. As the paralyzed man falls, Lee Sungmin delivers a swift and powerful kick to his head. He declares that while he may be a no class now, he possesses 13 years of hard-earned experience. With a clean slice, Lee Sungmin uses a small dagger to finish the man off. Holding the bloody dagger, he grimly recalls a core rule of Eria: never trust others easily. A splash of blood signifies the end of the fight, as he bitterly calls it, a garbage world. Looting the body, he's disappointed to find only 100,000 ER and a single dagger. After tucking the dagger away, he sighs that it's better than nothing, before lamenting the state of his current body. He reflects on his current, weak body, which has no scars or muscles, unlike his powerful, battle-worn previous self. In a flashback, he recalls his past life as a lower-class warrior, living a difficult existence. His past self had discovered an unexplored dungeon, cautiously approaching a large, ominous crystal within. After a painstaking search, he found only a single treasure chest containing a small, mysterious rock whose purpose he could never figure out. Realizing the rock might be the cause of his return, he successfully summons his status window in the present. His status list confirms he is Lee Sungmin, a no class with no traits or skills, exactly as he was 13 years ago, a realization that brings him dismay. He frustratedly calls his return a worthless regression, but pauses, a new idea dawning on him. Standing before a grand building, he realizes there are advantages and opportunities available only to a no class. It's explained that while various otherworlders like mages and martial artists are summoned to Eria, the most common are the weakest. The no class is described as a blank slate with a growth bonus, but is considered the lowest rank in Eria's ecosystem. He recalls his past life as a no-class C-rank mercenary, enduring 13 years of hardship because most without initial abilities die quickly. At a clinic, a wise old doctor with dark glasses asks if he wishes to undergo a skeleton remodeling procedure. Holding a book, Lee Sungmin eagerly agrees to the doctor's offer. He remembers the 3 great chances he missed in his past life, now having secured 2 of them, the skeleton and the book. The first chance is the martial skeleton, a bone structure that makes learning martial arts incredibly easy. He recalls how the painful remodeling procedure is only for a no class with no skills, a condition his past self failed to meet, thus missing this opportunity. Knowing the doctor who performs the procedure will die soon, he clenches his new martial skeleton fist, ready to grow stronger faster. The second chance is an energy cultivation technique, the foundation for accumulating internal power. In his past, he managed to buy the priceless True Heaven cultivation technique for cheap from a library owner who was ignorant of its true value. With his new skeleton and the cultivation book, Lee Sungmin reflects on successfully obtaining 2 of his 3 missed chances in a single day. The third and final chance is the winning prize from the Colosseum, an event that will take place in 1 year. He knows the Colosseum is exclusively for no classes, which is why its standards aren't particularly high. To earn money and train his skills, he decides to hunt monsters and approaches a burly, bald merchant. The bearded merchant looks up from his wares, asking Lee Sungmin if he's a customer. Lee Sungmin eyes some armor, thinking it will fit. As the merchant explains, it belonged to a dead adventurer and invites him to choose what he likes. Putting on a fake mode of cheerful innocence, Lee Sungmin selects armor, a spear, and a pair of daggers to purchase. The merchant agrees to sell the gear, but scoffs when Lee Sungmin reveals he only has 60,000 ER, declaring the total cost is 300,000 and telling him to leave. Dropping his innocent act, Lee Sungmin intensely offers to sell his clothes, asking how much the merchant would give him. Wahahaha! The merchant erupts in laughter at the absurd offer. Now annoyed, the merchant questions Lee Sungmin's sudden change from a pitiable kid to someone with a cold, serious gaze. The merchant correctly guesses Lee Sungmin is a no-class, and accuses him of trying to use his youth to manipulate him into a cheap deal. With a shameless grin, Lee Sungmin agrees he'd appreciate a discount. Impressed by his audacity, the merchant offers the gear on credit, refusing his filthy clothes. The merchant says he likes Lee Sungmin's tenacious attitude and tells him to pay back the 240,000 ER credit, hoping he'll become a regular. Lee Sungmin thanks him. Now fully equipped with armor, daggers, and a spear, Lee Sungmin ventures into a dark forest. He reflects that buying armor was a good call, but remains wary of the merchant's kindness, suspecting a hidden motive is more common in ERIA than genuine favor. Arriving at the hunting ground, he remembers being in this same spot 13 years ago. A flashback contrasts his past self, weak and armed with a club, against his current, well-equipped and determined self. A series of pings sound as system windows confirm he has successfully recollected 4 of his past martial techniques. With a burst of speed, he rushes through the forest. A goblin perched in a tree lets out a confused "keek" as Lee Sungmin blurs past it. He prepares to unleash the soul-chasing spear technique's first movement. He executes a perfect one-shot, one-kill, instantly taking down the goblin. He cries out in pain as an arrow from an unseen attacker strikes him from the side. Examining his bleeding hand, he realizes using the technique with an untrained body causes burns and resolves to build calluses. In a different location, a figure in a red robe meditates, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. The long-haired figure is suddenly engulfed in a turbulent blue energy, wondering what's happening. The blue energy dissipates into nothing, leaving only a sense of confusion. Lee Sungmin arrives at a large inn under a starry night sky, its entrance glowing warmly. As the inn door opens, a voice from within welcomes him. The innkeeper, Jack, greets Sungmin, who pays for his stay with a pouch of loot, confirming it's the same as always. Jack asks about the expensive dimensional pouch, and Sungmin lies, claiming he got it cheaply from the bald merchant. After inspecting the goblin teeth and fluids, Jack offers Sungmin a 2-day stay, advising him it's a better deal than selling to the Wizard Guild. Jack sincerely calls Sungmin amazing, prompting a curious, "What's amazing?" from the boy. Jack reminisces about when the no-class kid first asked to pay with monster parts, admitting he was certain Sungmin would die quickly. He marvels that Sungmin has consistently brought back loot for 2 weeks, declaring his talent is far beyond that of a normal no-class. As Jack excitedly suggests Sungmin could become as great as Xeon, Sungmin brushes him off and heads upstairs to rest. He calmly walks up the wooden staircase, leaving the innkeeper behind. Alone in his room, he scoffs at the word talented, remembering how his lack of it led to a miserable life as a C-class mercenary. He reviews his status window, acknowledging that while Area's system lets him easily relearn his past martial arts, they are all just second-rate techniques. He bemoans his inability to advance with these weak skills, imagining them as helpless fluffballs against a mighty opponent. Pinning his hopes on his first-rate cultivation technique, he sits down to meditate, knowing it alone isn't enough to reach his goal. A pure white aura envelops him as he begins his cultivation practice. As he leaves the next day, a girl in a red dress stops him, asking if he's heading back to the forest. The innkeeper's daughter, Lula, confronts him, asking why he insists on hunting in the dangerous woods. Calling him a fool, she questions why he doesn't find a safer job. Lula's tone softens as she offers him a job at the inn, adding that her father likes him. He bluntly rejects her offer, stating he can't cook or clean, leaving her speechless. She pleads with him, unable to understand why he wouldn't choose a safe life over risking death daily. Ignoring her protests, he simply says he'll be back by dinner and walks away. He recalls his past life of compromising and submitting to others, thinking he could live that way again. But with newfound determination, he casts the thought aside, declaring he will not live that way this time. His eyes burn with resolve as he vows to do whatever it takes to achieve a better life than his last. Dong, a loud bell, begins to toll throughout the city. Lee Sung-min pauses on a bridge, listening to the echoing chimes from the city's clock tower. He recognizes the sound of the noon bell and realizes it's time for a new otherworlder to be summoned. Elsewhere, a girl with dark hair tied in a high ponytail materializes in a swirl of blue summoning magic. Lee Sung-min watches the newly summoned girl, thinking she must be confused, which could attract thugs. Just as he predicts, two men in strange masks approach the girl, offering her a bottle. Dismissing it as none of his business, Sung-min is suddenly sent flying as he collides with someone. Arg! He looks up to see a massive, scarred man looming over him, who offers a simple, insincere sorry. The man's expression turns menacing as he glares down, claiming his collarbone is broken. Before Sung-min can react, the man lands a brutal punch, sending him skidding across the ground. Addressing the onlookers, the bald thug declares that this fool broke his bones. With a threatening glare, he tells the crowd he's just claiming compensation and to go on their way, causing them to flee. As another thug arrives, the bald man explains his plan. Since the boy broke his collarbone, he'll break the boy's bones in return. Lee Sung-min realizes his attackers are from the same gang and identifies the bald man's clumsy punch as the work of a third-rate martial artist. A chart explains the martial arts hierarchy, confirming that third-rate is the lowest level, achievable with little mastery. Since he has just regressed and isn't even third-rate himself, Lee Sung-min knows he's in serious danger. Knowing he can't win and no one will help, he spots the ponytailed girl about to drink from the bottle and yells a warning that it's poisoned. Lying beaten on the ground, Sung-min puts his hope in the young girl from Murim, thinking she might be able to do something. The girl calmly pours the contents of the bottle onto the ground as the thugs watch. The bald thug menacingly tells Sung-min he's good-looking enough to be sold to nobles with peculiar tastes. Thwump. The thug stomps his foot down, but Sung-min narrowly evades the attack. Refusing to give up, Sung-min uses his lightning stride technique to rush toward his opponent. He activates his iron blood-strengthened exoskeleton, preparing a powerful uppercut. He lands a solid blow to the thug's jaw. His comrades watch in shock, crying out for their leader. Sung-min unleashes the rock destruction palm technique, striking the thug's chest with multiple powerful blows. The thug simply laughs, acknowledging that the boy knows some martial arts. However, he flexes his muscles, completely unharmed, and declares that the attack didn't work at all. Sung-min realizes the thug's body is too tough, and his own childlike strength is a severe limitation. One of the thugs urges the others to finish it before the guards arrive, and the ponytailed girl agrees, ready to end it. Lee Sung-min lets out a frustrated scream as the situation looks grim. The girl with the ponytail watches the scene with curious, sparkling red eyes. As the bald thug closes in, Sung-min decides he must use his spear, which begins to glow with purple energy. Just then, the ponytailed girl intervenes, stopping his spear with her hand and demanding he repeat his earlier warning. Lee Sung-min stares in utter shock at her sudden appearance. As he stammers in confusion, she holds him back. With a simple palm blast, she effortlessly sends the massive thug flying and tells him to get lost. She turns to Sung-min, coldly calling him rude for trying to interfere. Sung-min is awestruck, realizing her internal energy means she is a peak martial master. The girl introduces herself as the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyan, shocking Sung-min as she asks for information about this new place. The demonic cult is explained as an unorthodox sect that values power above all else. The cult's leader is the Heavenly Demon, whose child is known as the Young Leader. Sung-min remembers Weiji Hoyan from his past life, a famed prodigy whose power was far beyond his own. In a room, Weiji Hoyan formally introduces herself and states that she is 13 years old. Weiji Hoyan finds his words interesting, confirming that ERIA is a completely different world from her own. She bursts into laughter as the reality of her situation sinks in. Weiji Hoyan then asks Sung-min what he was shouting at her in the plaza, and he recounts his warning about the poisoned water. Her demeanor flips as she angrily calls him arrogant for speaking informally, terrifying Sungmin, who quickly bows and apologizes, cursing his fate. Weiji Hoyan's anger vanishes as she smiles, noting that she saw him use martial arts, which he confirms. She bluntly critiques his fighting, calling his martial arts trash and his technique lousy, leaving him stunned and asking what she's getting at. Leaning over him, Weiji Hoyan makes an unbelievable offer. She will teach him martial arts. Sungmin is utterly shocked as she confidently claims that even someone as lousy as him will improve under her personal guidance. Grabbing his clothes, Weiji Hoyan adds that her offer comes with conditions, leaving a bewildered Sungmin to ask what they are. Changing her conditions entirely, Weiji Hoyan enthusiastically asks Lee Sungmin to become her friend. Stunned into a panicked sweat, Sungmin is utterly bewildered by her sudden, bizarre request. With wide, sparkling red eyes, Weiji Hoyan earnestly repeats that she wants a friend. Holding up a book, she explains she learned from it that having a friend helps overcome all hardships. In a flashback, her father, demon cult leader Weiji Hak, sternly tells her that a future ruler has no need for friends. As her father yells at her to focus on training, a younger Weiji Hoyan timidly agrees. The flashback shows the aftermath of a brutal battle, with a small Weiji Hoyan standing alone amidst dozens of fallen warriors. Her father's narration recalls gathering 50 people for her practical training, dismissing most as useless. Despite her frightening skill in annihilating them all, her father laments that it's unfortunate she is his child. Back in the present, Weiji Hoyan points at Sungmin, once again declaring her wish for him to be her friend. A brief memory shows a toddler Weiji Hoyan being forced into training, explaining she never had time to make friends. Sungmin confusedly asks why him, and Weiji Hoyan simply states it's because they're the same age, a reason with no logic behind it. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she officially declares that from this day forward, Lee Sungmin is her friend. Sungmin internally panics at the thought of his 27-year-old self befriending a 13-year-old kid. Keeping his promise, Sungmin stands ready as Weiji Hoyan announces she will teach him the Violet Mystic Art. The Violet Dawn Mystic Art is described as a technique from an unorthodox sect, characterized by its amethyst-colored energy. Surprised, Sungmin questions why she's not teaching him a demonic cult art, prompting her to ask why he's still using honorifics. Leaning in close, Weiji Hoyan reminds him that friends are supposed to use informal language with each other. She explains she can't teach him the Heavenly Demon Mystic Art, as it's reserved for the air, but promises the Violet Dawn art is still a good technique. 1 month later, Sungmin stands in a forest, touching a new scar on his cheek and reflecting on the time that has passed. He recalls the ironic month of training under Weiji Hoyan as he inspects a goblin he just defeated. He stands surrounded by the corpses of numerous goblins, a testament to his recent training. Sungmin notes his martial arts have reached the 2nd and 3rd class levels, a major improvement from his past life. An imaginary Weiji Hoyan appears, mocking his progress and calling him talentless, causing him to angrily tell her to shut up. As he prepares to collect his spoils, a massive shadow suddenly looms over him. His eye widens in alarm as he senses the imminent danger from above. He leaps away just in time as a massive horned creature crashes down where he stood. Landing safely, Sungmin acknowledges that he would have been in serious trouble if he hadn't been careful. He identifies the hulking, muscular green monster as an orc. The scene shifts as the orc appears to be searching through the forest trees. The dense forest blurs past, indicating fast movement or the passage of time. The orc spots Sungmin, noting that he is alone and wondering if he is the only one present. With a powerful thrust, Sungmin unleashes a beam of violet energy from his spear, striking the orc head-on. After dispatching the orc, Sungmin feels a moment of pride, but Weiji Hoyan's voice in his head scoffs, prompting him to tell her to shut up. Kneeling beside the defeated monster, he wonders where the orc came from, since they don't live in this area. A mysterious voice praises his impressive skill for someone so young. Sungmin turns to see a man with dark hair tied up, dressed in a white and purple robe, approaching him. The man introduces himself as Woon Hyeryong, known in the central districts as the Orchid Destruction Sword. Sungmin warily asks what he wants, and Woon Hyeryong gestures to the dead monster, saying it's about the orc. Woon Hyeryong confirms he's there to address a problem related to the slain orc. Elsewhere, a man called Du Sengryang, nicknamed Little Monkey, skeptically questions Sungmin's young age. Woon Hyeryong vouches for Sungmin, confirming that despite his youth, his skills will be helpful. A cloaked and masked figure accepts his judgment, introducing himself as the Black Rain Dagger, Wang Pei. A brown-haired woman with green eyes introduces herself next as Rainier, a mage from the School of Velas. Rainier asks Sungmin if he knows what their job is, and he replies that he has a general idea. They learn an orc faction has established a village, raiding nearby towns and murdering novice adventurers. Woon Hyeryung explains the quest. Wipe out the orc village for a 20 million ER reward, with loot bringing the total profit to 35 million, to be split evenly 5 ways. Sungmin calculates his share to be 7 million ER, and realizes such a lucrative quest is a rare opportunity. However, he understands the real problem is whether he can trust these strangers he just met. Woon Hyeryung happily pats Sungmin's shoulder, telling him he made the right choice and that his help will make the mission much easier. Sungmin politely thanks his host for their hospitality, though his expression suggests a lingering question. Looking over his shoulder, he gestures toward 2 men carrying large packs and asks about their identities. The man with short brown hair dismisses himself and his companion as mere mules with no class, then asks if Sungmin is from Murim. As Sungmin confirms his Murim background, the blonde, bearded man glances back at their party. The brown-haired woman Rainier hands the bearded man some money for apples, explaining mules carry bags and are paid with leftover funds. Rainier casually tells Sungmin not to concern himself with the mules. A man with a short goatee gives a menacing, shadowed grin. In a bright, cheerful moment, Rainier takes a happy bite out of a red apple. The entire party, including the 2 mules, ventures into the deep, dark woods. The man nicknamed Little Monkey, Du Sangriang, tells Sungmin there are about 50 orcs, but they'll probably only need to fight 30. Du Sangriang smirks, confidently declaring that orcs are stupid and they just need to rush in and kill them for the money. When Sungmin asks about the plan, Woon Hyeryung smiles and announces they will split into 2 teams. A chibi diagram shows Woon Hyeryung's team includes himself and Sungmin, while the other team has Do Sangriang, Wang Pei, and Rainier. The plan is illustrated. Lure the orcs out of their village, and then divide and conquer them. Rainier explains she will use wind magic to spread their scent, exploiting the orcs' territorial nature to draw them out. The masked Wang Pei states that his group will ambush the charging orcs, while the mage prepares her attack spells. Woon Hyeryung holds up a red flare, explaining he and Sungmin will use it to lure out the rest of the orcs. A final diagram shows the 2 groups defeating their respective orc targets, as Woon Hyeryung asks if the plan is simple enough. Sungmin concedes the plan is crude but acceptable, noting that a trap isn't realistic for their small group. Woon Hyeryung spots a grim totem made of a skull and tattered red cloth, realizing they are nearing orc territory. With the ominous skull totem looming, Woon Hyeryung announces it's time to split up and warns everyone to be careful. An overhead view shows Sungmin, Woon Hyeryung, and a pack mule walking through a clearing in the woods. The blonde, bearded mule pants heavily, sweat dripping from his face as he struggles under the weight of his pack. Sungmin glances back at the exhausted man, thinking to himself that such a long walk would be difficult for a no-class individual. The mule continues to struggle, breathing hard with exhaustion etched on his face. Sungmin turns to the surprised mule and asks for his name. The weary, blonde man nervously introduces himself as Brass, with a serious expression. Sungmin frankly tells Brass he cannot guarantee his protection when the orcs attack. Sungmin gives Brass an ultimatum, telling him to choose whether to run or to follow him. Glancing at the oblivious Woon Hyeryung walking ahead, Sungmin notes to himself that the man won't help. A terrified Brass insists that he can't run away. A grim memory surfaces in Sungmin's mind of the severe punishment given to deserters, realizing Brass knows the consequences all too well. Brass agrees to follow, urging Sungmin to protect himself, and Sungmin solemnly nods in agreement. Woon Hyeryung turns to Sungmin, announcing that they have finally arrived at their destination. He points towards a wooden fence, visible through the trees, confirming it's the orc village, and that they avoided the patrols. Just as Woon Hyeryung is about to light the flare, Sungmin stops him, his spear already glowing with magical energy. Sungmin pulls a large pot from an interdimensional bag, surprising Woon Hyeryung, who remarks on its expense while Sungmin claims it was luck. Woon Hyeryung's eyes narrow with suspicion as he demands to know what Sungmin just took out. Sungmin pours water from the pot, explaining they can make mud to rub on their bodies and mask their scent. Impressed, Woon Hyeryung praises the good idea and Sungmin's experience, which Sungmin credits to his master. While smearing mud on himself, Sungmin encourages Woon Hyeryung to do the same, calling his master incredible. A red flare streaks across the sky, catching the attention of a group of menacing, muscular orcs. Crouching by the lit flare, Woon Hye-young coldly suggests sending the pack mule out first, much to Sungmin's dismay. Woon Hye-young callously explains his new plan to use the mule as a decoy to draw the orcs' attention. Brass stares in utter shock and confusion, while Sungmin looks on with a dark, unreadable expression. A tearful Brass pleads for his life, but Woon Hye-young casually reassures him that he won't die. His eyes glinting with malice, Woon Hye-young then threatens to kill Brass himself if he refuses to be the bait. Woon Hye-young bursts into laughter, dismissing his threat as a joke, but Brass remains frozen in terror. Sungmin stands up decisively, turning his back to Woon Hye-young and the flare. As Woon Hye-young questions him, Sungmin steps forward, volunteering to be the lure himself. A purple-haired man with a topknot states coldly, "Of course not." The narration reveals that a horde of 13 green-skinned orcs have been lured out into the forest. The camera focuses on the hulking orcs as the narration confirms their number, 13. In a blur of motion, a warrior smashes an orc into green shards. A spear tip hovers just inches from an unsuspecting orc's muscular chest. Standing over a blood-soaked battlefield, a young warrior counts the remaining enemies, 12. With a brutal smash to the face, the count of his foes drops to 11. The young warrior, armed with a spear, questions if he can win but steals his resolve, declaring that he must. Elsewhere, a bearded blonde man reflects on why he helped the boy, deciding it was a useless mercy born from their shared status as no class. Two imposing orcs stand ready for a fight, their leader questioning if that's all the boy has. As the boy faces the orcs, a disembodied voice chastises him, saying his training still isn't working. The boy internalizes the repeated lesson to stab from a distance, vowing that he will become stronger. Unleashing his soul-chasing spear technique, he strikes down multiple orcs with ranged energy attacks. The surviving orc leaders watch in shock as their minions are effortlessly dispatched from afar. Another warrior with a glowing sword joins the fray, swiftly cutting down more of the charging orcs. An orc overpowers the blonde-haired porter, slamming him to the ground. The blonde man gasps for air as the orc's massive hand closes around his throat. The young warrior intervenes, saving the porter by driving his spear through the orc's back. With a faint, confident smirk, the blood-splattered young warrior surveys his handiwork. The battle concludes, leaving the young warrior, the porter, and a purple-haired swordsman standing in a forest littered with orc corpses. The swordsman carves an ear off a dead orc as a trophy for their quest. Tossing the severed ear aside, he confirms that makes 13 in total. The swordsman addresses the young warrior, thanking him for his help and mentioning that their other group should also be finished. He then rudely orders the blonde-haired man, the porter, to gather all the loot, who meekly complies. The young warrior watches the interaction before agreeing with the swordsman that it's time to regroup. As they walk through the woods, the grateful porter quietly thanks the young warrior for saving him. The young warrior watches silently as the porter follows the group deeper into the forest. He looks on with a pensive expression, his thoughts unreadable. Arriving at a camp, they are greeted by an allied ogre who asks if they've finished their task. A large, boisterous man mocks their disheveled appearance, boasting that his own group finished their mission with ease. The purple-haired swordsman sweats, laughing nervously as he deflects the jab, and gives credit to the little warrior. His demeanor shifts as he leans toward a masked ally, whispering that the real problem is about to begin. Suddenly, a knife is plunged into the chest of a brown-haired woman from the other party. She looks down at her wound in utter shock, blood spilling from her lips. The betrayal unfolds as the masked ally falls and the stabbed woman collapses. Another mercenary is held at knife point by his own companion, demanding to know what is happening. The purple-haired swordsman raises his blade, preparing to strike the unsuspecting young warrior from behind. The swordsman sneers at the young warrior, telling him he's getting in the way. In a sudden flashback, a man in a town square yells at a no-class kid to hurry up and bring him some change. A much younger version of the warrior struggles with a heavy sack, apologizing for his slowness. The man casually points out a public execution, asking the boy if he's never seen one before. A muscular man explains to the boy that the condemned was a bold mercenary from the Murim. He recounts how the man betrayed and killed his allies for money, leading to his capture and sentence at the guillotine. The boy listens intently, his gaze fixed on the shadowed face of the man about to be executed. Back in the present, the boy recognizes the treacherous swordsman as the very same man from that execution. Having parried the surprise attack, the boy faces the swordsman, who is shocked that he reacted so quickly. The boy's internal monologue reveals his secret. He already knew of the betrayal because he witnessed the man's execution in his past life. He recalls the memory vividly, as it was the first execution he had ever seen, happening 13 years prior. The swordsman dismisses his surprise, commenting that he already saw the boy's impressive skill against the orcs. With a menacing glare, the swordsman charges, declaring that the boy is still far weaker than him. The young warrior assesses his opponent, recognizing the swordsman as a difficult second-rate martial artist. He reads the swordsman's intent, anticipating a diagonal slash and preparing his counter. Stepping forward with purpose, he readies himself for the attack. He lunges, planning to use his spear's superior range to strike first. With a piercing thrust, his spear finds its mark in the swordsman's chest. He taunts his foe, crediting his past experience and training from the little heavenly demon for his strength. Though impressed, the swordsman coughs up blood and menacingly asks how much longer the boy can last. The swordsman stumbles in shock, and the young warrior coldly reveals his trump card. "It's poison, idiot." In a quick flashback, the boy recalls applying a long-acting, non-lethal poison to his hand from a ring. As the swordsman's hands begin to tremble, the boy scoffs that he's now too weak to parry anyone. The young warrior charges forward, mockingly addressing the weakened Mr. Martial Master. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise at a sudden development. The treacherous swordsman has taken the blonde porter hostage, holding a blade to his throat. The swordsman threatens to kill the porter, whom he calls Brass, if the young warrior makes a single move. He smirks, recalling the boy's earlier compassion and believing it to be a fatal weakness. Confident the boy is paralyzed by his useless compassion, the swordsman believes he has won. The young warrior pauses, internally questioning if his opponent is truly that stupid. Ignoring the threat, he starts to move forward as the swordsman yells at him to stop. The boy reflects that after years as a mercenary, he had a very specific reason for helping Brass. The swordsman's face contorts in a pained, tearful grimace as the poison takes its toll. The young warrior hesitates, realizing he lacks the energy for a clean kill after so many fights. He calculates that forcing an attack now is too risky and could leave him open to a counter. Weighing his options, he knows he can't waste time and must act, despite the risk. The hostage, Brass, sweats profusely but gives a determined, almost defiant smirk. In a sudden, violent blur, Brass makes his move against his captor. The young warrior yells Brass's name in shock, stunned by the porter's unexpected action. Brass bites the swordsman's arm and shoves him back, creating a desperate opening while his captor cries out in pain. The swordsman snarls that Brass should have stayed put as he was told. Just as Brass is thrown aside, a spear bursts through the swordsman's back. The dying swordsman turns to the young warrior, weakly pleading for him to listen. With a final, decisive thrust, the young warrior ends the swordsman's life. Nearby, another casualty of the betrayal lies dead, while a lone survivor catches his breath. The battle's cost becomes clear as the porter, Brass, lies lifeless on the forest floor. The young warrior stands silently over the bodies of both his enemy and his fallen companion. A girl with bright red eyes and a ponytail cheerfully welcomes him back. Entering a room, he tells the girl he's late because he was out earning money. He collapses onto a chair in complete exhaustion as the girl watches with her arms crossed. Lying on his bed, he is consumed by regret, thinking Brass would still be alive if he'd had more energy. As he laments having to do something so distasteful again, the girl gets his attention. She stands over him, her expression serious as she asks bluntly, "You killed someone?" When he asks how she knew, she smiles slyly, revealing she can smell the human blood on him. He explains that he killed a second-rate martial artist in self-defense, and she listens thoughtfully. She sits by his side, telling him she knows he's hiding something more. Leaning closer with unnerving intensity, she presses him to reveal his secret. She waits patiently on the edge of his bed, her gaze fixed on him. He tries to deflect her suspicion, asking what he could possibly be hiding. She dismisses his cover story, saying it's plausible for him to beat such an opponent with the Violet Dawn mystic arts. Her eyes narrow with certainty as she delivers her conclusion. "You're special." She begins a story, explaining how she wandered the city to understand the world. Her travels revealed the harsh reality of the No class, as she witnessed their suffering firsthand. She notes that most of the No class are seen suffering, like a woman ravenously eating. Continuing her thought, the red-eyed girl concludes that they are wretched, She explains it's easy for humans to kill bugs, but they hesitate with small animals. However, she recalls how on his first day, the young warrior went straight into the forest to hunt monsters. Sweating, the boy asks if that's strange, explaining it was necessary for survival. The girl agrees it's logical, but questions if other no classes are simply unaware of the danger. Calling out his evasiveness, she reveals she has a second suspicion, much to his surprise. With brutal honesty, she declares that he has absolutely no talent, stunning him into silence. Pointing to him on the bed, she says if she teaches him a skill level of 10, he only learns 3 or 4. But she observes that his spear skills are already excellent, lacking the common mistakes of a beginner. She questions how someone so untalented could master martial arts in only 2 months. Leaning in with an intense gaze, she confronts him directly, asking what he truly is. With his face cloaked in shadow, the boy feigns ignorance, denying her accusation. Her red eyes, wide with intensity, she calls him friend and warns that she dislikes being lied to. The tense standoff continues in the dimly lit room, their outlines glowing. The boy pushes back, arguing that everyone has secrets and questioning if a true friend would try to expose them. The red-eyed girl stands silently, taking in his defensive words. Changing tactics, she offers to trade secrets with him, an offer he immediately refuses. She raises the stakes, offering her secret plus an incomparable martial arts technique to entice him. He scoffs at her offer, reasoning that his lack of talent and energy would make it useless. She stands with her arms crossed, silently contemplating his stubborn refusal. With a bright smile, she makes a new, astonishing offer, 20% of her internal energy. The young warrior is rendered speechless, his face a scribble of pure shock. He stammers, asking why she'd make such a sacrifice, and she calmly replies that she's simply curious. She defines this curiosity as what a friend is to her, asking if that isn't enough of a reason. Bowing his head in defeat, the boy agrees, but asks for one promise in return. He asks her to swear not to kill him after hearing his secret, a request she finds baffling. Deciding the matter is settled, she stretches and announces she will share her secret first. Letting her hair down, she cheerfully makes her shocking confession. "I'm a girl." The young warrior's mind short-circuits, his face contorting in absolute disbelief. She explains her father forced her to live as a boy, to become the demonic cult's leader, a role reserved for men. He remains frozen in place, a petrified, sketchy mess of shock and confusion. After revealing she continued the act in this new world, she tells him it's his turn. Overwhelmed, he begs for a moment to process the revelation, earning a huff from her. Flustered, his first suggestion is that they use separate rooms from now on, which only confuses her. He takes a deep, steadying breath, preparing to finally tell her his own truth. Looking her in the eye, he reveals his secret. He is a regressor. She nods thoughtfully, admitting that while it's hard to believe, it explains all his strange behaviors. She reasons that while unbelievable in their old world, in this new reality, anything is possible. The boy turns the conversation back on her, asking why she thought he would kill her over her secret. A reflection of an older man appears as he clarifies that though he looks 14, his mind is 27. He asks if she feels deceived, but she dismisses the age gap as a non-issue. Leaning closer, she tells him to think about how their friendship actually began. He was merely going along with her wishes, so she has no reason to end their friendship or harm him. In a fond memory, she recalls the 2 months they've spent together, confirming she saw him as a friend the entire time. She looks at him with genuine warmth and asks once more, "Isn't that enough?" Overcome by her sincerity, the young warrior bows his head, humbled and emotional. She playfully pats his back, teasing that his lack of trust is a bit sad for someone with decades of experience. Sungmin sits on the bed, blood streaked on his face, deciding to hold his many questions for another time. Weiji Hoyan stands over him with a grin, announcing she is going to transfer her internal energy to him. Sungmin stares back in wide-eyed shock at her stunning declaration. A diagram explains that internal energy is the power accumulated within a martial artist's body. The explanation continues, showing how martial artists use this energy to perform superhuman feats. A meditating figure illustrates how warriors spend their entire lives cultivating their limited internal energy. Weiji Hoyan admits that while energy transfer is uncommon, her own power is full of impurities. Placing a hand on his shoulder, She dismisses his age and resolves to transfer 20% of her internal energy. Leaning in, she challenges him to retain as much of the energy as he can, using the Violet Dawn mystic art. Ouija Hoyeon presses her glowing red palm against his back, causing Sungmin to cry out in pain. A hand is enveloped by a swirling vortex of dark violet energy. Exhaling, a slightly strained Ouija Hoyeon asks Sungmin what he thinks of the power transfer. Overwhelmed by the massive influx of purple energy, Sungmin realizes this small fraction of her power is greater than all he ever accumulated in his past life. Sweating and exhausted, she asks how much he absorbed. He timidly guesses it was about half. As she collapses onto him with a plop, Ouija Hoyeon tells Sungmin to keep practicing the art to make the energy his own. Lying weakly on the bed, she dismisses Sungmin's worried cries, insisting she's just a little tired. Sungmin sits quietly on the bed, beside the resting Ouija Hoyeon. He looks down, filled with doubt, and silently wonders why she is doing so much for him. Ouija Hoyeon opens her eyes and gives a simple, heartfelt answer: because we're friends. After a brief pause, she adds with a slight blush that she is also doing it for her own satisfaction. When Ouija Hoyeon offers to teach him a spear technique, a surprised Sungmin asks if she's really going to help him again. She nonchalantly suggests a legendary technique, but insults his talent, forcing him to protest meekly. Sitting up, Ouija Hoyeon reiterates that he shouldn't feel sorry, as helping him is for her own self-satisfaction. Visibly moved by her words, Sungmin whispers her name in gratitude. Thwack! As he begins to bow, Ouija Hoyeon kicks him in the face, reminding him that friends don't bow to each other. Clutching his stinging cheek, Sungmin grumbles in pain, wondering what's so wrong with the little bowing. Sungmin declares that he simply doesn't like such formalities. Lying beside him, Ouija Hoyeon suggests that instead of bowing, she would prefer something more enjoyable. She rests her head on his shoulder, cheekily asking him to tell her the story of his past life instead. As Ouija Hoyeon excitedly asks what she was like, Sungmin thoughtfully considers her question. He explains that he only knew her by reputation as a supreme powerhouse, as he was too busy trying to survive. Ouija Hoyeon laughs, pleased with her past self, as Sungmin adds that she left the city a month after being summoned. He finishes by saying she then went missing for 3 years, a fact she acknowledges with a simple, with a clan crest behind her. Ouija Hoyeon states that her greatest desire is freedom. Playfully poking his nose, she explains that's why she was so happy to find a friend like him in this world. Lying side by side, Ouija Hoyeon announces that she will be leaving in 1 month. She looks out into the darkened room, declaring her intent to travel the world and enjoy her freedom. Ouija Hoyeon turns to Sungmin, explaining her plans to leave after teaching him and then asking what he will do. She watches him closely, waiting for his response to her question about his future. Lying awake later that night, Sungmin contemplates the question she posed. What kind of life does he want to live now? He remains deep in thought, staring into the darkness as he ponders his purpose. Dark, fractured memories of struggle and violence from his previous life flash through his mind. The painful memories shatter like broken glass, representing the trauma of his past. Back in the present, Ouija Hoyeon critiques his unspoken thoughts, calling his desire ambiguous. She presses him further, asking if he has a concrete goal in mind. Turning away, Sungmin quietly admits that he doesn't know what his goal is. Ouija Hoyeon lies down beside him, telling him to think it over and let her know when he finds an answer. Her curiosity suddenly piqued. She gets close again and excitedly demands he tell her about his own past life. Sungmin bashfully claims there's nothing much to tell, prompting an unsurprised Ouija Hoyeon to call him a rascal. Ouija Hoyeon muses to herself that just as she is Sungmin's first friend, he is also hers. In a quiet moment, Sungmin recalls Ouija Hoyeon, remembering her as his first friend. Ouija Hoyeon stands before him with a smirk, eager to see how much he's improved in a month. Clutching his spear, Sungmin somberly reflects that their time together is almost over. Since Ouija Hoyeon is leaving after their spar, Sungmin resolves to fight with all his might. In a blur of motion, Sungmin leaps into the air for a devastating downward strike. With fierce determination, Sungmin repeats his vow to fight with everything he has. Ouija Hoyeon smiles playfully, offering Sungmin a generous head start of 20 moves. Sungmin considers her offer, a monstrous phantom of his past looming behind him. Ouija Hoyeon proudly announces her creation, the supreme 9-heaven spear, Sungmin style. A flustered Sungmin questions the name, but Ouija Hoyeon insists it's fitting since she improved it for him. A memory flashes of a younger, terrified Sungmin desperately pleading against an unknown fate. Sungmin explains that this new style combines his spear techniques with the soul-chasing technique. He decides to start with his first stance as purple energy swirls around his hand. Sungmin prepares to unleash the first stance of the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, Sungmin style. He executes the soul-chasing killing strike, forcing Weiji Hoyan to meet his attack. Weiji Hoyan effortlessly deflects the blow with a single finger, calmly counting one. She sidesteps another thrust with ease, counting his second move. Sungmin presses his attack, lunging forward with his spear shrouded in dark energy. Unleashing the second stance, lightning-splitting chasing strike sends waves of purple energy toward Weiji Hoyan. Weiji Hoyan blocks the powerful attack with a simple gesture, counting 3. She compliments his growth, observing that his spear techniques now incorporate more advanced moves. Weiji Hoyan explains the core principles of spearmanship, amazed that Sungmin learned it all by himself, to which he sheepishly agrees. With a faint, shadowed smile, Sungmin admits that his progress is all thanks to her. He continues his barrage of attacks as Weiji Hoyan counts off his 4th and 5th moves. After deflecting his 6th strike, she critiques his form, telling him to use his back and mix in burst discharge. Gritting his teeth, Sungmin strains to channel energy through his entire body. Weiji Hoyan notes a slight improvement as she parries his 7th, more powerful strike. Sungmin curses inwardly, stunned by the massive gap in their abilities. He marvels that despite his newfound power, Weiji Hoyan is parrying everything with only her right hand. Surrounded by a menacing red aura, Weiji Hoyan stands as a true peak martial artist. She taunts Sungmin with a condescending look, asking if he is finished already. After a moment of silence, Sungmin steels himself, wondering if victory is even possible. With a defiant roar, he leaps into the air, refusing to give up the fight. Weiji Hoyan effortlessly defends against a flurry of strikes, counting from 8 to 10. Sungmin is relentlessly pushed back as the count climbs rapidly from 11 to 16. She calmly blocks the last 3 attacks, bringing the count to 19. The 20th and final strike is stopped dead, inches from Weiji Hoyan's shocked face. Exhausted and defeated, Sungmin leans on his spear, his head bowed. A shiver runs down his spine as he senses an immediate presence behind him. Weiji Hoyan has already moved to stand directly behind him without a sound. Sungmin's thoughts drift across the sky as he silently accepts his loss. Weiji Hoyan gently steadies Sungmin, preventing him from collapsing. She praises his performance, but Sungmin sighs, frustrated that she blocked it all with one hand. Weiji Hoyan reassures him, saying he has a natural talent for martial arts, regardless of his internal energy. She points out that he could sense her presence behind him, even when he couldn't see her. Weiji Hoyan declares this sense is a talent that will become an exceptional weapon, moving Sungmin to tears. She tells Sungmin she looks forward to seeing him in 10 years, leaving him confused. Weiji Hoyan proposes they meet again in a decade, and Sungmin is left speechless. Reminding him of a past conversation, she asks if he has found his goal in life. He shakes his head, still unsure. With a radiant smile, Weiji Hoyan gives him a new purpose: make me your goal. Amidst a stormy sea, a narrator states that humans need goals to avoid drifting aimlessly through life. The red-eyed girl dismisses the boy's goal of fighting her in 10 years as impossible, leaving him confused. He angrily shouts that just because she's his goal doesn't mean he can ever become like her. He begs her not to be irresponsible, crying that he can't make it due to his lack of talent, while she is a genius who has taken elixirs. Overwhelmed with despair, he yells that they have completely different starting lines. With a grimace of pure frustration, he admits that's what he hates about her. Seething with rage, he stammers, trying to express his bottled-up resentment. He cries out that he started with nothing, summoned to ERIA with only his hands and no talent. He recalls his past life, where he risked everything fighting a boar only to die a lowly death. The girl counters that he's already become a second-rate warrior in 3 months, calling it a second chance. She points out that he's possessed by inferiority from his past life, unwilling to even try for a goal. As she asks if he won't even look at a tree he can't climb, he collapses in frustration and tells her to shut up. She is taken aback by his outburst, asking if he's that angry, and he bluntly confirms he is. Eyes wide with furious determination, he declares he will train with her as his goal and vows to put a spear through her heart in 10 years. He immediately clutches his head in embarrassment as she teases him for being shy after his sudden outrage. A sudden time jump proclaims, 10 years later, as the two face each other. The red-eyed girl smiles brightly, saying she's looking forward to their spar. The boy flinches back in comical shock, surrounded by sparkly stars. She slyly asks if he has butterflies, but he retorts that he's just surprised she pushed him, calling her a kid. She leans in close, knowing he is a 27-year-old, and taunts him for being pushed by a kid's face, calling him disgusting. He recoils, telling her she's way too close, while she presses him about calling her a kid. Carrying a bindle on a stick, she bids him farewell, promising to see him in 10 years. Standing before a town, the boy calmly agrees to their 10-year promise. Looking over her shoulder with a final, serious glance, the red-eyed girl tells him not to die. He smiles with quiet confidence, promising her that he will never die. Their feet are shown walking in opposite directions on the stone path, marking their separation. The boy's goals are revealed: acquire the martial skeleton and the pure heavenly cultivation technique. His final objective is to win the no-class tournament, held in a grand coliseum. The city of Xenovis holds regular tournaments. While most are restricted to those with a class, a special tournament is held once every 5 years for those who are unclassed. It's called the Tournament of No Class, and Lee Sungmin wants to join it. 10 months after the girl, Weiji Hoyan, left, a scarred man taunts Lee Sungmin, telling the kid to give up against a third-rate warrior like him. Having become a first-rate warrior in that time, Lee Sungmin easily dominates the tournament, defeating all the, quote, small fries. He claims his prize for winning the championship, the sacred energy elixir that enhances internal energy. Lee Sungmin immediately consumes the elixir, boosting the energy he'd already received from Weiji Hoyan. With a determined look, he thinks to himself that he has now gotten everything he could from Xenovis. The scene transitions to a peaceful view of the European-style buildings in the city of Xenovis. A bald, bearded man in town looks up in recognition. The man, a street vendor, congratulates Lee Sungmin on his tournament victory, and the boy thanks him. When the man asks what he's there to buy, Lee Sungmin reveals he has come to say goodbye. The bearded man smiles knowingly, saying he figured as much. He proudly pats Lee Sungmin's shoulders, deeply moved that the no-class kid has finally graduated from Xenovis, and Lee Sungmin credits the man's help. The man says Lee Sungmin can survive outside the city, believing that quick-witted people always survive longer. He offers Lee Sungmin a gift from his large hand. Lee Sungmin is shocked to see it's a dimensional pouch, which the man admits is secondhand. He explains its capacity is larger and more useful, but Lee Sungmin hesitates, asking why he's receiving it. The man grins, telling him to just take the gift and admitting it's too worn out to sell for much anyway. Calling it a farewell gift, he tells Lee Sungmin to repay him by becoming famous and paying him back 100 times over. He tells Lee Sungmin to spread the word throughout ERIA that as a rookie, he was indebted to a street vendor named Hans. Lee Sungmin is left speechless and visibly moved by Hans's unexpected kindness. With a creak, the scene shifts to the interior of a wooden tavern. A heavy footstep sounds as someone enters the tavern. A young woman with brown hair calls out to Lee Sungmin, and he addresses her as Lula. Lula, the brown-haired woman, looks at him with concern and asks if he's leaving. He asks how she knew, and she retorts that his neatly tidied room was a dead giveaway. Lula hops onto a table, questioning why he would clean up, while he replies that it's simply the right thing to do. With a knowing smile, Lee Sungmin agrees with her observation. She sits pensively, acknowledging that she always knew otherworlders summoned to the city would eventually leave. Lee Sungmin confirms her words, stating that he has to leave as she listens in silence. Her face cast in shadow, she quietly asks if he's really going. Whoosh! In a sudden movement, she turns and runs past a stout man in a green vest. She continues to run away from them, her hair flying behind her. The stout man watches her go with a startled expression, as Lee Sungmin observes from the background. With an apologetic smile, the man asks Lee Sungmin to understand, explaining that she's still young, though he admits Lee Sungmin is younger. Lee Sungmin agrees, understanding completely, as the man marvels at how he behaves like an old soul despite his youth. The stout man offers Lee Sungmin a dark green cloak, telling him to take it. Winking, the man explains the cape belonged to him in his youth and is enchanted with useful magic, showing a memory of his younger, green-haired self. Lee Sungmin gratefully accepts the oversized cape, and the man suggests he get it altered to fit. The man places a supportive hand on his shoulder, calling him the greatest no-class he's ever hosted at his inn. With a tear welling in his eye, The innkeeper sincerely wishes him good health on his journey. Now wearing the flowing green cape, Lee Sung-min walks purposefully through the city's cobblestone streets. His expression is grim and determined as he continues his departure from the town. Elsewhere, Lula runs frantically, her teeth gritted with urgency. She screams Lee Sung-min's name as he walks away, his back to her. Hearing his name, he turns around with a look of surprise. He sees Lula rushing towards him down the street, clearly out of breath. Panting heavily, Lula struggles to speak, and he calls out her name in question. She breathlessly declares that she takes something back, leaving him to ask what she means. Lee Sung-min looks at her and says he takes back, telling her to die earlier. Tears streaming down her face, Lula pleads with him, "Don't die." Taken aback by her emotional plea, Lee Sung-min asks if she ran all the way there just to say that. She turns her back to him, urging him to live a long life and to return to the city if he can't take it anymore. He offers her a gentle, knowing smile and thanks her for her words. With her face shadowed, Lula quietly confesses that she started to see him differently at some point. Clenching her dress, she admits she doesn't know why her feelings changed. Surrounded by a warm glow, she smiles through her tears and finally confesses that she started to like him. She breaks down in tears, hiding her face, and Lee Sung-min calmly responds, "Okay." With a final glance over his shoulder, he bids her a quiet goodbye. Lula remains, crying into her hands as she whispers goodbye in return. Walking away, Lee Sung-hin reflects that graduating from Xenovis took 3 years in his past life, but only 1 this time. He cherishes the precious memories he made this time, recalling the faces of the innkeeper, Hans, and Lula. Gazing back at the city one last time, he wonders if he will ever be able to come back. As the camera pans over the vast city, his resolute thought echoes, "I'll never die." A hooded figure with a bandaged face and a crown of thorns welcomes him to Mershi's mountain, asking what prohibition he wishes to receive. Lee Sung-min stands resolutely before the imposing, thorn-wrapped figure. His eyes narrowed in determination, he knows that to fulfill his promise he must become stronger. A flashback shows Weiji Hoyeon asking where they should meet in 10 years, leaving the location up to him. In the memory, Lee Sung-min thoughtfully considers the location, while Weiji Hoyeon watches with a smile. Back in the present, he decides that with 9 years remaining, he doesn't need to head straight for their meeting place. An ominous, glowing symbol appears over a mountain as his next destination comes to mind, Mershi's mountain. A diagram illustrates a training method where applying prohibitions to one's senses can increase training efficiency hundreds of times over. Lee Sung-min stands at the edge of a forest, certain that Mershi's mountain is nearby. The scene transitions to a surreal landscape with a purple sky and strangely colored trees. Narration reveals he has arrived at the mountain and is training under prohibitions given by a thorn-crowned priest. With a glowing purple symbol on his back, he explains he received 2 prohibitions, the first being the prohibition of weight. He struggles under the curse, realizing everything, including his dimensional pouch and even bread, feels incredibly heavy. As he bites into the bread, the second prohibition is introduced, casting a purple glow around him. Munching on the food, his eyes suddenly fly open in utter shock and disgust. He violently spits out a grotesque mess of what looks like chewed-up insects and guts. Kneeling in revulsion, he continues to retch as the narration reveals the second prohibition. The curse is revealed to be the sense of taste, marked by a glowing symbol on his tongue. His mind perceives the bread as being filled with wriggling insects, and his water as their disgusting body fluids. Lying on the ground in despair, he realizes he can't eat or drink, admitting the trial is harsher than he imagined. Overwhelmed by the ordeal, a tear streams down his face as he wonders if he should quit. He questions if this suffering is necessary, believing he could easily become a B-rank mercenary without it. He considers that even being a mercenary is a better life than his previous one and tells himself not to be too greedy. A memory of the red-eyed girl looking down on his weaker, past self flashes through his mind, renewing his resolve. With newfound determination, he violently crushes the disgusting bread in his fist. He forces himself to eat the bread, his mind picturing a mouthful of writhing bugs and worms. Gritting his teeth, he chugs from his canteen, imagining the water is a crying piece of poop. That's just crappy. After enduring the ordeal, he lets out a guttural sound of disgust that echoes through the eerie forest. Huddled on the ground, he clenches his fists and curses the mountain, vowing to give the trial his all. As he steels his resolve, a shadowy figure with purple hair appears behind him, calling him an insolent human. He whirls around in shock, a bolt of purple energy crackling behind him as he senses the presence. The sudden encounter leaves him on the ground, struggling to process what just happened. The narration announces that a week has gone by atop the purple-hued mountain. A deer cautiously looks around, its ears twitching as it wanders through the unusual forest. Lee Sungmin, armed with his spear, silently stalks the deer from a distance. He attempts a powerful thrust, but his movements are sluggish, startling the deer. The deer's face contorts into a comically panicked, sweaty expression. Under the prohibition of weight, he trembles with effort, unable to properly wield his spear as the deer watches calmly. The deer mockingly hops atop his spear tip, and all he can do is watch in silent frustration. He stares with a frustrated and slightly bewildered expression after his failed hunt. Thud! He collapses to his knees in exhaustion, his past self appearing as a ghostly afterimage of his failure. Lying on the ground, he realizes he's severely lacking nutrients after a week of only bread and water. A diagram explains that the trial of mercy requires practitioners to survive entirely on their own while under the prohibitions. The mountain's harsh conditions are highlighted: huge temperature swings and powerful, fast beasts. Resting against a tree, he laments his inability to hunt or eat, admitting he's in the worst shape of his life. He worries that his plan to train for 2 years will be pointless if he's too weak to even begin. As he lies defeated, a small rock falls onto his lap, making him look up in confusion. He spots a woman with short, white hair standing on a cliff edge above him. The woman, who has a purple symbol on her neck, gives him a small wave and asks who he is. Recognizing another practitioner, he assumes he's safe due to the mountain's rules and asks for her identity in return. He deduces she's under a prohibition of voice, unable to speak, and she confirms by nodding. With a sudden, powerful kick, the woman sends a deer flying toward him, leaving him completely stunned. She casually approaches with a stick, prodding the knocked-out deer as he questions what's happening. Using this stick, she writes a message on the ground, explaining she's been watching and is helping him before he dies. He cautiously asks what she wants in return, but her written response is that she wants nothing, leaving him confused. Pointing to herself with a proud smile, she gives her simple reason for helping: because I'm kind. A cute illustration depicts his utter confusion at her claim of kindness, alongside the dazed deer. He recalls how the self-proclaimed kind person would always appear to help him whenever he was in trouble. He remembers asking the white-haired woman for her name and being unable to hide his surprise at her answer. A caption reveals her name is Baek Sogo, her purple eye and the glowing symbol on her neck prominent. Lee Sungmin realizes with a jolt that his shock isn't about meeting a future celebrity. A grim vision of the future shows a bloodied and blindfolded Baek Sogo 8 years from now. The true reason for his shock is revealed. She is destined to die at the hands of the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyan. Back in the present, Lee Sungmin sits alone, quietly contemplating this dark knowledge as his prohibition symbol glows. He glances back, the face of the kind woman who helped him now tinged with the tragedy of her future. He's suddenly startled by Baek Sogo, who has appeared silently and greets him. He marvels as she writes on a rock with just her finger, explaining she was worried he would starve again. He thanks her, then asks why she can't use sound transmission despite her skill, and she confirms her prohibition prevents it. Noticing a new glowing purple symbol on her arm, he asks about it, and she explains a new prohibition was added after half a year. He lets out a strained laugh, thinking about her own hardships while haunted by visions of bugs and poop. He asks her about the other practitioners on the mountain, and she gauges his curiosity. With a confident smile, Baek Sogo offers to introduce him to the others and tells him to follow. Hup! She vanishes in a flash of speed, leaving him to gratefully accept her offer to an empty space. Left behind, he kneels in the dust, wondering how he could possibly keep up with her. She reappears, remembering his weight prohibition, but he admits he couldn't have kept up anyway. She advises him to focus on movement techniques to compensate for his heavy body rather than his spear skills. He bows and asks if she could teach him a technique, but she bluntly refuses to give away her livelihood. He laughs it off as a joke, but she's clearly unimpressed, thinking, damn. Suddenly, she hoists the confused Lee Sungmin over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Stunned, he listens as she declares she'll carry him since he's too slow. As she tells him to hold on tight, he panics, realizing what's about to happen. He screams as she rockets them forward in a dizzying blur of motion. Arriving in a new area, Lee Sungmin covers his nose, recoiling from a terrible smell as a new person asks who he is. A red-haired girl with dark skin, identified as Scarlet Leather, scowls at him, her prohibitions being washing and changing clothes. A scarred, muscular man with long white hair, Dok Bi-jun, notes he's a martial artist and suggests a future spar. Baek So-go explains that only 4 practitioners have lasted more than half a year, revealing her own prohibitions are on her left eye, arm, and voice. Lee Sungmin stares in shock, realizing this intimidating group is composed entirely of people who will become legends in the future. He muses that though they are unknown now, they will soon make a name for themselves across the continent. Scarlet asks about his prohibitions, and he hesitantly admits they are weight and taste. Surprised he received 2 prohibitions from the start, Scarlet scoffs that he won't last long. Dok Bi-jun observes that Scarlet also came seeking power, so Lee Sungmin's desire is understandable. With a grim smile, he concludes that Lee Sungmin is willing to overcome his limits, no matter the cost. He explains that while many come to the mountain, only the 4 of them have endured for over half a year. Dok Bi-jun promises to keep an eye on him, and a nervous Lee Sungmin can only agree. Scarlet points out that Baek So-go must be happy another crazy guy is starting with 2 prohibitions, revealing she did as well. With the introductions over, Baek So-go declares it's time to go back, leaving Lee Sungmin puzzled. He asks about the 4th person, realizing he's only met 3 of the long-term practitioners. Dok Bi-jun sternly warns him not to even think about visiting the 4th member, a person named Flam. Both Dok Bi-jun and Scarlet look terrified, as they describe Flam as being far too dangerous. The scene shifts to a mountain peak, indicating that 4 months have now passed. Lee Sungmin narrates that as he adapted, his prohibitions grew more severe, making his body heavier and food taste even worse. Despite the sweat on his brow, a determined glint appears in his eyes as he declares he's getting stronger. Swish, he unleashes a powerful spear strike that effortlessly slices through a massive tree, proving the harsh trial is paying off. Standing amidst the shattered remains of his training, he feels a surge of satisfaction, knowing the trial is rewarding. He recounts his daily routine, spear practice by day, mystic arts by night, spending every moment productively despite the constant strain. Though every step feels like his bones will break, and every swing tears his muscles, he grits his teeth and pushes forward. Facing a spectral image of Ouija Hoyan, he reaffirms his conviction. He must endure because reaching her is his ultimate goal. Sungmin notices his body has grown during his training, and that his clothes no longer fit. From a distance, a voice compliments Sungmin on his impressive spear techniques. Startled, Sungmin turns to see a boy with purple hair who offers a friendly greeting. The boy sits down with a confident grin and introduces himself as Flam. With an inquisitive smile, Flam asks a nervous Sungmin for his name. In a sudden memory, a red-haired woman holding a small flame asks if one has ever seen a true genius. A scarred elder's voice explains that a genius's talent can make the efforts of others seem worthless. Another memory surfaces, So-go giving a grave warning not to meet Flam. Flam's disembodied voice echoes the warning, stating that meeting him only leads to despair. Sungmin breaks into a cold sweat, visibly shaken by the ominous memories. Flam asks why he's so nervous, prompting Sungmin to reluctantly state his name, Lee Sungmin. Understanding dawns on Flam's face as he realizes Sungmin has heard of him and suggests they become friends. Sungmin curtly dismisses him, saying he has to train, which catches Flam's attention. Internally, Sungmin scoffs at the idea of Flam being a genius, convinced he already saw a true one for a year. Convinced he has no time to waste on him, Sungmin turns and walks away from Flam. Flam calls out, asking what he intends to train with, and Sungmin sarcastically asks if it isn't obvious. Reaching down, Sungmin is shocked to find his hand empty. His spear is gone. In disbelief, Sungmin looks up to see Flam now holding his spear, remarking it's his first time with one. Flam smiles slyly as he inspects the weapon he just acquired. Sungmin is horrified, realizing the ultimate humiliation for a martial artist is to have their weapon taken. Before he can get angry, Sungmin is consumed by confusion, wondering how Flam managed such a feat. Flam casually tells Sungmin not to be surprised, as he is only borrowing the spear and will return it. He then confidently asks Sungmin to demonstrate his stance so he can copy it. Flam flawlessly executes the second stance of Sungmin's own Supreme Nine Heaven Spear style, A black and white panel shows him effortlessly slicing through a massive rock formation with the move. He unleashes the lightning-splitting chasing strike, creating a spiraling torrent of purple energy. The powerful technique tears through the air with overwhelming force. The strike concludes with a resounding crackle of energy. Flam lands, amazed by the move's power, and turns to compliment Sungmin's good technique. In utter shock, Sungmin realizes Flam not only copied the technique, but improved it, wondering if even Weiji Hoyon could do that. Flam grins, excitedly asking Sungmin to admit that he's better. Rendered in a shaky, anxious style, Sungmin is completely frozen by the display of talent. Flam muses aloud that he doesn't understand why people struggle to train when he can learn just by watching. He genuinely asks why people bother with difficult training when they can't do it as easily as he can. Flam recalls asking Dokbi Jun, Baek Sogo, and a stinking monster the same question, only for them to get angry, despite his ability to easily copy their skills. He explains that while some on the mountain are geniuses, there are real geniuses who completely overshadow them. The immense gap between ordinary people and the real geniuses at the top is visualized as Sungmin's narration despairs. Sungmin's thoughts turn to Weiji Hoyon, remembering that while she was a genius, she never flaunted her abilities. He realizes Flam is the opposite, a genius who revels in showing off. Just before Flam asks about his prohibition, Flam offers to trade secrets about their prohibitions, but Sungmin retorts, asking if Flam has the prohibition of humility. As Sungmin walks away, Flam calls out for him to take his spear back, causing Sungmin's anger to boil over. Enraged, Sungmin screams at Flam to get lost and never come near him again. Flam looks genuinely confused by the hostility, questioning what he did wrong. Suggesting Sungmin leave the mountain, Flam suddenly attacks with a punch that connects with a boom. A glowing sigil protects Sungmin, and Flam reminds him of the rule that prevents them from harming each other here. Flam effortlessly catches Sungmin's fist, calling him too weak and criticizing his poor technique. As he easily dodges Sungmin's clumsy attacks, Flam mocks him for being unable to vent his anger due to the rules. He suddenly stops the fight, looking past Sungmin to a blindfolded woman and remarking that he knew she was eavesdropping. Flam calmly explains to her that he was just returning the spear when Sungmin chose to be violent. Turning to Sungmin, Flam compliments his martial art but delivers a final, crushing insult. But you're not good at using it. Sungmin trembles, recalling a warning that higher-level martial arts are harder to master, and that his talent might be insufficient. A whimsical drawing illustrates a lesson. The goddess Mershi grants greater blessings for enduring harder prohibitions in the mountain of trials. A young boy advises that to become strong, one must push themselves to the absolute limit. The boy suddenly gags, his mouth covered as he thinks of the word prohibition. In a vision, Sungmin stands impassively as the boy is thrown backward, still choking. A woman with white hair catches the boy, both of them staring in shock at an unseen event. Sungmin charges forward with his spear, a blur of focused intent. The woman gasps in horror, a glowing purple symbol on her collarbone flaring to life. In disbelief, she touches the strange, glowing mark that has suddenly appeared on her body. She watches helplessly as Sungmin's attack flies past her toward its unseen target. With bloodied teeth, Sungmin grits out the words talent and Mershi in a desperate plea. He lets out a primal scream, calling Mershi's name as purple energy erupts from his body. A spectral being appears behind the weeping Sungmin, commanding the human to speak. Again, Sungmin whispers the name Mershi, his face a mask of pain and determination. The ghostly figure looms closer, repeating her demand for the human to speak. Clenching his spear, his hand dripping with blood, Sungmin steels himself and vows, "I'll." The scene dissolves into a cosmic void filled with floating geometric constructs. Sungmin, still bleeding and crying, finds himself on a floating rock and asks where he is. A glowing, purple-robed goddess descends, introducing herself as Mershi and welcoming the human to her domain. Stunned, Sungmin realizes he is face-to-face with the god he'd been calling for. Mershi chides him for screaming and cursing at her earlier, demanding he stop the useless pretense of respect. Sungmin thinks of the concepts of taste and weight as the sigil on his back glows. Mershi scoffs, asking if he still wants to continue when he couldn't even handle two simple prohibitions. Sungmin defiantly insists he can do it, prompting a skeptical laugh from the goddess. She asks if his bravado is a result of having returned from death, shocking him to his core. He demands to know how she knew, and Mercy reveals with a sinister grin that a god's eyes see through a mortal's causality. Mercy explains that all mortals are destined to die, and defying this fate is an affront to causality itself. Those who break these laws and defy their destinies are known as transcendental beings. She notes that although he is not yet transcendental, Sungmin has already twisted causality by dying and returning to the past. Floating upside down, Mercy listens as Sungmin asks if this distorted causality will have negative consequences. She confirms that by defying death, his soul is now burdened with a tremendous and unavoidable karma. While it won't affect him in life, she cheerfully explains he will suffer for hundreds of millions of hours after he dies. Sungmin swallows hard, deeply unsettled by the divine revelation. The scene returns to reality, where the white-haired woman stares down at Sungmin. She finds him slumped against a tree and asks if he added another prohibition. With a pained smile, Sungmin confirms he did, weakly adding that he seems to have worried her. She looks on with deep concern, sweat beading on her forehead. After a moment of hesitation from Sungmin, she presses him, asking what kind of prohibition he added. When he reveals he prohibited warmth and dream, she recoils in utter shock. She calls him crazy, stating that prohibiting abstract concepts is far more severe, and he grimly confirms that he knows. The prohibition of warmth left Lee Sungmin in a state of perpetual chill, while the prohibition of dreams manifested his worst fears. Memories of his parents, childhood horrors, and deep-seated anxieties became nightmares that polluted his mind. Back in the present, the woman can only stare and mutter, "Crazy bastard." She demands to know why he did something so reckless when he was already on track, but he simply states, "I don't have it." His blunt denial leaves her speechless and confused. Sungmin sits quietly, repeating his solemn admission. He does not have talent. She realizes that while his achievements are impressive, his growth rate is painfully slow for the number of prohibitions he's taken on. Concluding he truly isn't talented, she wonders what kind of person he is to have come so far without it. Sungmin explains that he has a goal that is hard to reach with his limited talent, and seeing Flam showed him what he had to do. He clenches his fist, declaring that to stand beside those with extraordinary gifts, he too must do things beyond common sense. Sungmin rests against a tree, while the woman with white hair stands before him. She looks on with a pensive expression, her glowing collarbone sigil visible. Sungmin sweats profusely, tears streaming down his face as he endures his penance. Crouching down to his level, she observes that he seems to have a very high goal. She smiles, confiding that she understands, because her goal is to become the strongest in the world. Sungmin looks up, stunned into silence by her declaration. She startles him by suddenly offering to teach him, leaving him to shout in disbelief. He stares in confusion as she places a secret manual titled Shadowless Soulflight onto his lap. The manual is revealed to be a unique martial art, combining movement techniques and mystic arts. Astounded by the manual's quality, Sungmin asks why she would give him something so valuable. He stares at her, wondering if her motive is sympathy or something else entirely. He watches her closely, still trying to understand her intentions. She gives him a knowing and slightly mysterious smile. She cheerfully declares she's helping because she's kind, leaving Sungmin to doubt her simple explanation. A nightmare begins, showing Sungmin preparing the first stance of his signature spear style. He unleashes the soul-chasing killing strike against Weiji Hoyan, who prepares to block with one finger. In the dream, he grits his teeth, putting all his effort into the attack. Weiji Hoyan effortlessly repels his spear with a single glowing fingertip. The nightmare continues as he prepares to unleash the fifth stance, Fatal Flash. The dream version of Weiji Hoyan stands calmly, awaiting his ultimate attack. Instead of hitting her, the attack backfires, causing Sungmin's own body to shatter like stone. His dream mentor expresses her disappointment in Lee Sungmin's lack of progress after 10 years. Weiji Hoyan cruelly deems her 10 years of hope wasted and strikes him to reclaim everything she taught him. She coldly announces that she has destroyed his Dantian, ending his martial arts journey and bidding him farewell. As he crumbles into nothing, Sungmin desperately calls out Weiji Hoyan's name, pleading for her to wait. Trapped in the dark void, he screams that he can still go on. Wah! Sungmin gasps, snapping awake from the horrific nightmare. He collapses, clutching his chest and coughing as the vision's terror lingers. A girl with red hair and dark skin appears behind him, remarking what a relief it is and asking who Weiji Hoyan is. She teases a startled Sungmin, asking if Weiji Hoyan is his hot girlfriend. Getting closer, she mentions the rumor of his 2 new prohibitions as he recoils from her terrible stench. She pries his eye open, calling him crazy for taking on the prohibition of dreams while he winces from the smell. With a monstrous grin, she notes he also prohibited warmth and predicts he'll die soon. A muscular man with white hair arrives, asking what's wrong as the red-haired girl recoils from Sungmin's presence. Sungmin recognizes his unexpected visitors, Scarlet, the future Grand Magician, and Dokbi-jun, the Sword Phantom. Weakly apologizing for his current state, Sungmin asks why Scarlet and Dokbi-jun are there. Scarlet confirms they are there to help him. The mute arrives, pinching her nose, and Scarlet explains that she kept asking for their help. Addressing the mute as senior sister, Scarlet excitedly presents something she bought. She proudly reveals 2 magic scrolls she acquired for him. Scarlet explains that otherworlders can conveniently learn magic from scrolls, getting too close for Sungmin's comfort. The scene transitions, showing the quiet, purple-hued landscape. Dokbi-jun steps forward, sword in hand, asking Sungmin if he's ready for training today. Stealing his resolve, Sungmin grips his spear and agrees to do his best. He begins his training by activating the first scroll, Mental Clear. The magic purifies his mind, clearing away the lingering torment of his nightmares. Exhausted after the fight, Sungmin collapses as he prepares to use the 3rd magic scroll. He casts Fatigue Recovery, a blue light glowing in his hand. He recovers, noting that while the magic is effective, overusing it will fatally drain his life force. A blind elder scolds Sungmin for failing to last 100 seconds against him, but Sungmin just sighs and promises to do better. Sungmin suddenly gasps in shock, his body seizing up. The elder leans in, asking if Sungmin's prohibition of warmth is acting up again. As Sungmin shivers violently, the elder presses 2 fingers into his abdomen, causing his blood vessels to glow intensely. The elder asks if he's feeling better, and Sungmin, recovering, quietly thanks him. Sword Phantom Dokbi-jun explains he stimulated Sungmin's metabolism to help him endure the cold from his prohibition. Feeling better, Sungmin tells Dokbi-jun he'll be on his way. As Dokbi-jun walks off, he tells Sungmin to take care, as he enjoys having him as a sparring partner. Sungmin watches him leave, realizing that without such help, he would have died long ago. A quiet moment passes under a cloudy sky. Sungmin lies on the ground, reflecting on how many people have helped him since he regressed. The thought leaves him confused and unsettled. He questions if this is even possible, thinking that all the help he's received feels unnatural. Sungmin remembers his past life in ERIA, realizing people were never this kind to him before his regression. As Dokbi-jun departs, a red-haired woman calls out to him, and he identifies her by smell as Scarlet. Scarlet angrily threatens to burn Dokbi-jun after they leave, furious that he called her stinky for not bathing. She asks if he just finished fighting that kid, remarking that Sungmin is slowly improving. Scarlet teases Dokbi-jun for taking care of Sungmin, but he simply says he was asked to help. She probes further, reminding him he also made magic scrolls on request and asks what happened. Dokbi-jun admits he doesn't know why he's helping, his thoughts trailing off. He concludes that when he sees Sungmin surrounded by a dark aura, he just can't bring himself to leave him alone. Sungmin decides not to dwell on his doubts, happily concluding that he's just lucky in this life. The scene shifts to a Rocky Mountain landscape half a year later. Sungmin trains intensely with his spear amidst the trees. Exhausted from his training, he pants heavily, a glowing sigil visible on his tongue. His strength gives out, and he collapses to the ground, dropping his spear. He gathers his resolve, looking up from the ground with determination. A boy with blue hair appears behind him, greeting him with a condescending, "Hello, larvae." He smirks, remarking that he's surprised Sungmin lasted a whole year when he didn't expect him to last 6 months. The boy watches as Sungmin remains on the ground, unresponsive. He leans closer, asking why Sungmin is ignoring him after they haven't seen each other for a while. He laughs, correctly guessing Sungmin chose a prohibition of silence and mocking him for picking the most convenient option. The boy taunts him further, saying he assumed Sungmin would choose a harder prohibition but couldn't handle it. Enraged, Sungmin lunges forward, striking at the boy with his spear. The boy calmly analyzes Sungmin's improved movements, noting his clean technique but condescendingly musing that even a larva can improve if it tries. He effortlessly deflects the attack, asking if that's all Sungmin can do despite having 5 prohibitions. The force of the parry sends Sungmin stumbling backward. The boy stares at him with a cold, unimpressed expression. Sungmin grips his spear shaft tightly, channeling his frustration. The boy reveals he can read lips, telling Sungmin his voice prohibition is no excuse for ignoring him. Visibly annoyed, Sungmin mouths a question, asking if the boy has anything better to do. The boy's expression darkens as he warns Sungmin that while he can look down on him, Sungmin is not allowed to do the same. Sungmin defiantly holds out his spear, challenging the boy to try and kill him while reminding him of the no-violence rule. With incredible speed, the boy grabs the spear, stopping the attack with his bare hands. He easily disarms Sungmin and brutally strikes him to the ground with his own weapon. Looming over him, the boy laughs, mocking Sungmin for crawling on the ground like the larva he is. Wounded on the ground, Sungmin realizes indirect injury is possible and glares up at his tormentor. The boy infuses the spear tip with glowing blue energy, taunting Sungmin with an ability he can't replicate. Sungmin stares in shock, recognizing the technique as sword chi, a sign of a peak-level martial artist. The boy mocks Sungmin's slow progress, predicting he'll never master sword chi, before casually embedding the energized spear in a tree. An unseen entity taunts Sungmin, speaking of the unfairness of talent and effortless achievement. Asked if he will continue despite his meaningless efforts, Sungmin defiantly answers, yeah. A boy with blue hair, a fellow trainee, thanks Sungmin for providing a distraction from his boring training. Enraged by his arrogance, Sungmin vows to one day run him through with a spear. The boy looks down on Sungmin, ready to strike with his own glowing spear. A powerful blast of blue energy erupts from the point of impact. The boy casually inspects the damage to a tree, unimpressed by his own power. Sungmin stands his ground, his determination creating a palpable aura around him. The boy smirks, saying he looks forward to the day Sungmin finally gives up and cries. The scene shifts back to Mershi's domain, where it is time for Sungmin to choose a new prohibition. He resolutely chooses his next torment, the prohibition of hearing. With his hearing now cursed, Lee Sungmin is plagued by terrible, unending noises. Now bearing 6 prohibitions and constantly near death, he continues to train his spear without fail. He relentlessly hones his spear techniques, executing a parry, a hold, and a piercing thrust. While meditating, Sungmin focuses on mastering his multiple advanced martial and mystic arts. His training montage continues, showing him sparring with Dokbi Jun and learning from Baek Sogo. As Sungmin grows stronger, the side effects of his prohibitions worsen, tainting his senses and mind. He endures the mounting suffering of intense chills and the cacophony of his cursed hearing. Surprisingly, the annoying chatter of the talented boy, Flam, provides a brief respite by blocking the cursed sounds. An unsettling image of a large grub appears, symbolizing a deep-seated unease. Overwhelmed by his constant torment, Sungmin's eyes are wide with stress and exhaustion. Back in her domain, Mershi summons practitioner Lee Sungmin before her. Confused by the unexpected summons, Sungmin asks Mershi why he is there before his time. Mershi ignores his question, repeating his name and announcing she has summoned him for a trial. Sungmin demands to know what she's talking about, completely baffled by the mention of a trial. A new figure appears beside Mershi, and Sungmin is stunned to see it is Flam. The boy who is Flam stands with Mershi, preparing to explain the situation to a shocked Sungmin. Mershi reveals the truth. Flam's very existence is a trial, a revelation that dawns on Sungmin. Sungmin recalls how Baek Sogo, Scarlet, and Dokbi Jun all became famous figures in ERIA. He realizes he has never heard of Flam, concluding that such a talent couldn't possibly remain unknown. The pieces fall into place as Sungmin understands that Flam never actually existed in the first place. The trial version of Flam explains his purpose was to use his overwhelming talent to make practitioners despair. Flam states that even gifted warriors like Baek Sogo, Scarlet, and Dokbi Jun despaired before him. While others turned and ran, he notes that Sungmin was different. The trial recalls how the untalented Sungmin didn't avoid him, but instead made him a goal to overcome. Flam admits that Sungmin's reckless decision to face the challenge head-on prevented him from causing despair. A divine presence declares its approval of Sungmin's recklessness in the face of overwhelming odds. Mershi warns Sungmin not to reveal Flam's true identity, lest he face the wrath of a god. When asked if he will continue his training on the mountain, Sungmin confirms without hesitation. Mershi promises him that a reward for overcoming the trial awaits him when he leaves the mountain. Making a tempting offer, Mershi proposes giving him immense power in exchange for his twisted soul, but Sungmin furiously refuses. Mershi mockingly asks if he'll just continue to crawl forward slowly with hard work instead. Sungmin's determined gaze shows he has already made his choice. He reflects that while geniuses have a different starting point, it doesn't mean they don't put in effort. Sungmin admits that he yearned for the concept of effort after wasting his previous life on defeatism. Having had many fateful encounters in this life, he declares he no longer has excuses for his starting point. With renewed conviction, Sungmin tells Mershi he will squirm and struggle until the very end. Sungmin thinks to himself that he has come to like the word effort, as Mershi watches with a smirk. Mershi suddenly decides to muse aloud, startling the watching Sungmin. She explains that there's no such thing as coincidence in ERIA, only causality where everything has a reason. Mershi explains that ERIA summoned otherworlders from different dimensions, granting them special skills. She quietly wonders about the true reason behind this grand design. Sungmin realizes that although she seems to be talking to herself, her words are meant for him. He deduces that Mershi is indirectly telling him something forbidden. An unspoken understanding passes between Mershi and Sungmin in the cosmic space. A mysterious, smoky entity cryptically warns that an event is coming that will require him to come back. The voice urges him to prepare himself to be worthy of the reason for his regression. The silent expanse of space hangs heavy with unspoken prophecy. A jolt of energy surprises Mershi as she declares, "All right then, this is it." As her domain begins to crack apart, Mershi angrily shouts for the intrusion to stop. She fiercely warns the unseen entity to stand down or face destruction. Sungmin watches in confusion as Mershi confronts the power invading her territory. A disembodied voice commands Sungmin to go back now. Mershi urgently tells him to finish his training, warning that there's no time to waste. As he's pulled away, Sungmin cries out for her to wait. Mershi reaches out anxiously, wondering if he will be able to stop what is coming. Of the end, back on the mountain, Sungmin chooses his sixth prohibition, the sense of smell, which proves to be horrible. He greets Baek Sogo, addressing her as senior sister. Sungmin reaffirms his choice, believing the harsher the prohibition, the greater the power gained. Baek Sogo's new prohibitions of taste and hearing have thrown her own senses into chaos. With a look of pained empathy, she tells Sungmin she now understands his suffering. Baek Sogo gets his attention, stating she has something to tell him. She announces her intention to leave the mountain soon, catching Sungmin by surprise. The two of them share a moment of silent understanding about their diverging paths. Sungmin thinks that as a genius, Baek Sogo doesn't need to endure such suffering. He points out she's been on the mountain for 2 years and has likely achieved her goal. Baek Sogo asks if he's leaving, and Sungmin quietly confirms that he is. When he asks about her plans, Baek Sogo says she'll stay a little longer, changing her mind. She looks down with a hint of sadness, processing his impending departure. Baek Sogo asks if they'll see each other again, and he confidently assures her they will. A small, knowing smile appears on her face as she watches him. Baek Sogo reflects on how much Sungmin has grown in the year since they met. She worries that if she leaves, he might push himself too far with the prohibitions and die. Deciding she hasn't finished teaching him shadowless soul flight, she resolves to stay a bit longer for his sake. Sungmin is startled by her sudden change of heart and concerned gaze. He thanks her for her help, but insists he can stand on his own now, urging her not to stay for him. Sungmin expresses his sincere gratitude, admitting he wouldn't be alive without her help. Baek Sogo suddenly embraces him from behind, much to his surprise. Overcome with shock, Sungmin flinches as she holds him close with a peaceful expression. The two stand together in a quiet, unexpected embrace. The scene transitions to the tranquil, purple-hued forest. Baek Sogo encourages him, calling him the toughest person she has ever met. Sungmin humbly denies it, saying he simply got back up after repeatedly falling into despair. She insists that makes him even more amazing, confessing that she gave up after facing Flam. With earnest sincerity, Baek Sogo gives him one final request: don't die. Sungmin meets her gaze and firmly promises that he will never die. With time, Dok Bi-jun and Scarlet also depart, leaving Sungmin alone on the mountain. Left by himself, Sungmin recalls his past life, remembering a time when he trusted no one. A montage of allies appears as Sungmin realizes humans cannot live alone. With dawning comprehension, Sungmin lets out a soft ah. A glowing purple sigil manifests on his back, signaling an internal change. He feels an unseen wall in his heart crumble away. The world blurs into a new perspective as he experiences a fleeting, eternal sense of freedom. As his perception changes, Sungmin feels the entire world has transformed with him. A cicada lands on his hand as summer arrives, its cries filling the air. Sungmin foresees a grim future 7 years from now, where Baek Soga will be killed by Weiji Hoyan in a dungeon. Determined to repay Baek Sogo's kindness, Sungmin resolves to prevent her death. With a flash of purple energy, he moves in an instant. He deftly snatches a startled cicada out of the air. Holding his new halberd, Sungmin looks up at another cicada flying by. He reflects on how cicada larvae spend 10 years underground, while he only has 7 to avert disaster. Steeling his resolve, he declares that he must succeed. Though his martial arts improve daily, he pushed himself harder, feeling it still wasn't enough. Recalling Dr. Bijun's advice, he decides to embrace the prohibition of vision by sharpening his other senses. Lost in the sound of cicadas, Sungmin trains relentlessly, losing all track of time. His inner voice screams for more power, more strength, more. In a moment of despair, he questions his purpose and the reason for his regression. A voice from the cosmos calls out a name, Mershi. 3 years of harsh training have passed, leaving Sungmin ragged but powerful in a celestial space. A purple, ghostly figure asks how he feels getting his senses back. He replies that he's glad. He revels in the freedom, his body feeling light and free from cold for the first time in years. The ethereal being hums thoughtfully, and Sungmin asks what she is thinking about. Mershi reveals she's contemplating what kind of reward to give him. She commends him for surviving 3 years on the mountain and enduring all the prohibitions. Mershi explains that most who attempted such a feat either gave up or died. Pleased by his success, she decides to ask him what he desires as a reward. Mershi looks at him expectantly, asking what he wants now. Sungmin eagerly asks if she can make him talented, but she bluntly refuses, calling it too much to ask. Remembering the future he must prevent, Sungmin insists he doesn't have much time and needs more. Clenching his fist, he admits that while he must get stronger, he doesn't know what he needs to do. He looks at Mershi with determination, asking if she can give him what he truly needs. Mershi smiles, correctly guessing that what Sungmin needs most is time. She tells him she can grant his wish, leaving him utterly stunned. Mershi instructs him to go to Dremor and present a crest to a being named Denir. She warns that Denir, the god of time, will give him a trial far less humane than hers, but suspects he might enjoy it. Mershi cautions that the trial will be perilous and the outcome will depend entirely on him. Sungmin smirks, eagerly accepting the dangerous challenge. Mershi explains that was his reward for overcoming Flam, and now she will grant his reward for enduring 3 years. As his second reward, she offers a recommendation to join the organization Erebrisa, surprising him. A man in a suit introduces himself as Neville, a broker from Erebrisa, and confirms with Mershi that Sungmin is her recommendation. Sungmin listens as Neville states that, with all due respect, he is not qualified to join their guild. Mershi coolly tells Neville to take a closer look, prompting his reevaluation. After a second glance, Neville apologizes and admits that Sungmin is indeed well qualified. Neville explains his initial judgment was based on Sungmin's low level of martial arts, which leaves Sungmin speechless. Annoyed, Sungmin argues that at his age and skill level, he should be highly regarded anywhere. He demands to know more about this great guild, and Neville corrects him, stating its name is Erebrisa. Neville explains that Erebrisa is an intermediary guild that can procure anything its clients desire, from information to auctions. A man in a suit confirms to Sungmin that his auction sells elixirs and martial art manuals. Sungmin is astounded by the rare and expensive items for sale, like the Erebrisa elixir, as the man boasts of their selection. When Sungmin asks if she is a member, a spectral Mershi casually confirms she often uses the service. Realizing a god is a customer here, Sungmin wonders about the true identity of this powerful intermediary guild. The man invites Lee Sungmin to become a member of Erebrisa, extending a welcoming hand. Concluding he has nothing left to lose, Sungmin clenches his fist and agrees to join. While a spectral Mershi sleeps, the man instructs a shirtless Sungmin where to sign and place his thumbprint on the contract. With the contract now signed, the man officially welcomes Lee Sungmin to Erebrisa. In a bright flash of light, Sungmin is suddenly transformed, sporting a new haircut and clothes. A new man appears, explaining he fixed Sungmin's hair because it looked too much like his own. Telling Sungmin to call if he's ever needed, the man from Erebrisa vanishes into thin air. Mershi asks Sungmin if he likes his gift, and he thanks her, confirming his satisfaction. Mershi notes his informal tone, and, after telling him he should be happy, asks where he's going now. Turning away, Mershi gives Sungmin one last piece of advice. Remember what she said while talking to herself. Walking through a forest, Sungmin reflects on Mershi's words. There is a reason for his regression. As a beast lurks nearby, he ponders the meaning of her words and the coincidences from which he's benefited. Surrounded by beastmen, Sungmin's thoughts drift to his fateful meeting with Weiji Hoyeon. He then recalls receiving help from Baek Sogo, questioning if such encounters were mere coincidences. As a monster lunges, he wonders who could have planned these events, if not for chance. Deciding it will only cause unnecessary headaches, Sungmin dismisses the thought and launches into a counterattack. Standing over a defeated foe, Sungmin reflects that at 18, people would consider him a genius for his power. He acknowledges his strength came from gifts and hardships, admitting he still has a long way to go. With renewed purpose, he declares his destination is Behanger, where he must first become a mercenary. His expression is a mask of pure, unyielding resolve. He recalls a suit of magic armor, found by a rank C mercenary in a dungeon near Behanger. Devnark's armor had an amazing ability. It could instantly turn a third-rate mercenary into a peak martial master. Sungmin speculates that if a peak master wore the armor, they could reach an even higher level of power. Sitting by a fire, he resolves not to miss this opportunity, knowing the dungeon will be cleared in half a year. He decides that until the dungeon is cleared, he must establish himself as a mercenary in Behanger. Arriving at the Behanger Mercenary Guild, Sungmin is immediately met with a surprised question about his intentions. A bartender with an impressive mustache coolly asks why Sungmin is telling him he wants to be a mercenary. The bartender dismisses him, pointing upstairs to the receptionist as a nearby patron bursts into laughter. A blonde mercenary mocks the kid for wanting to join the guild, telling him to go wash dishes instead. The mercenary suddenly looks down in confusion, wondering where his fork went, as Sungmin snatches it in a blur. With a flash of purple energy, the bartender reveals he has caught the fork, his expression now serious. The bartender recognizes the sword Chi from the fork in Sungmin's hand, identifying him as a peak martial master. Immediately changing his tone, the bartender apologizes and respectfully invites Sungmin to have a seat. He introduces himself as Baron, a magician and the guild leader of the Behanger branch. Sungmin reveals he already knew, explaining that's precisely why he approached the man he knew was the guild leader. Sungmin recalls his past life, remembering that this guild in Behanger was where he first began as a mercenary. Baron explains that a peak martial master would normally be granted an S-rank mercenary position immediately. However, he questions Sungmin's practical experience, wondering if he's just a youth with isolated mountain training. Stating they need a proven warrior, Baron insists on verifying his skills, and Sungmin calmly agrees. Baron agrees to arrange a suitable request, adding that another S-rank mercenary will accompany him. The next day, while traveling through the forest, a voice asks Sungmin why he's so quiet. Sungmin confirms he is, and his companion laughs, calling him a boring fellow after his solitary training. The man jokes that he won't be popular with girls if he's so boring. Despite his impressive fork-stealing trick, Sungmin remains completely stone-faced and unimpressed by the teasing. Defeated by his stoicism, the man sarcastically mutters that Sungmin will be popular for sure. Sungmin recognizes his companion as Lude, an S-rank mercenary he knew of but never met in his past life. A guild-assigned teammate introduces himself to Sungmin, who suspects he is being monitored for the request. With a smirk, the man asks Sungmin if he has ever fought an ogre before. An informational panel describes ogres as powerful, magic-resistant monsters, with skin as hard as steel. The request is to subdue an ogre that was found in a nearby forest, much to the terror of a cartoon figure. The man reassures Sungmin that 2 S ranks are more than enough to handle the beast. As they enter the woods, Sungmin's internal monologue notes that something about the forest feels strange. His teammate observes that the forest seems too small for an ogre to live in, prompting Sungmin to ask why. He explains that massive ogres require a significant amount of food to survive. Sungmin listens intently, realizing the forest likely couldn't sustain such a creature. Sungmin suddenly tells his teammate Lude to wait, sensing something is amiss. They discover the gruesome, torn-apart remains of what appears to be a deer. Lude speculates only an ogre could do this, but remains doubtful as Sungmin looks on. Sungmin agrees it's weird, and Lude points out the strangest detail. There are no droppings anywhere. A sudden, intense moment of realization strikes both men. In a violent flash, something lunges from the shadows. Lu draws his sword while Sungmin brandishes his spear, preparing for an attack. The two stare forward with grim determination, anticipating the unseen threat. From an overhead view, they stand ready for battle in the dense forest. A heavy foot stomps down with incredible force. A horrifying monster appears in a blur of violent motion. Both Sungmin and Lude are stunned into silence by the creature's sudden appearance. Lude panics, realizing this is far worse than they were told, as Sungmin tells him to run. The monster reveals its twisted, monstrous claws and feet. The grotesque creature charges forward, its horrifying form fully revealed. A close-up on its stitched, mutated face confirms the horror. It's a chimera ogre. An explanation reveals that chimeras are magical creatures designed to be the ultimate species. A diagram shows how they surpass limitations by combining traits from different species. The narration explains that even a chimera based on a weak F-rank goblin is a B-rank threat due to its unpredictability. The chilling question is raised. What if the base monster was an ogre? Lude sweats profusely, realizing this creature is beyond what even S-rank mercenaries can handle. As the chimera ogre looms behind Sungmin, Lude watches in absolute terror. Sungmin stands his ground, unfazed, as rock debris falls around him from the monster's presence. The chimera ogre unleashes a blast of energy from its maw. Its massive fist swings down towards the seemingly defenseless Sungmin. Lude cries out in fear, unable to move. Sungmin calmly eyes the incoming attack, ready to counter. He crouches low, entering the shadowless soul flight first stance as the monster's foot crashes down. Surprised by his own speed, Sungmin dodges with ease, wondering if he has always been this fast. Evading the ogre's grasp, Sungmin unleashes the shadowless soul flight second stance, Shadow Dance. He uses the creature's own body as a springboard to launch himself upward. In mid-air, Sungmin prepares the supreme Nine Heavens Spear, first stance. He plunges downward, unleashing the soul-chasing killing strike directly at the ogre's chest. His spear hits something incredibly tough, a glowing crystal in the monster's chest deflecting the blow. Lude stares in shock from a distance, exclaiming that the powerful attack didn't even leave a scratch. Frustrated, Lude curses that the reward is only for a regular ogre, declaring the risk isn't worth it. Realizing it's too late to run, Lude resolves to join the fight despite their slim chances. Lude is shocked to hear Sungmin's voice in his head, recognizing it as sound transmission. He furiously asks if Sungmin has lost his mind, but Sungmin calmly replies that he knows what he's against. Lude yells that Sungmin doesn't know anything, reminding him this monster is stronger than an S-rank twin-headed ogre. Sungmin acknowledges Lude is right but holds his spear, pondering something else entirely. A grotesque chimera smirks, feeling confident it can win. Sungmin unleashes a powerful technique, the lightning-splitting chasing strike. He faces off against the massive chimera, his glowing spear ready. A veteran warrior watches in disbelief as the attack fails to even scratch the beast, declaring it's too tough. He realizes with dread that even his help would be useless against such a monster. Undeterred, Sungmin calmly prepares his next move. The chimera eyes Sungmin's glowing spear, sensing its danger. Sungmin leaps into the air, aiming directly for the chimera's head. He smirks, wondering aloud if the beast's eyes are as durable as its hide. With a flash of red, he executes a lightning-fast strike. He plunges his spear directly into the chimera's damaged yellow eye. The veteran warrior realizes Sungmin cleverly used the red thread as a diversion to strike the ogre's weakest spot. A watching mercenary marvels at how someone so young can be so skilled in combat. The injured chimera pulls daggers from its head as Sungmin calmly observes. Sungmin notes that the spear partially pierced its target and resolves to press the attack. He is suddenly startled by an unexpected development. The chimera's wounded eye begins to bubble and reform. Its pupil reforms into a reptilian slit, the eye now fully healed. With its eye completely restored, the chimera announces its regeneration. The veteran warrior panics, identifying the creature as a troll chimera with terrifying regenerative abilities. The chimera scoffs, stating that a mere flesh wound is no threat to it. Facing an impossible foe, Sungmin calmly contemplates what he should do next. As the monster prepares to strike, Sungmin's eyes narrow with fierce determination. The chimera lunges forward, launching a devastating attack. Surrounded by purple energy, Sungmin shouts that he cannot die here. His determination flares as he prepares to meet the attack head-on. He recalls Weiji Hoyon's instruction to endlessly repeat the 3 basic spear techniques until they were perfected. Sungmin remembers his promise to Weiji Hoyon, having trained those techniques tirelessly. As the Chimera's fist descends, he prepares to put that training to the test. Recalling Weiji Hoyon's lesson on the parry, Sungmin expertly deflects the monster's blow. After the parry, he vaults into the air and delivers a powerful downward slash. The Chimera reels back from the successful counterattack. The beast morphs its arm into a spiked club and swings it at Sungmin. Sungmin prepares to use the second basic technique, hold, which coils around an opponent's attack. He masterfully executes the hold, wrapping his energy around the Chimera's leg. The veteran warrior can only stare in utter shock at the display of skill. Using the beast's momentum against it, Sungmin swings around its body, unbalancing it. The massive chimera begins to topple over, thrown off balance. Sungmin recalls the third and final technique, pierce, a simple but effective stab. He drives his spear deep into the chimera's ankle joint. The chimera's face contorts in agony as the blow lands. Sungmin confirms his theory that the creature's joints are its weak point. He swiftly strikes the weakened joint again, intent on disabling the limb. The chimera's eyes widen in pain and shock as its joint is shattered. Sungmin effortlessly dodges a retaliatory strike from the wounded beast. He briefly wonders how fast the joint can regenerate before deciding it doesn't matter. He lands another brutal blow on the chimera's leg. With a sickening crunch, Sungmin shatters one of the monster's limbs. He cleanly severs the chimera's lower leg, knowing he must defeat it before it can heal. The chimera's severed limb attempts to regenerate, but Sungmin believes a spear through it will stop the process. Sungmin's spear pierces a massive ogre as he confidently asks, "Right? GWOHHH." In a fluid motion, Sungmin disables a beast's limbs, coolly informing it that it can no longer move. The grievously wounded ogre sweats in fear as Sungmin charges forward again, his spear glowing with purple energy. Declaring, "One more time," Sungmin unleashes the Supreme Heaven Spear's second stance, lightning-splitting chasing strike. The devastating attack lands, riddling the ogre with deep wounds as chaotic energy surges through its body. The explosive energy of the attack fades, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Despite its injuries, the defiant ogre raises a massive clawed hand, preparing for one final, desperate swipe. Sungmin calmly stands his ground, bracing himself as the monstrous claw descends to crush him. To his surprise, Sungmin's perception has sharpened, and he inwardly remarks that the attack is slow. Planting his foot, he wonders if he has gotten faster, realizing his body no longer feels heavy. Sungmin's senses heighten as he hears the sound of cicadas, recognizing the familiar static from Mershi's mountain while unleashing a powerful blow. He reflects on his growth, thinking that while he may have been a larva on the mountain, he refuses to stop evolving. Amidst the intense battle, a focused Sungmin admits to himself that he doesn't truly know the limits of his new power. Staring down the ogre, he affirms his ambition, declaring that he can't be satisfied with merely reaching this stage. He grips his weapon tightly, determined not to have any regrets after the failures of his first life. He acknowledges that the ultimate destination of the path he walks remains a complete unknown. Nevertheless, he resolves to keep moving forward, preparing himself for whatever lies ahead. He is committed to following this path until he reaches its absolute end. Man in armor watches the battle from a distance, sweating in utter disbelief at what he is witnessing. The fight's immense toll finally hits Sungmin, who leans on his spear, crying and gasping for breath in exhaustion. As Sungmin stands over the fallen ogre, the armored man approaches, asking in awe, "What the hell are you?" Bloodied, tear-streaked, and exhausted, Sungmin stares ahead with a look of profound resolution. Looking at his trembling, blood-stained hand, Sungmin laughs weakly, unable to answer what he has become. He turns to face the armored man, making a simple but meaningful declaration. "I'm not a larva." A cicada is shown finally emerging from its shell, a perfect metaphor for Sungmin's own transformation. A confident, blood-spattered smile appears on Sungmin's face, a sign of his newfound power and self-assurance. The scene shifts as the armored man excitedly recounts Sungmin's incredible feat to a new arrival. An official with a distinctive mustache notes that while defeating a chimera ogre isn't sulfur, monosulfide rank achievement, there's no precedent for granting it immediately. The reward is displayed, an S-rank mercenary plaque, and a subjugation reward of 27 million ers. The armored man insists Sungmin take the entire reward, which he gratefully accepts. Now wealthy, Sungmin walks alone through a sunlit marketplace, contemplating his future. He examines a single coin, stunned by his total fortune of 47 million ers, an amount he finds unrealistic. A flashback shows his past self risking his life for meager pay, a stark contrast to his current wealth. Pocketing his money, Sungmin wonders what he should even do with such a vast sum. He stands with a new spear in hand, having seemingly decided on his first big purchase. The official questions the armored man about Sungmin, who simply replies that he's pretty good. The armored man insists that words are not enough, and that the official must see Sungmin's power for himself. The official pictures the brutal fight in his mind, imagining the overwhelming power Sungmin displayed. The armored man passionately argues that Sungmin is clearly above S rank, and that they should give him the sulfur monosulfide rank he deserves. The official agrees to suggest it, pondering how a no-class warrior could become a peak master in only 4 years. Sungmin stands alone, waiting silently in a dark, tiled chamber. A figure materializes before him, emerging dramatically from a swirling vortex of dark shadows. A stylish, red-haired man greets Sungmin by name and asks why he has been summoned. Sungmin internally monologues that he's never been obsessed with weapons, viewing them only as tools to swing and stab. He recalls his difficult battle with the ogre, realizing a better weapon would have made things much easier. Vowing to avoid future regrets, he decides he can no longer afford to neglect the quality of his equipment. The red-haired man asks if Sungmin would prefer to buy or commission a weapon, inquiring about his budget. Sungmin states his preference for a custom-made weapon and reveals his 47 million ers budget, making the man ponder. The man, a broker for Erebria, warns that their first-class blacksmiths are exceptionally expensive. He makes a sly offer for a loan with a low interest rate if Sungmin uses his soul as collateral. Sungmin flatly refuses. Lude tells Sungmin that if that's the condition, he can introduce him to someone right away, and asks if he'd like to meet them now. In a dark corridor, a white-gloved hand touches a tendril of black energy that descends towards a serious-looking Sungmin. The space shatters as Lude leaves Sungmin to talk with the newcomer, much to Sungmin's nervous surprise. Sungmin stands in the fractured space, stunned by the broker's power and wondering about the true nature of Erebria. He is shocked to see his new contact, exclaiming in disbelief that it's just a kid. A muscular dark elf blacksmith introduces herself as Treacherous and invites him in, while Sungmin is surprised by her appearance, not matching his idea of a dark elf. Sungmin presents a spear design to Treacherous, specifying that this is the shape he wants. Treacherous immediately recognizes the weapon as a Central Plains-style spear. She asks him to demonstrate his spear style, leaving Sungmin slightly confused by the request. Sungmin questions her request, noting that it's taboo for a martial artist to show their techniques to others. Treacherous insists she needs to see his techniques in order to craft a spear that is perfectly suited for him. She explains that the spear's details will vary greatly depending on his martial arts, making a demonstration necessary. Feeling slighted by his hesitation, Treacherous looks down sadly and dismissively calls him a little boy. Treacherous proudly declares she is a 400-year-old blacksmith with 350 years of experience, contrasting her hard-earned skill with the natural talent of dwarves. She confidently states that her abilities as a blacksmith are second to none, not even the dwarves. An image of a younger Sungmin flashes by as Treacherous's words about having a different start line echo. Annoyed, Kelgaris tells him to go find a dwarf if he dislikes her method, but Sungmin suddenly agrees to show her. Treacherous is taken aback by his sudden change of heart as Sungmin confirms he'll show her his martial arts. She remarks on how quickly he was convinced, noting that a typical martial artist would have left suspiciously. Kelgaris playfully asks if he trusts others too easily, but Sungmin calmly replies that people usually say he's too suspicious. His honest and unexpected answer leaves her momentarily speechless. Turning away with a wry smile, Treacherous comments that he's pretty good with words. She faces him again, declaring that she likes him and, being a calculative person, will make him a weapon worth more than he's paying. Treacherous gives him a warm, knowing smile, having made her decision. Treacherous informs him the weapon will take a few months, and Sungmin settles into a deep meditation, prepared to wait. He reflects on his battle with the Chimera Ogre, recognizing it as his first true fight as a peak master, and resolving to absorb its lessons. Sungmin recalls being told that his good situational awareness is a talent in itself. He concludes that the sense that allowed his body to move instinctively during the ogre fight was his sixth sense. Meditating on his bed, He acknowledges that while the prohibitions honed his touch and sixth sense, he cannot rely on them alone. With fierce determination, Sungmin contemplates the hard work still ahead of him. The scene transitions to the mercenary guild building at dusk. Baron sees Sungmin and asks if he's already moving on to his next request. While pouring a drink, Baron speculates that the chimera must have been created by someone, a fact that bothers him. Sungmin explains he's looking into the matter with the Mage Guild, as it's too difficult to investigate alone. He thinks to himself that since the chimera ogre didn't exist in his past life, the original mercenary must have been defeated. He theorizes that the dungeon's owner, who will be discovered in 6 months, likely created the chimera and retrieved it in the original timeline. Realizing his actions have changed the future, Sungmin asks Baron if he can also see the chimera's body. The disembodied, magically preserved head of the chimera greets an unseen person. Sungmin is startled to find a strange man in a lab coat, magically manipulating the floating chimera head and an eyeball. The man turns with a smile and introduces himself as Kim Jong-yoon, a black mage. Sungmin introduces himself as the one who killed the chimera, and Kim Jong-yoon notes with surprise that he is Korean. Kim Jong-yoon muses that they are likely from different dimensions and asks if Sungmin's world also experienced a gate crisis. He enthusiastically shakes Sungmin's hand, overjoyed to meet another Korean, even from a different world. As Kim Jong-yoon holds his hand, Sungmin senses a dark energy and feels there's more to the man's excitement. Sungmin explains that he also came to see the chimera's body and asks what brought Kim Jong-yoon here. Kim Jong-yoon examines the corpse, explaining that, while it's too late for exact details, he can tell it was created with very high-level magic. He concludes that the black mage responsible must be among the ranks of the great mages. Pointing to the beast's head, Kim Jong-yoon explains its mouth was sewn shut to induce a hunger-fueled rage for performance testing. Sungmin recalls the grisly scene with the slain deer and mercenary, realizing the chimera killed out of rage, not hunger. An unknown voice suddenly tells Sungmin this is happening because his causality is twisted, leaving him shocked and confused. Kim Jong-yoon is amazed Sungmin already knew about his twisted causality, noting that a black mage can open one's soul. Sungmin recalls a moment of pure despair, realizing he would have gone mad without his second chance. He explains that his fate is to suffer forever after death, a fact Kim Jong-yoon calmly accepts as correct. Sungmin demands to know why he should trust him, and Kim Jong-yoon offers to share some new information. Wah! Kim Jong-yoon makes a mana oath, vowing he will never speak of what Sungmin is about to tell him. As the magical oath forms around them, Sungmin is momentarily stunned by the commitment. Sungmin reveals he is a regressor, and Kim Jong-yoon confirms with shock that he returned to the past after dying. Kim Jong-yoon nods, understanding now that violating the fundamental rules of life and death is why Sungmin's causality is twisted. With a knowing smile, he offers to tell Sungmin one more thing that he has noticed. A strange energy swirls around Sungmin as Kim Jong-yoon observes that he is peculiar. Kim Jong-yoon continues with a sly grin, saying it's not just his causality that's twisted, but something else. Ugh. Sungmin cries out, clutching his head as a sudden, sharp pain overwhelms him. He stumbles back, insisting he can't do it, leaving Kim Jong-yoon confused by the sudden turn of events. Still in agony, Sungmin repeats that he can't tell him, leaving Kim Jong-yoon to question what he means. Sungmin looks up in sheer terror, a tear running down his face as he stops himself from speaking. Suddenly, blood pours from Kim Jong-yoon's eyes and mouth, as he reveals that if he tells Sungmin the truth, he'll die. Sungmin stares in horror at the blood, as Kim Jong-yoon speculates about the nature of his life. The mana oath shatters with a flash, leaving Sungmin standing in stunned silence. Kim Jong-yoon apologizes for being unable to say more, asking Sungmin to find him later after he sorted his thoughts. Alone now, Sungmin is left deeply unsettled, wondering what just transpired. In a vision, a divine figure declares a starry expanse to be her territory, and commands something to stop. The figure glares menacingly, warning an unseen foe to stand down or face annihilation. Back in the present, a red-haired woman calls out, "Hey," as Sungmin turns to leave. She recognizes him as the crazy little kid from the Mountain of Mercy, remarking on how much he's grown. Offended he doesn't remember her, she furiously introduces herself as Scarlet Lesser, his former magic teacher. Scarlet confronts Sungmin, telling him to stop pretending he doesn't know her. With incredible speed, Scarlet lands a powerful punch directly on Sungmin's cheek. His face comically compressed, Sungmin greets her, and Scarlet calls him an asshole in response. Scarlet asks why he's at the Mage Guild, but he denies wanting to become a mage, stating he's there on business. She questions his purpose for being there, her gaze fixed on him as he walks past. Sungmin asks if she knows Kim Jong-un, and Scarlet is shocked he was there to see that crazy bastard. She warns him that while all black mages are creepy, Kim Jong-un is on another level and should be avoided. Scarlet grabs Sungmin's collar, warning him to be careful before he thanks her for the advice. Patting his chest, Scarlet says she's busy but invites him to her lab on the 3rd floor for tea. Sungmin contemplates the strange words of Mershi and Kim Jong-un's unfinished sentence, sensing a connection. He finds it strange how easily people seem to favor him, feeling that something is off. He concludes that something is definitely going on, though he can't yet grasp what it is. Holding his spear, Sungmin decides to stop dwelling on complicated matters and focus on the tasks before him, subjugating 2 twin-headed trolls for a 60 million years reward. At a guild hall, Lude greets Sungmin warmly, happy to be teaming up with him again. Lude declares they're tackling the troll subjugation together, eager to prove his capabilities. Sungmin reflects that he learned not to push people away in his second life as they fight the trolls side by side. He thinks back on their journey, realizing that Lude's friendship brought comfort to his hardened heart. Lude hands Sungmin a large pouch of money, telling him his share of the reward is 50 millionaires. As Sungmin thanks him, Lude gleefully begins testing the gold coins with his teeth. Lude excitedly suggests they go drinking, while Baron looks on with a stoic expression. Lude then mentions that there's someone who wants to meet him, and Sungmin asks who it could be. The name of the Flare Mercenary Corps captain, Zeon, is revealed in a dramatic flash. Sungmin's eyes widen in recognition, a reaction that startles the usually boisterous Lude into silence. Sungmin confirms that he knows of him, stating that it would be impossible not to. An emblem of a flaming fist appears, identified as the mark of one of Bahanger's 3 sulfur monosulfide rank mercenaries. Sungmin reflects that Zeon, a peak-level master of the Shaolin Mystic Fist, was the man he admired in his previous life. Lost in thought, he remembers the specific reason he held Zeon in such high regard. A powerful figure shrouded in smoke introduces himself as Zeon, captain of the Flare Mercenary Corps. Sungmin recalls that Zeon, like him, was a no class, a fact that fueled his admiration. Now, as a peak master himself, Sungmin recognizes Zeon's immense strength. TSSSS's. As Zeon lights a cigarillo, Sungmin knows that this man is destined to soon become a supreme peak martial master. Zeon notes Sungmin's young age and acknowledges the shared hardship of being a no class in a cruel world. With a nervous laugh, Sungmin accepts the praise for his achievements before suggesting they dispense with the pleasantries. Zeon gets straight to the point, formally offering Sungmin a place in the Flare Mercenary Corps, leaving him stunned. Praising his victory over the Chimera Ogre, Zeon offers Sungmin the prestigious position of vice captain. Acknowledging the suddenness of his offer, Zeon says he'll help Sungmin make his decision. Zeon leans over and places a small wooden box on the table, telling a curious Sungmin to look inside before deciding. Opening the box, Zeon reveals a lesser revitalization pill, a powerful elixir from the Shaolin Temple. With an intense gaze, Zeon states that the priceless pill can be his if he accepts one simple condition. Sungmin reads the contract, questioning the clause that he must obey Zeon's orders. Zeon assures him it's a simple, non-magical agreement. Zeon warns that breaking the contract will have serious consequences, justifying the measure as necessary to rein in Sungmin's power. Sungmin silently considers Zeon's additional offer, a greater revitalization pill, in exchange for information about his martial arts. Zeon confidently asks who would accept these terms, immediately answering his own question with a knowing look. A sinister smile spreads across Zeon's face as he clarifies that anyone who wants to be a mercenary in Bahanger would accept. Later in a tavern, Lude urgently asks Sungmin what he did, and Sungmin calmly replies that he refused the offer. Sungmin declares he'd never signed such a slave contract, and Lude reluctantly agrees that he did well, though he seems worried. Frustrated, Lude grabs his head and urges Sungmin to leave the city, causing Sungmin to ask if the situation is truly that dire. Lude warns that his life is in danger, explaining that Zeon is a suspicious man who controls all A-rank and higher mercenaries. He continues, stating that Zeon will make life difficult for anyone who doesn't follow him, which Sungmin notes is wicked. Lude recounts his own past, explaining that after he refused Zeon's offer, no one would hire him as Zeon controlled all the commissions. He had to leave to achieve S rank in another city, only to return and find Zeon had already become a sulfur monosulfide rank mercenary. Sungmin quietly processes this new information, surprised to learn of Zeon's ruthless nature. As Lud invites him to leave for Mikthor, Sungmin overhears patrons at the bar discussing breaking news. A man announces that the Dark Mage's dungeon has finally been discovered, capturing Baron's attention. Lud and Sungmin realize this must be the dungeon of the Chimera Ogre's creator, learning a subjugation force is being assembled. When Lud reveals the Flare Mercenary Corps is leading the force, Sungmin is visibly shocked. Sometime later, Sungmin tells Seljuris he wasn't in a rush for the weapon, but she explains it took longer because he kept adding money. Holding his new spear, Sungmin listens as Seljuris details its composition of mithril and black iron, ideal for conducting chi. Seljuris asks for his opinion as Sungmin inspects the magnificent weapon with a look of awe. An unfamiliar man in a suit approaches, questioning Sungmin's comment and noting the spear is made of extremely exorbitant materials. He explains that Seljuris used most of the extra funds on materials, essentially charging nothing for her labor. The man remarks that he understands why Seljuris would do such a thing, leaving Sungmin confused. He tells Sungmin that he possesses a strange charm that makes people want to help him. Sungmin is deeply unsettled by the comment, and the man quickly tries to reassure him that he meant no harm. The man apologizes for talking too much and takes his leave, offering his assistance anytime. Sungmin reflects on his journey, recalling the first unsettling feeling he had on Mershi's mountain, which he dismissed as luck. He flashes back to all the people he has met who have inexplicably favored him. Standing alone amidst shattered memories, Sungmin begins to question if all his relationships and experiences have been fake. Lud's voice cuts through his dark thoughts, asking where he disappeared to. Sungmin turns to face his friend, his expression still troubled and distant. He internally questions everything, wondering if even his friendship with Lud is a part of this strange phenomenon. Lud cheerfully puts his arm around Sungmin, telling him not to worry about the dungeon raid because they're in it together. Sungmin realizes his worries were confirmed when the future changed. His killing the ogre led to the guild finding the Black Magician's dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Zeon puts his arm on Sungmin's shoulder, remarking that with a rising star among them, the raid will be easy. With a confident smirk, Zeon announces the beginning of the Flare Mercenary Corps War. Sungmin recalls that the Flare Mercenary Corps, led by a man with spiky blonde hair, can now participate due to a change in the timeline. A scarred warrior greets someone, who internally identifies him as Lud. The blonde man claps Lud on the shoulder, warning his group to be careful. He smirks, delivering a veiled threat that they could die at any moment in the dangerous dungeon. The Flare Mercenary Corps walks into the forest as Sungmin and Lud watch from behind. Lud angrily confirms with his companion that the blonde man just threatened to kill them during the expedition. Sungmin's thoughts drift to his goal, the magic armor, Devnark, capable of creating a peak martial artist. His companion advises Lud not to worry, doubting the man will act rashly as Lud mutters about a thug from the Shaolin Temple. A chart details the raid's 27 members, divided into S, 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 and A ranks. Mercenary guild leader Baron hopes the powerful newcomer won't do anything reckless. Lud strikes a pose, vowing to protect Sungmin with his spirit sword techniques. Sungmin realizes Lud likely joined the dangerous raid out of concern for him. Feeling grateful, Sungmin knows Lud's presence puts him at odds with the blonde man, now identified as Zeon. Sungmin stares into a shattered reflection, seeing a dark, featureless version of himself. Baron officially announces that the Behanger Mercenary Guild is entering the Black Magician's dungeon. He rallies the diverse group of mercenaries, declaring them the best of Behanger. Baron gives one last command: stay alert and they will overcome any obstacle. With a final shout to enter the dungeon, the team faces a swirling, malevolent portal. A large party of mercenaries descends into the cavernous darkness of the dungeon. The vanguard is introduced as Jung Chul, an A- rank martial artist whose body is as hard as a boulder. A memory flashes, showing Jung Chul's supposedly indestructible body being torn apart like tofu. The flashback continues, revealing a powerful figure effortlessly dismembering Jung Chul. A horrifying, stone-like monster looms over a terrified warrior in a traumatic memory. The monster's gruesome form is reflected in the warrior's terrified eye. Jung Chul is suddenly struck down, his pained scream echoing as Baron unleashes a burst of energy. The mercenaries are immediately thrown into a chaotic battle against a horde of twisted monsters. A warrior cries out in alarm as he's attacked by a monstrous creature, identifying them as chimeras. Zeon smirks confidently, acknowledging the fight will be difficult as his fist ignites with power. A massive, heavily armored insectoid chimera dominates the battlefield. With a powerful strike, Zeon shatters the massive chimera into pieces. Sungmin recognizes Zeon's technique as the 100 Steps Mystic Fist, while Zeon dismissively calls his foes insects. Zeon glances back at Sungmin with a smug grin, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Sungmin acknowledges Zeon's overwhelming strength, admitting he would lose in a direct fight. Putting the thought aside, Sungmin leaps into action, slicing a chimera in half. He examines a fallen monster, realizing that in his past life, the dungeon was empty and devoid of chimeras. This shocking change leads Sungmin to a dreadful conclusion, wondering if he is here. The question hangs in the air with terrifying implications. The dungeon's master. Bloodied and unnerved, Sungmin senses that something is deeply wrong. The raid has suffered heavy casualties, with bodies littering the ground around a lone survivor. Zeon stands over a slain beast, questioning if the raid can continue after taking so much damage. Baron confronts Zeon, pointing out that his squad has suspiciously few losses, to which Zeon arrogantly agrees. Huff! Sungmin and an injured Lude watch on, Sungmin silently cursing Zeon for only protecting his own people. A revised chart shows the devastating losses. 11 A-rank mercenaries were killed within the first hour. The only non-flare A-rank survivor is identified, a weary, independent hunter named Tang Misuk. Lude, with a gruesome head wound, approaches Tang Misuk with a bloody grin, introducing himself and offering protection. As Tang Misuk trembles in fear, Lude tells Sungmin that the theory of misattribution of arousal is nonsense. Baron's face is grim as he hears his title being called out amidst the chaos. Sigh. He apologizes, declaring they cannot stop, as it would dishonor their fallen comrades. Baron explains the raid will continue since the S and sulfur monosulfide ranks are alive, prompting a terrified A-rank mercenary to ask what she should do. Standing over the bodies of the fallen, Baron coldly informs her that he cannot protect her if she chooses to retreat. A woman stares in horror at a burning, war-torn landscape behind her. Sungmin stands grimly with a party of mercenaries, ready for what lies ahead. A warrior in a horned helmet speculates that the dungeon master has fled, while his companion wonders if the monsters were just a distraction. A man in a blue hood cautions the group not to let their guards down based on unconfirmed information. As a blonde-haired man senses something nearby, his companion dismissively tells him to relax. The scene shifts to a quiet, empty library. The man in the hood confirms there are no traps and instructs the party to spread out and search the large area. With a jolt of recognition, Sungmin realizes he knows this place. He recalls a memory of a mercenary boasting about how finding a set of magic armor in a library changed his life. Sungmin remembers his past life self listening as the drunk mercenary described finding a door in a cave, a tale his companion Lude dismisses. The memory continues. Behind the door was a huge library. In the present, Sungmin scans the bookshelves, wondering which book triggered the secret. Remembering the story, he pushes a specific book on the shelf. A smile of satisfaction crosses his face as he realizes the magic armor, Devnark, is hidden below. As a secret passageway opens, a spiky-haired mercenary named Zeon asks what it is. Zeon menacingly congratulates Sungmin on a job well done. Sungmin claims he found it by coincidence, but Zeon eyes him suspiciously, noting his calm demeanor. With a sinister grin, Zeon admits he's taken a liking to Sungmin. Sungmin's expression hardens as he anticipates what's coming next. Zeon lunges, launching a flurry of powerful kicks that Sungmin barely dodges. Impressed by the dodge, Zeon lands and says he likes Sungmin even more now. Zeon declares that Sungmin's talent is a threat, and because he can't be controlled, he must be eliminated. He reveals that another mercenary, Baron, has taken the others away, leaving no one to interrupt them. Lude suddenly appears on the stairs, furiously challenging Zeon's statement. Zeon recognizes Lude and deduces he used a spirit sword technique to bypass the guards. Lude roars that he knew Zeon was just waiting for an opportunity to show his treacherous true colors. Stunned by Lude's arrival, Sungmin realizes Zeon will now have to kill them both to keep his secret. A blast of energy hurtles down the stairs towards Sungmin. Zeon smirks, his hand glowing with power as he confidently asks if they really think they can defeat him. Sungmin acknowledges their chances are slim, especially if more of the Flare Mercenary Corps arrive. In a swift move, Sungmin grabs Lude and pulls him into a hold. Lude shouts in confusion as Sungmin declares they must escape underground. Sungmin explains their only hope is the ability-enhancing magic armor, Devnark. He plants his foot, determined to reach the armor. Sungmin races towards the headless suit of armor, standing in the hidden chamber. Lude intercepts Zeon with his sword, buying Sungmin precious time. With grit and determination, Lude holds his ground against his former ally. Sungmin watches in horror as Zeon lands a fatal blow, impaling Lude through the chest. Zeon fires a blast of energy from his hand towards Sungmin. After blocking the attack, Sungmin leaves a gash on Zeon's shoulder, earning a slight nod of approval. Sungmin turns to see Lude, mortally wounded, standing behind him. With a final, faint smile, Lude collapses to the ground. Sungmin lets out a scream of pure rage over his fallen comrade. Zeon mocks his anger, asking what he intends to do about it. He grabs Sungmin's spear, lecturing that in this world, strength is everything. Zeon warns that no one can be trusted, claiming even allies like Lude will eventually betray you. Sungmin pairs a kick from Zeon as their fight continues. Zeon catches the spear with a glowing hand, deciding talking is useless, and tells Sungmin to just die. Pinned against the wall, Sungmin struggles to hold back Zeon's overwhelming power. Zeon presses his advantage, complimenting Sungmin's weapon for being able to block his attack once more. Zeon grabs Sungmin by the throat, pinning him down and demanding he hand over his spear. Sungmin desperately holds on as Zeon seizes the spear, remarking with surprise how much lighter it is than it seems. Zeon inspects the weapon, wondering if it's made of mithril. Suddenly, Zeon looks up in confusion as a fiery energy begins to glow. To Zeon's shock, the pieces of the Devnark armor fly through the air and begin assembling on Sungmin's body. The spiky-haired mercenary watches in disbelief, realizing the magic armor is choosing Sungmin as its wearer. Now fully clad in the Devnark armor, Sungmin stands ready, surrounded by a dark, ominous aura. Zeon senses the dangerous black energy emanating from Sungmin, questioning its nature. Blood trickles from Sungmin's mouth as he adjusts to the power of the armor. Zeon cautiously faces the newly armored Sungmin, who stands silent and imposing. Sungmin effortlessly blocks an energy blast from Zeon, wondering at the source of the attack. Zeon grows frustrated, demanding to know what happened to the black energy that was leaking out just moments before. Believing the artifact has powered him up, Zeon challenges Sungmin to fight again, a fact Sungmin grimly acknowledges. Sungmin examines his armored hand, confused that his internal energy and physical abilities feel completely unchanged. Zeon smirks, complimenting Sungmin on his impressive ability to dodge his attack so far. As the defeated spiky-haired mercenary lies nearby, Zeon declares, "It's time for Sungmin to die." The defeated mercenary curses his fate as he bleeds out on the floor. A mysterious, hooded figure appears, asking Zeon how he acquired Devnark and calling it a good item. The figure warns of a huge recoil, as Zeon eyes him with suspicion. Detecting that Devnark's contract is strangely established, the figure unleashes a powerful blast at Zeon. As Zeon is engulfed in the attack, the figure notes with surprise that his soul's karma is off course. Sungmin feels his honed sixth sense screaming in terror at the newcomer's presence. A dark premonition fills Sungmin's mind. He would become a great offering. Two other mercenaries arrive, drawn by the loud noise, and demand to know what's happening. One of them confronts the robed figure, accusing him of being the dungeon's master, the Black Magician. The Black Magician silently reveals a skeletal hand from beneath his cloak. The mercenary recoils in horror, realizing the Black Magician is actually a lich. He screams for everyone to run, as the lich unleashes a wave of deadly purple magic. The lich raises a skeletal finger to his lips, gesturing for silence with a quiet shh. The remaining mercenaries panic, as they discover Baron has been killed, and their escape route is blocked. The lich coldly informs them that their presence here was only because he allowed it. He declares it's a great day, as they have provided him a much better offering than the Chimera Ogre, binding both Sungmin and Zeon in glowing green chains. The lich reaches for the ensnared Sungmin, his prize secured. With glowing eyes, the lich muses that the day his prayers are fulfilled is now very close. The battle was over in an instant, leaving the mercenaries defeated on the dungeon floor. The narration explains that the Black Mage slaughtered everyone, including dozens of SS-rank mercenaries. Baron was cut in half, and even the powerful Zeon was easily suppressed by the mage's overwhelming power. Bound in chains, Sungmin lies defeated on the rubble, wondering how he ended up in this state. Helpless and restrained, Sungmin can only stare blankly from the ground. Now chained to a wall, Sungmin awakens to find the Lich looming over him. Sungmin struggles futilely as the Lich tells him not to waste his strength on the unbreakable chains. A sinister laugh emanates from the Lich's flaming skull. The Lich makes a shocking confession. He wants to become a woman, leaving Sungmin utterly bewildered. He explains that, since women can create life, a feat he failed to achieve, he tried everything to become one. In his despair, the Lich offered his soul and flesh for eternity, hoping infinite time would provide him with answers. He reveals his ultimate desire was to create life, a goal that horrifies Sungmin. The Lich considers today a good day, having found Sungmin, a person with messed up karma, a rare prize he couldn't obtain in the past. He grabs Sungmin's head, declaring that a person with such karma will make a perfect offering. With Sungmin as a sacrifice, the Lich believes he will finally get closer to achieving his dream. A skeletal hand covers Sungmin's face, plunging him into terrifying darkness. As darkness consumes him, Sungmin's consciousness is plunged into a terrifying void. He struggles mentally against a cosmic horror, his body convulsing in the real world. The Lich holds Sungmin's limp body aloft, declaring his intent to offer him as a sacrifice. Gasping for air, Sungmin suddenly jolts awake, the sacrificial ritual having failed. The flaming skull of the Lich registers its confusion with a simple, "Huh?" In disbelief, the Lich questions how this is possible, unable to comprehend the failure. The creature turns away from Sungmin, its dark magic swirling in agitation. Still on the ground, Sungmin pants in exhaustion as the Lich's skull glows with vexation. The Lich's skeletal hand seizes Sungmin's jaw, forcing him to look up. Holding him fast, the Lich demands to know why the Demon King of Fear rejected him as a sacrifice. The Lich rants that his messed up karma makes him a perfect offering, but Sungmin grits out that he has no idea why it failed. Frustrated, the Lich announces his plan to forcibly search Sungmin's memories for an answer. As the Lich's power invades his mind, he commands Sungmin to show him everything. When Sungmin next awakens, he finds himself sitting alone on a cold stone floor. With ragged breaths, Lee Sungmin clutches his chest, overwhelmed with relief to be alive. In the next moment, a persistent chirp sound echoes around him, breaking the silence. Sungmin looks up, irritated by the noisy chirping that fills the air. The incessant chirping continues, bringing flashes of pain and memories of the Lich. Overwhelmed by the sound, Sungmin collapses, clutching his head in agony. The narration explains his survival stemmed from the willpower he forged in his past life as a struggling mercenary. Visions of 3 women appear in his mind, their voices all urging him, "Don't die." Bloodied but resolute, Sungmin mumbles a vow to himself, "I will never die." He gazes at his spear, remembering that he has returned to the past. A voice suddenly speaks in his mind, and he realizes he's receiving a telepathic message. Sungmin demands to know who is there, and an injured man introduces himself as Lloyd, the Golden Mage Tower Master, trapped deep underground. Sungmin recalls the name from his past life. Lloyd was a grand mage who went missing. Realizing this is the time of Lloyd's disappearance, Sungmin asks what he wants, and Lloyd pleads for help. Lloyd explains that he is severely injured and can't move, prompting Sungmin to ask about the Lich. Swearing on his mana, Lloyd promises to reward Sungmin handsomely for his assistance. Sungmin arrives at Lloyd's location, assuring him that he's not too late. Lloyd explains he reached out in desperation after sensing life in the dungeon, and considers himself lucky, Sungmin answered. Surveying the area, Sungmin notices the telltale signs of a massive battle. His eyes fall upon the lifeless body of Zeon, a fatal wound in his chest. Lloyd urges Sungmin to ignore the body and help him quickly, promising to explain the trivial details later. His first request is for Sungmin to get him out of the dungeon. His second, more urgent request is to destroy a pulsating black heart. Sungmin questions what the heart is, but Lloyd admits he only knows it was created by Prescan. Calling it a very dangerous item, Lloyd insists it must be destroyed, and Sungmin silently agrees. Sungmin channels his energy, preparing a powerful strike to annihilate the dark artifact. As his attack connects, the heart releases a vortex of shadowy energy. To Sungmin's surprise, dark tentacles erupt from the heart and wrap around his arm and spear. He watches in alarm as the dark energy binds itself to him. Sungmin stands firm, holding his spear as the ominous power continues to flow from the heart. He recoils in shock as the pulsating heart begins floating towards him. Hours earlier, The Lich's skeletal arm trembles with effort. The Lich, named Preskin, stumbles away from the confrontation, wondering who he just encountered. Preskin questions how his magic was reflected, noting that only his memory reading spell failed to work. He curses his bad luck, having taken damage and expended too much mana after the Demon King of Fear rejected his offering. A moment of quiet contemplation passes as he looks over the fallen mercenaries. Preskin decides he will need to use the defeated men to recharge his depleted mana. The defeated mercenary clutches his head, writhing in agony on the cavern floor. Preskin drains the life force from another mercenary, who screams for him to stop. Having absorbed the mercenary's energy, Preskin declares he feels a little better now. He looms over the fallen Xeon, mocking him for pretending to be asleep. Xeon sits up, impressed that he's already free from the magic chains, and asks Preskin if he plans to kill him too. Preskin scoffs at the idea, explaining he will use Xeon's valuable soul again for a greater purpose. As Xeon questions what he means by again, a new figure suddenly appears in the shadows. The newcomer, a man with long blonde hair, addresses the Lich by name, accusing Preskin of continuing his disrespectful research. Preskin recognizes him as Lloyd, who grimly states he's finally found him after a 10-year search. Preskin calls Lloyd a persistent bastard for still chasing him, while Lloyd notes Preskin looks injured and weak. Seeing an opportunity, Lloyd announces his plan to destroy Preskin's body and then locate his life force vessel. Xeon watches in shock, realizing the newcomer is Lloyd, the renowned Grand Mage and Golden Mage Tower Master. With a determined grin, Xeon offers to help Lloyd take down the evil Lich together. Lloyd coldly dismisses the offer, telling Xeon he's too weak to be of any help and must stand aside. Preskin bemoans his luck, having his offering rejected by the Demon King of Fear only to be found by the monstrous Lloyd. The Lich stares silently at a dark entity whose eyes glow like two pulsating hearts. Out of options, Preskin summons an incomplete creation from swirling purple energy. As Preskin channels a maelstrom of dark magic, Lloyd watches with a surprised expression. Lloyd is stunned by the strange flow of mana, demanding to know what foul thing Preskin has created. Preskin proudly presents the culmination of his research, the very thing he has wished for. He roars that this is the ultimate existence. From the dark energy emerges a woman with long, flowing black hair and cosmic patterns within her form. Preskin admits his creation is incomplete, but decides to use her to survive this crisis, intending to perfect the heart later. Declaring it a futile struggle, Lloyd gathers golden energy, preparing to obliterate Preskin's creation. He unleashes a colossal blast of golden magic that fills the cavern. Preskin orders his creation to take care of Lloyd. The wave of destructive golden energy rushes toward the newly summoned woman. She stands calmly, facing the immense power hurtling towards her. Lloyd watches in utter disbelief as his powerful magic is effortlessly dispelled. The creation turns to Preskin and says, "Father," receiving his praise for a job well done. She then informs him that she is hungry, leaving Preskin momentarily confused. The creation's intense gaze falls upon Xeon, who realizes with horror that he is her target. A violent red slash cuts across the screen. A hand pierces through Xeon's chest with brutal force. The fatal wound is shown in gruesome detail. The creation holds Xeon's still beating heart in her hand. While Lloyd looks on in horror, Preskin breaks into a fit of gleeful, maniacal laughter. Lloyd stares up at the blood-splattered creation and calls her a monster. Now, recovering safely, Lloyd finishes telling Sungmin the full account of what happened in the cave and thanks him again. Sungmin listens quietly, thinking back on their encounter. He claims he just did what was necessary, realizing with a start that the dark heart is now beating within him. Sungmin wonders in shock if the heart is now truly inside his body. As a reward, Lloyd offers to grant Sungmin any one desire within his power. Sungmin warily considers the offer, realizing that if Lloyd knew he had absorbed the heart, he would be killed instantly. A brief flashback shows a mysterious cloaked figure presenting a skull to an unseen master. A diagram illustrates how Lloyd, tracking Preskin, stumbled upon the raid, a raid he likely died in during Sungmin's previous life. The narrator explains that the raid was originally scheduled for months later, which is why Lloyd wasn't there in the original timeline. Sungmin soberly reflects that because of his regression, a man who was supposed to die is now alive. A familiar chirp sound emanates from Sunmin's back. A spiky-haired man reflects on his own journey, admitting he'd been a frog in a well and that the hero of his world was Zeon. The spiky-haired man considers other powerful figures, including a blonde man, Prescan, and the woman Prescan created. He concludes his world was small, like a frog seeing only the lid of a well. He wonders what level another powerful figure, Ouija Hoyan, has reached. Clenching his gauntlet, Sungmin accepts his own weakness, calling himself a mere larva. A man with long, dark hair calls out to Lee Sungmin, surprised to see him. He notes Sungmin's survival of the raid, and Sungmin identifies him as Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un's eyes fix on Sungmin's armor, remarking that it's a unique artifact. He asks for a closer look, and Sungmin stands stoically before him. A brief, cheerful Q&A interlude, where the chibi Kim Jong-un appears. Back in their meeting, Kim Jong-un reveals the armor is a forced contract tool connected to a demon king. Shocked, Sungmin listens as Kim Jong-un explains it forces its user into a slave contract. Using a chalkboard, Kim Jong-un illustrates how the armor awakens a martial artist's potential. He adds the terrible price. Upon death, the user's soul is forfeit to the demon king. Sungmin reports that the armor had no effect on him, which Kim Jong-un finds fascinating. Kim Jong-un posits two theories. Either Sungmin has no potential, or he has a contract with an even greater master. Believing the second theory is more likely, he asks Sungmin if he has anyone in mind. The question triggers a memory of the Lich's frustrated demand, leaving Sungmin speechless and unnerved. Kim Jong-un says if there's no contract, the armor is safe, and he touches it while explaining it has beneficial magic. A surge of energy erupts as the armor begins to transform. The armor reshapes into a bracelet, which Kim Jong-un explains can be reverted with mana. Kim Jong-un describes the Demon King of Fear as a high-level being capable of terrifying lesser opponents with a glance. He points out that Sungmin's survival and rejection as a sacrifice are incredibly significant. With a knowing grin, Kim Jong-un suggests Sungmin should understand the implications. Sungmin asks if it's because his soul is higher level, but Kim Jong-un playfully refuses to confirm. Sungmin pivots, asking if the Black Heart was created by Prescan. Kim Jong-un considers this, recalling Prescan's research into creating the ultimate life form. He suggests the heart, a product of that research, could grant power far beyond the demonic armor. Apologizing for his limited knowledge, Kim Jong-un offers some advice instead. He tells Sungmin to seek out trials by going to Drymore and meeting the god of time, Denir. Sungmin thanks him for the help, and Kim Jong-un cheerfully says he's welcome anytime. Sungmin reflects that his conversation, while helpful, has left him with even more questions. Thwack. As he resolves to go to Drymore, a red-haired woman smacks him on the head. She yanks him by the collar, calling out his name. Pinning him to a door, she demands to know why he got involved, and he stammers her name, Scarlet. Sungmin complains about her constant hitting, and Scarlet retorts that magic would turn him to ash. She sternly warns him to stay away from Kim Jong-un, cutting Sungmin off. He makes the fatal mistake of starting to ask Scarlet her age. Scarlet grabs him, admonishing him for the question, making Sungmin realize she's older than she appears. She changes the topic, asking if he's all right after hearing he was the sole raid survivor. After a silent, dark memory of the battle, Sungmin quietly confirms that he's fine. Scarlet watches with a look of concern as he bows his head. When she asks his plans, he says he has business in Drymore. Scarlet's face brightens instantly, and she excitedly declares they should go together, much to his surprise. She reveals she also has business there, and suggests they travel together for company. Seeing his hesitation, she presses him, and a terrified Sungmin quickly agrees. A close-up captures Sungmin's comically horrified and sweating expression. Sungmin reflects that he doesn't mind traveling with Scarlet, a genius mage destined to be the Crimson Magic Tower Master. He then worries that people aren't drawn to him, but to an unknown something behind him. In a bleak vision, he feels that all the connections he's made have been lies. Looking at the bracelet, he reaffirms his path, thinking a mercenary named Lude's death would be meaningless if he quit now. Sungmin suspects that Scarlet is only following him because of some unknown something he possesses. He worries that if things go wrong, she could end up dead just like Lude. A diagram explains that drinking an elixir normally causes its internal energy to surge throughout the body. Sungmin furrows his brow, wondering if the revitalization pill he took was a fake since he felt nothing. Swish. A burst of radiant purple energy suddenly erupts within him. He looks down in shock as the powerful energy flares from his lower abdomen. A flashback shows the spiky-haired man explaining how elixir energy typically bursts out and must be circulated. Enveloped in a calm purple aura, Sungmin realizes he absorbed all the pill's energy without any effort. He gazes at his glowing hand, marveling that he's made all the internal energy his own, a supposedly difficult feat. Thump. Wondering what happened, he realizes the black heart in his chest is the cause. Dark purple energy billows from Sungmin's body as he sits in deep concentration. With a confident grin, he notes that his internal energy is now on par with a supreme peak martial master. He questions how he managed it, concluding that it must be the effect of the black heart. Holding the 100-step Mystic Fist manual, he resolves to deal with the martial arts techniques. Outside in the city, Scarlet waits with her arms crossed and curtly answers, yes. Sungmin apologetically tells Scarlet he can't travel with her, and she demands to know why he changed his plans. He explains he must return a secret Shaolin Temple manual, and Scarlet scoffs, calling him a pushover for not just learning and selling it. A chibi doodle illustrates that since he's already learning it, selling the common manual would be difficult anyway. Sungmin clarifies his plan is to return the manual to the Shaolin Temple for a reward. He confirms this is why they can't travel together, as her destination is Drymore. Scarlet's eyes sparkle as she brightly announces that she has business in Berdan too. Stunned, Sungmin listens as she admits it's not real business. She just wants to see the world. She explains in a cheerful thought bubble that she dislikes cities and prefers training in the mountains. Sungmin sweats, horrified by the realization that his plan to settle down is ruined. Flustered by a sudden memory of that time, Scarlet blushes and yells that she's going to bathe. With a devilish grin, Scarlet grabs Sungmin's face and asks if they can travel together. She holds his nodding head firmly, declaring that he can't take back his agreement. Defeated, Sungmin kneels and agrees, and a satisfied Scarlet pats his head. Scarlet proposes they leave in a week to prepare, and Sungmin reluctantly agrees. Despite his ordeal, Sungmin reflects that it's good to have a companion for his journey. In a dark forest, a girl in a purple dress with long black hair appears, demanding, "Who are you?" From her perspective, she faces two people who appear to be Sungmin and Scarlet. Sungmin looks alarmed while Scarlet eyes the newcomer with suspicion. The girl reaches out toward them, cryptically stating, "After I met you." Her outstretched hand grotesquely transforms into a writhing mass of crimson tentacles. She points directly at Sungmin, demanding to know who he is as an energy pulse emanates from his chest. A quiet moment passes under the moonlit forest canopy. Elsewhere, Preskin sits defeated, marveling at the incredible strength of Lloyd. Remembering his battle with Lloyd, Preskin admits he barely survived against such a monstrous genius. In the past, the newly created girl with black hair walks away from Preskin. She stops in a clearing, facing her creator from a distance. Preskin calls out to her, and she turns back with a questioning look. Now bloodied, she looks at her hands, admitting she lacks control and isn't listening to his orders. Preskin grabs her arm, reminding her that, to get his heart, she must return to where she first awoke. The girl nods her head in silent understanding. She looks up at him and asks if he'll be back soon. "Go get it then," Preskin commands, pointing her in a direction as she sprints away. Preskin's glowing skull stares in confusion, wondering where she is going. Running with purpose, the girl thinks to herself that she's simply going wherever she wants to go. She clutches her chest, her heart pounding as she feels a strange, powerful connection to Sungmin and Scarlet in the distance. Sungmin also senses the ominous presence, turning back with a grim and uneasy expression. Her hand erupts into a horrifying mass of writhing, purple tentacles. As a monstrous mass forms behind the girl, Scarlet prepares a spell, demanding to know what she's doing. Scarlet unleashes a powerful fireball, which erupts in a massive explosion. Unscathed, the girl emerges from the explosion, her tentacles now wreathed in the very flames used against her. Sungmin clutches his chest in sudden pain, while Scarlet yells at him to focus. Scarlet stares in utter shock and disbelief at their seemingly unharmed opponent. Recognizing her as Preskin's chimera from Lloyd's stories, Sungmin realizes she has come to reclaim the Black Heart. A memory reveals the chimera's terrifying power. She killed a warrior named Xeon instantly and nearly defeated Lloyd. Fully armored and wreathed in energy, Sungmin grits his teeth, determined to face the threat. The chimera's form shifts, now flanked by massive, whip-like tentacles. He swiftly moves, parrying a lightning-fast tentacle strike with his spear. Flinching from the impact, Sungmin is shocked by the sheer force behind her attack. Sungmin launches himself into the air, evading a flurry of tentacles to strike from above. He analyzes her unconventional attacks, realizing her power surpasses even a chimera ogre's. He feels relief, knowing the elixir's power boost and his lighter armor are giving him a crucial edge in speed. Shouting for him to get clear, Scarlet unleashes a concentrated beam of fiery magic. The chimera calmly raises a hand, effortlessly blocking the powerful spell with a wall of tentacles. Gritting her teeth, she withstands the full force of Scarlet's fiery assault. The girl casually remarks that the attack hurts a bit, noting her own strong magic resistance. As the flames continue to wash over her, she thinks smugly that her magic is special. Scarlet boasts her unique magic bypasses normal resistance, but her confidence falters as she notices something unexpected. In a blur of motion, Sungmin charges forward with incredible speed. Sweeping Scarlet out of harm's way, Sungmin declares his debt repaid and she agrees. As he catches his breath, a shocking possibility suddenly dawns on Sungmin. He has a vision of Xeon and recognizes the girl using the legendary 100 Steps Mystic Fist. A horrifying memory surfaces. Lloyd's claim that the chimera ate Xeon's heart. Don't tell me. Dodging another strike, he concludes she absorbs the abilities of those she consumes. He stares in horror, realizing he's facing a true monster. Gritting his teeth, Sungmin steels himself for the fight ahead, gripping his spear tightly. As she closes in for an attack, he finds himself momentarily overwhelmed and unable to react. Landing gracefully on his spear, she presses her question, demanding to know why he isn't answering. With menacing intensity, she looms over him and repeats her demand, "Who the hell are you?" An unexpected blast of fire slams into the chimera from the side. Knocked to the ground, the chimera smolders, as Scarlet coolly tells her she's lucky she tagged along. Scarlet continues her taunts, daring the enraged chimera to try and kill her. The chimera snarls, her face contorted with pure fury at the provocation. Just as she lunges, magical hands erupt from the ground, restraining her as Scarlet finishes her challenge. "Kook," she grunts, struggling against the magical restraints, as a vision of Sungmin flashes in her mind. With a surge of dark energy, she shatters the magical bonds holding her. Seizing the opening, Sungmin strikes from behind, landing a powerful blow with his spear. Her arm is viciously sliced as she is sent flying from the impact. She tumbles helplessly through the air after the powerful strike. She lands gracefully, her eyes fixed on her severed limb lying on the forest floor. Sungmin and Scarlet watch in stunned silence, their faces filled with disbelief. As the chimera's wound rapidly regenerates, Sungmin and Scarlet can only watch in horror and confirm the impossible. Frustrated, Scarlet curses the monster's incredible regenerative ability, finding it deeply annoying. Sungmin bluntly confirms he is annoyed, and Scarlet questions if that's all he feels. Scarlet confidently explains that even incredible regeneration has a limit, its mana supply. Sungmin agrees, realizing they have the upper hand if they fight together and continuously inflict heavy damage. He concludes that by repeatedly attacking, they can drain her mana and claim victory as the chimera listens. An immense torrent of dark purple energy suddenly erupts from the chimera, shocking Sungmin and Scarlet. Surrounded by monstrous power, the chimera wonders about her own mana capacity, as a narrator confirms they're in big trouble. Wham! A vicious purple tendril slams directly into Sungmin. Coke! Sungmin reels back, his face bloodied as he cries out in agony from the powerful blow. Coke. Coughing up blood, Sungmin collapses while Scarlet rushes to him, asking if he's alright. Scarlet screams at Sungmin, desperately pleading with him not to die. Sungmin lies defeated on the dark ground, blood pooling from his mouth. In a flashback, a younger Sungmin reflects that his training wasn't enough because he dreamed of impossible heights. He looks down at his worn, scarred hands, remembering the grueling path he walked. He recalls hitting a wall in his training, a barrier so high he chose to flee the mountain. He admits to himself that he took the easier route, using the demonic armor as an excuse to leave. Calling himself pathetic, he acknowledges that his weakness forced him to struggle. He grips his heavy spear, the weight a stark reminder of his burden. A distorted, screaming face flashes in his mind as he recalls a painful memory of that cicada. The memory continues, revealing his deep desire to stand as an equal beside someone. A fleeting image shows the back of a woman with short, white hair. Pulled back to the present, Sungmin sees the chimera has captured Scarlet, who screams that she doesn't want to die. Tears stream down Scarlet's face as she looks on in utter terror. Watching Scarlet's capture, Sungmin is overwhelmed by his own fear of death. His spear drops as he admits that saving her feels impossible for him now. His expression shifts to one of grim resolve as he questions how to wield a power he feels he doesn't deserve. As the Chimera watches, Sungmin decides he cannot hesitate and must take more than a single step forward. He channels a massive surge of purple energy into his spear, roaring for more power. The spearhead glows with brilliant, unstable energy ready to be unleashed. With a final shout for more, Sungmin pours every last bit of his strength into his weapon. A torrent of purple energy erupts from his spear as the Chimera braces for the attack. The devastating energy beam collides with the Chimera's defense in a cataclysmic explosion. As their powers clash, the Chimera furiously repeats her question, "Who the hell are you?" while Sungmin glares back. The energy around his spear begins to shatter as he starts to answer. I am, he continues, his spear glowing with renewed, brilliant power. Scarlet watches the confrontation, her thoughts mirroring his as she waits for his declaration. Bloodied but resolute, he stares down his foe and proclaims his identity, Lee Sungmin. Having unleashed his ultimate attack, Lee Sungmin stands with Scarlet as the Chimera lies defeated before them. Tap, tap. The Chimera unexpectedly rises and walks away, leaving a stunned Lee Sungmin and Scarlet behind. Lee Sungmin's eyes snap open as he wakes with a start in a strange bed. He wonders where he is, and Scarlet, sitting nearby with a book, calmly announces that he's awake. Thump. Closing her book, Scarlet informs him he's been unconscious for 3 days in a village. After she explains she treated his injuries, he tests his body and finds he can move without issue. Whack! Scarlet kicks him for acting tough with so many broken bones, but he insists he feels fine. He touches his chest, wondering if his impossible recovery is another effect of the Black Heart. Scarlet quietly observes him, a thoughtful look on her face. She adjusts her glasses, contemplating the situation. She asks what that monster brat was, certain that Lee Sungmin knew something about her. Getting in his face, Scarlet demands he tell her everything he knows without hiding any details. She connects the dots, realizing this is why he was visiting the psycho Kim Jong-un, and he reluctantly confirms it. Leaning back, Scarlet muses on his ordeal, wondering aloud if obtaining such a powerful mana lump makes him lucky or unlucky. Scarlet tells Sungmin he's lucky she was there, or he would have been dead. Annoyed by his flat response, Scarlet demands to be thanked for saving him. She leans in and asks him directly why he didn't run away from the danger. Sungmin explains that she was the target and that he could have escaped if he'd wanted to. He turns the question back on her, asking why she didn't run. Scarlet bristles, assuming he's asking why she didn't just leave him to die. He denies it, and she turns away, stating simply that she didn't want to leave him. Sungmin gazes at her, considering her answer with a serious expression. As she turns her back to him, Scarlet brushes her hair aside with a sigh. Sungmin reaches out, gently touching her hair as he asks if she's ever been through a war. He's taken aback when she says no, though she seems to reconsider her answer. A war broke out without warning, its origins a mystery to her. In a painful memory, a young Scarlet stands alone amidst destruction, having lost everyone she cared about. She explains that this loss is why she never allowed herself to get close to anyone. However, she couldn't just leave him behind when everything happened right in front of her. Scarlet explains she recognized the look on his face, asking if he's lost someone before too. She quickly changes the subject, telling him not to worry about unnecessary things since she's still alive. Boasting about surviving the war and other hardships, Scarlet declares she has great luck. Sungmin reminds her that she almost died, but she insists her ultimate technique would have saved her. With a fierce look, Scarlet tells him that to avoid losing people, he just needs to get stronger. She emphatically tells him to become so powerful he's never endangered again, just as she is trying to do. Sungmin smiles, acknowledging that her advice is the obvious answer. Satisfied that he understands, Scarlet tells him to rest, announcing their departure for Breton the next day. Clutching a dagger, Sungmin reflects on her words, knowing he must get stronger. He sits alone in the quiet room, examining the weapon in his hands. He remembers the strengthened energy from his spear as the dagger begins to glow with purple power. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Sungmin focuses his resolve on one simple goal. Holding the glowing dagger aloft, he reaffirms his commitment to keep getting stronger, Sometime later, a cheerful Scarlet announces that they have finally arrived. They stand before the gates of a large city identified as Brendan. Scarlet asks Sungmin for their plan, but he admits he hasn't decided yet. She suggests they find a place to rest and eat before heading to the Shaolin. Sungmin looks at her and agrees to the plan. They enter a bustling, multi-level tavern, where a silhouetted figure welcomes them. Once seated, Scarlet asks what they should eat, but Sungmin is unsure. Pondering the menu, she admits she's never had food from the Central Plains and has another concern. Scarlet glances toward two brutish men, wondering aloud how to handle the fly bastards. Sungmin quietly asks if she also sensed their hostile gazes, which she confirms. She explains they were scanned from top to bottom the moment they entered the tavern. Sighing in annoyance, Scarlet questions why the men are being so intensely watchful. Sungmin suggests, with a slight smirk, that their attention is likely focused on him. An explanation appears, stating that a supreme martial artist achieves origin reversal, hiding their internal energy. However, while Sungmin has strengthened energy, he is not yet a full supreme master. Scarlet realizes his overflowing, unconcealed energy is what attracted the unwanted attention. From a balcony above, one of the men overhears her, offended at being called a fly. A new, flamboyantly dressed man comments on Scarlet's glib tongue for a beautiful lady. He laughs, amused by her sharp wit, as Scarlet silently wishes he would just shut up. Scarlet glares up at him, warning that his every word is making her want to kill him. The man's face contorts with a strange intensity at her threat, a vein bulging in his neck. Sungmin calmly notes that the flamboyant man seems truly infuriated, while Scarlet wonders why. Gripping his sword, he gives Scarlet one chance to take back her insult, but she flatly refuses. He lunges to attack as Scarlet, sarcastically calling him scary, asks Sungmin for help. Sungmin sighs, realizing the attacker is a first-rate martial master, as another figure suddenly intervenes with a powerful blast of energy. As the dust settles, a new martial artist questions how people can be so rude in an inn. He remarks on the attacker's bad judgment for charging at a stronger opponent. From the balcony, he flicks a coin that knocks out the first-rate master, leaving Sungmin stunned by the display of power. The new arrival apologizes for interfering and introduces himself as Namgung Hwon of the Namgung clan. Scarlet recognizes the name of the clan, famous for strong martial artists, and Sungmin realizes who he is. Namgung Hwon clarifies he wasn't actually planning to kill the man. He asks to join their table, and Scarlet agrees, provided he pays the bill. As Namgung Hwon sits down, a silent exchange of looks passes between him and Sungmin. Namgung Hwon asks Sungmin why he's looking at him that way, and Sungmin asks for his age. Upon learning Sungmin is 18, Namgung Hwon is shocked by his power level for someone so young. Sungmin takes a drink, acknowledging Namgung Hwon's praise that he is incredibly talented. Shocked, Namgung Hwon asks if Sungmin is perhaps the prodigy known as the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyan. Sungmin chokes on his drink as Scarlet stares, confused. Namgung Hwon explains Weiji Hoyan is the only monster he could imagine at Sungmin's level. Recovering, Sungmin asks if Namgung Hwon knows the Little Heavenly Demon, who confirms the name is famous. Namgung Hwon explains there are 3 martial artists in ERIA called the Heavenly Demon, starting with Baek Wooseon, the Blood Heavenly Demon. The second is the Berserk Heavenly Demon Byok Wonpei, shown as a monstrous figure. He finishes with the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyan, clarifying that his nickname doesn't mean he's weaker than the others. Scarlet suddenly kicks Sungmin under the table, making him yelp in pain. Seeing Sungmin's reaction, Namgung Hwon concludes that he is not the Heavenly Demon. He slams Sungmin's head onto the table, mentioning a rumor that the Little Heavenly Demon is actually a woman. Namgung Hwon questions who Sungmin could be, given his age and incredible martial arts skill. Sungmin introduces himself as Lee Sungmin, a name Namgung Hwon has never heard before. Sungmin eagerly asks for more information about the Little Heavenly Demon, but Namgung Hwon says he knows no more than he's already told him. Sungmin suggests that more details can be found by asking around, noting the demon's tyrannical reputation. Changing the subject, Namgung Hwon formally requests to spar with Sungmin. Namgung Hwon laughs, assuring Sungmin he has no ill intent and is simply competitive when he meets a strong martial artist. Sungmin agrees to a friendly match, thinking the experience might help him overcome his own limits. Namgung Hwon suggests they make the spar more interesting by placing a bet. Sungmin questions the bet, and Namgung Hwon suggests something not too serious. He enthusiastically proposes that the loser must become the winner's sworn brother. Much to Sungmin's shock, the two martial artists walk toward each other in a training hall. In a large hall marked with a yin-yang symbol, Namgung Hwon asks if Sungmin is ready. Holding his spear, Sungmin humbly says he's not sure if he can meet Namgung Hwon's expectations. Namgung Hwon laughs, dismissing his modesty. With a fierce expression, Namgung Hwon declares Sungmin is being overly humble as he unsheathes his sword. Sungmin notes the sudden, total change in Namgung Hwon's energy, recognizing him as the strongest of his generation. A shiver goes down his spine as Sungmin realizes his opponent is at least a peak martial master. He wonders if Namgung Hwon might even be a supreme peak martial master. Namgung Hwon begins to move, creating multiple afterimages with his footwork. Recognizing the strange, bedazzling footwork, Sungmin prepares to counter before he loses his own pace. Sungmin unleashes his traceless stride, moving with blinding speed. Namgung Hwon is stunned that Sungmin destroyed his illusionary footwork with pure speed, closing the distance despite wielding a spear. Impressed, Namgung Hwon swings his sword at point-blank range. As the sword makes contact with the spear, Namgung Hwon feels his energy being absorbed and identifies the technique. Sungmin grits his teeth, focusing his power against the assault. Their weapons clash in a whirlwind of purple and gold energy. In a different time, a warrior in a dark robe deftly parries a spear thrust. With a confident smirk, he announces the first form of his Supreme 9 Heaven Spear. He unleashes a powerful soul-chasing killing strike against his opponent. Clang. Their weapons meet again as the two warriors continue their intense sparring match. He smirks, noting that if his opponent's weapon were a real spear, the attack would have been much more intense. He confidently states that he cannot afford to fool around and refuses to address someone younger as older brother. His opponent retorts that the bet is more favorable to him, since he has nothing to lose against an older fighter. He challenges his opponent to give it his all, knowing martial artists hate to lose. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman watching thinks the fight is boring. Yelling that it's time to continue playing, the robed warrior charges back into the fray. He swiftly sweeps his opponent's legs out from under him during their clash. He channels glowing pink energy into his weapon, a confident smile on his face. He effortlessly ducks under his opponent's desperate swing. His opponent grits his teeth, stunned by the warrior's speed and technique. A glint of victory shines in his eye as he presses his advantage. Thrown off balance, his opponent realizes his weapon is stuck due to an energy absorption technique. Sent flying, the opponent admits his foe's energy control is superior and resolves to use a less effective but necessary counter. He decides to forcibly push the weapon away using his own internal energy. Soaring through the air, he prepares to unleash the second form of the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear. He dives down, executing a devastating, lightning-splitting chasing strike. The two warriors meet in a final, climactic clash in mid-air. Clang. Their weapons connect with decisive force. Standing over his defeated foe, with his blade at his neck, the robed warrior simply declares, "I win." Conceding defeat, the younger warrior addresses his victor as older brother. Helping him up, the victor compliments his skill, but the loser laments he was defeated so easily. The victor clarifies that their skill levels are close, but his superior internal energy and experience with advanced techniques made the difference. He cheerfully puts an arm around his new younger brother, saying experience is all he needs to improve. Now that they are brothers, he asks the younger warrior to accompany him somewhere. He enthusiastically reveals their destination, the Shaolin Temple. The younger warrior is stunned, revealing he was already on his way there. As the two celebrate their shared destination, the red-haired woman complains about the noise and their boring fight. She looks on with distaste, thinking to herself that she doesn't like them. In a dark, unknown place, a skeletal figure meditates, sensing that something is coming. The grotesque figure smiles, knowing the omnipotent chaos god is on his way. The older brother explains that he visits Shaolin's abbot, Master Bullyoung, annually. He continues, stating he travels with the next generation of 3 other clans, as the woman points and calls his new brother the loser. He explains a long-time promise is the reason for the trip, which the woman mocks. The scene transitions to the majestic Shaolin Temple, nestled among misty mountains. The narrator introduces the 4 reputable clans, whose successors are all similarly skilled. The clan patriarchs had attempted to form a united group to lead them all. However, their equally matched skills made choosing a single leader impossible. The decision was left to the next generation, introducing Tang Ah-hee of the Tang clan. Jaegol Taeryung of the Jaegol clan is introduced as another successor, with the abbot as witness. The older brother arrives, announcing himself as Namgung Hyeon of the Namgung clan. Tang Ah-hee immediately questions his tardiness. Namgung Hyeon smugly tells Tang Ah-hee her eyes aren't working if she refers to his companion as that guy. Enraged by his words, Tang Ah-hee confronts him, sensing an imposing aura from his companion. Namgung Hyeon proudly introduces his new brother as a prodigy who has nearly reached the supreme peak before the age of 20. Tang Ah-hee is shocked to learn such a skilled martial artist is his brother, a new understanding dawning on her. She realizes that by associating with such a powerful prodigy, Namgung Hyeon will elevate his own status among the clan's rising stars. Tang Ah-hee, Jaegol Taeryung, and the third successor stare in stunned silence. The younger warrior asks Namgung Hyeon if this was his motive for becoming brothers, and he confirms it, confident in his future potential. Namgung Hyeon tells Sungmin that having him as a brother is no loss, suggesting this is why he accepted the bet. Sungmin sweats and reluctantly agrees with a faint smile. A woman with green hair approaches the new sworn brothers, asking how long they'll be delayed. Namgung Hyeon agrees it's time to depart. Sungmin tells the woman they are going to visit Master Bulyoung and that she can rest, to which she replies, "Yes, brother." Namgung Hyeon watches as his sister walks away with another man. As she looks back, Namgung Hyeon is overcome with affection, hearts floating around him. Scarlet pats Sungmin's back, teasing him for losing the fight but gaining a powerful ally. He tells her to stop. A monk invites Sungmin and Scarlet to follow him, explaining that a meal has been prepared for them. The scene transitions to a quiet, traditional room as Sungmin takes in his surroundings. While eating, Scarlet complains about the lack of meat, and Sungmin reminds her they're in a temple. Finding the food surprisingly tasty, Scarlet continues to eat as Sungmin prepares to focus on his goals. As Sungmin resolves to return the secret manual and head back to Dremor, a monk interrupts him at the door. The monk announces that the abbot is asking to see him, leaving Sungmin completely bewildered. Following the monk through a cave, Sungmin realizes the abbot must be the Master Bulyoung that Namgung Hyeon came to see. Sungmin walks onward, confused as to why the abbot would specifically request a meeting with him. He reflects that he knows very little about Master Bulyoung, not even recalling his name from his previous life. A vision of a strange, skeletal figure called the eccentric Buddha appears before him. With a sinister smile, the eccentric Buddha observes that Sungmin is loved by the omnipotent chaos god. Sungmin confronts the strange man, confirming he is Master Bulyoung and asking what he means. Bulyoung explains it's an immortal being beyond comprehension. Shocked, Sungmin demands to know more, though he internally refuses to believe what he's hearing. Bulyoung cryptically states that if he could explain such things and live, he'd already be a god himself. Stunned into silence, Sungmin is haunted by a vision of a bloodied woman from his past. Desperate, Sungmin kneels and asks where he can find the answers he seeks. The world around him flashes in a negative, ethereal light. Sungmin reels back in shock, wondering what just happened. Master Bulyoung sits calmly amidst swirling purple energy. A disembodied voice instructs Sungmin to go to the north. Bulyoung's eyes glow as he prophesies that in 5 years, Sungmin will meet someone important where the snow never melts. The vision ends, and Sungmin finds himself sitting across from a calm Master Bulyoung. Sungmin asks about the vision, but Master Bulyoung dismisses the question, telling him not to ask. Master Bulyoung claims a spirit in his body spoke, not him, and he doesn't remember it. When Sungmin questions this, he laughs, saying that's why he's called the eccentric Buddha. He adds that while he doesn't know why the spirit spoke, it may hold the answers Sungmin is searching for. Changing the subject, Bulyoung confirms that Sungmin is there to return a secret manual. As a reward, Bulyoung tosses him a glowing red pill, identifying it as the Great Circulation Elixir. Sungmin is aghast, questioning why he's receiving such a priceless treasure for returning a common manual. Bulyoung scoffs at his reaction, remarking that he's just as Weiji Hoyan described. At the mention of her name, Sungmin is consumed by a dark, intense shock. He demands to know who Bulyoung just mentioned, and the old master taunts him for asking an obvious question. Sungmin urgently asks if Weiji Hoyan was just there. Bulyoung gives a non-committal answer as Sungmin grabs him, begging for the truth. Master Bulyoung smirks, intrigued by his desperate desire to know. A powerful young monk spirit appears behind Sungmin. Bull-young issues a challenge. If Sungmin wants answers, he must first fight Jihak, the future of Shaolin. The challenge ends swiftly, with Sungmin lying defeated on the ground as Jihak stands over him. Disembodied heads of his companions appear to mock him for losing yet again. Sungmin recalls his duel with Namgung Hwan, noting that while he lost, he at least put up a respectable fight. Against Jihak, however, he was utterly dominated and feels foolish, unable to recall ever hearing of him before. Master Bull-young asks Jihak for his assessment of Sungmin's abilities. Lying on the ground in despair, Sungmin hears Jihak's harsh verdict. He's lacking in many ways. Jihak explains that Sungmin's biggest flaw is inexperience, preventing him from using his advanced spear techniques to their full potential. Jihak continues his critique, adding that Sungmin is also inexperienced in controlling his internal energy and can't manage large amounts freely. Master Bull-young appears, confirming Sungmin's overall energy is unbalanced, which shouldn't happen, and Sungmin questions what he means. As Jihak grabs him, Sungmin protests, but he is told to stay still. A brace suddenly attaches his leg to his spear. Bull-young tells him to walk, and Sungmin exclaims that it's impossible. Bull-young chuckles, explaining that this awkward state reflects Sungmin's current physical imbalance. He breaks it down. Sungmin's mind has high-level knowledge, and his energy is high, but his body's vessels are still clogged. Despite his advanced mind and energy, his body acts as a bottleneck, trapping his power. Sungmin realizes his energy came from elixirs, and his martial understanding was gained fighting Aine. Jihak uses an analogy of having one leg longer than the other, kicking Sungmin's braced limb to demonstrate the awkwardness. Sungmin asks for a solution, and Bull-young advises him to unclog his conception and governor vessels for smooth energy flow. Shocked, Sungmin realizes this means performing body reformation, which Bull-young confirms is the easiest way. Bull-young instructs Jihak to help Sungmin with his training for now, and he agrees. He explains with a voodoo doll of Sungmin that if left alone, he'll suffer energy deviation within a decade, something he can't permit. The threat of energy deviation leaves Sungmin deeply shaken. Bull-young adds that a child he likes also asked him to guide Sungmin. He reveals the person was Weiji Hoyan, stunning Sungmin into silence. Later, Jihak calls Sungmin's name as they begin their training in a courtyard. Walking beside Jihak, Sungmin thinks to himself that he's become a little stronger. He reflects on becoming a peak martial master through hardship and recently learning enhanced energy. Despite his achievements, Sungmin admits to himself that he still has a long way to go. Jihak senses his mood, telling him not to be anxious as his current level is rare for his age. He explains that Sungmin simply had a bad match, calling Namgung Hwan a genius. Jihak then reveals his own privileged background as the future of Shaolin, trained by all the monks since childhood. Sungmin is floored to learn Jihak has consumed tens of great circulation elixirs, realizing their starting points were vastly different. Despite all his advantages, Jihak admits he still cannot defeat the little heavenly demon. Sungmin is shocked, asking if he fought Weiji Hoyan. Jihak confirms she visited Shaolin, leaving Sungmin to wonder why. Jihak recalls her arrogant reason for visiting. I wanted to see Shaolin. He remembers how none of the senior monks dared to rebuke the 17-year-old girl. Jihak explains that her presence was so overwhelmingly powerful that everyone simply accepted it. He describes their spar as shocking, the image showing Weiji Hoyan standing victoriously over his defeated body. Jihak admits he was utterly defeated, far worse than Sungmin was. Sungmin wonders about Weiji Hoyan's true power, suspecting she is beyond the supreme peak level. An unseen, smiling figure appears behind Jihak for a brief moment. Jihak asks about Sungmin's relationship to Weiji Hoyan, and a blushing Sungmin stammers that he's her friend. And with a determined look and a glowing vision of Weiji Hoyan behind him, Sungmin declares, "She's my goal." Jihak tells Sungmin that his greatest weakness, experience, can be overcome in the future. He warns Sungmin to prepare for the despair and defeat that will come with the process. Sungmin defiantly grips his staff, claiming he is already used to despair. However, he acknowledges that while he's used to the feeling, getting back up is never easy. He reflects that he thought he was finally starting to catch up to the others, but another defeat at Jihak's hands leaves him once again sprawled on the ground. The scene changes to a quiet room, Sungmin's thought trailing off. His face now bruised and swollen, Sungmin announces his intent to remain in Shaolin for a while. Namgung, Hwon, and Scarlet look up from their card game, shocked by his battered appearance. Namgung Hwon grabs Sungmin in disbelief, yelling that he sparred with Jihak, whom Sungmin admits was incredibly strong. Furious, Namgung Hwon complains that Bulyoung denied his own request before asking who Jihak really is. Sungmin recalls his overwhelming defeat, finding it surprising he'd never heard of someone so powerful. Namgung Hwon explains that the 4 great clans, while reputable, are less powerful than the 10 great sects. He names the top 3 rising stars of the Orthodox sect, Chui Gul of the Beggar sect, Chungmyung of the Wudang sect, and Shaolin's Jihak. Sungmin understands as Namgung Hwon clarifies that they are secret weapons who never leave their sects, explaining why he's unknown. Namgung Hwon expresses disappointment that his new brother will stay in Shaolin, as he wanted to bring him to the Namgung clan. He promises to find him later, and his brother agrees, noting he visits Shaolin annually while Tang He watches. The younger warrior formally bids Tang He farewell. Back in the present, Lee Sungmin is surprised to hear Scarlet is leaving too, and asks her destination, to which she replies she has none. Scarlet explains that since she doesn't practice martial arts, staying in Shaolin offers her nothing. She playfully tackles Lee Sungmin, teasing that he's sad to be separated from his beautiful friend, and he cries out in pain. Pinned to the floor, Lee Sungmin insists that he's being serious. Scarlet calls him a pushover for training relentlessly, only to get beaten up everywhere he goes. She leans close, wondering where he'll die without her, but he vows to train hard, so that won't happen. Acknowledging his promise, Scarlet quietly begins to do something. As a confused Lee Sungmin looks on, she ties a red braided bracelet to his wrist, explaining that it is connected to her soul. Scarlet explains the bracelet will let her find him, reveals she gave one to Baek Sogo, and orders him to train hard and save her next time instead of being a pushover. Holding up his wrist, Lee Sungmin smiles and agrees to her terms. Accompanied by a man in a dark robe, Scarlet cheerfully waves goodbye, shouting for him to see her next time. Lee Sungmin watches her depart, giving a small, silent wave in return. As he watches her leave, he has a haunting vision of a weeping, hooded figure. He suddenly calls out Scarlet's name, causing her to turn back with a questioning look. Lee Sungmin looks over his shoulder and asks her why she treats him so nicely. Sigh, Scarlet stretches and says they've already discussed this, but agrees to explain since he seems worried. Recalling Dokbi Jun said something similar, Lee Sungmin realizes she's confessing that for some reason, she was drawn to him from their first meeting. She admits it's strange, as she doesn't normally allow herself to get close to other people. Surrounded by a faint purple aura, he listens as she confesses she was helplessly drawn to him, calling it quite strange. Scarlet smiles brightly, concluding that after traveling with him, she's decided he is a pretty nice guy. She adds that she enjoys hitting him and trusts his loyalty, certain he would never betray her. Lee Sungmin bursts into laughter, surprising Scarlet, and tells her to try living with an old wizard in a magic tower to understand his feelings. Softening her tone, Scarlet advises him to stop acting like a loser and live with his head held high. She gives him a final, teasing warning not to die from a beating, and he quietly agrees. He watches as Scarlet and her companion walk down the dusty road, away from the village. Alone now, Lee Sungmin clenches his fist, and the red bracelet from Scarlet emits a soft glow. In a dark cave, he retrieves his massive demonic spear from where it was left. He decides to seal away his spear and demonic armor while in Shaolin, rejecting the items that represent his old, weaker self. Turning his back, he leaves the cursed items standing upright in the desolate cave. He also decides against using the elixir from Master Bulyoung, fearing it would only increase the disharmony in his body. He recalls a ghoulish figure's prophecy. In 5 years, in a land of eternal snow, he will meet someone very important. A cosmic vision of 2 women appears, one of whom has the short white hair from his earlier memories. Lee Sungmin understands the important person is Baek Sogo, and that he now has only 5 years left to prepare. With grim determination, he clutches a simple wooden staff, wondering how strong he can become in that time. He stands before a bald monk, who holds a staff topped with a skull. The monk notes his decision to leave his powerful gear behind, and asks for his reasoning. Lee Sungmin states that the items aren't suitable for him now, and the monk senses his newfound resolve. The monk explains that while martial arts teaches one how to use the body, it is the heart that truly controls it. With a swift motion, he demonstrates a stance, declaring this to be the core of Shaolin's martial arts. He He invites Lee Sungmin to truly see what Shaolin has to offer. Challenging him to experience it firsthand, Lee Sungmin grits his teeth, haunted by the memory of chirping cicadas. The memory of the sound overwhelms him as the monk's staff strikes him down. Wham! The monk praises his impressive basics, acknowledging the countless hours of training they represent. He points out, however, that his advanced spear technique feels clumsy and demands to know why. Lee Sungmin admits it is because he ran away. Clang. As they continue to spar, Lee Sungmin confesses he fled after hitting a wall, resorting to only practicing simpler techniques. Monk sternly lectures him, stating that the advanced spear technique he abandoned is something other martial artists would die to learn. A cosmic scroll unfurls in his mind, revealing the next stage of his training, Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, Third Form. The monk unleashes a spiraling cosmic attack, the Hidden Snake Strike. Lee Sungmin's eyes burn with fierce determination, refusing to back down. Swirling with purple and blue energy, the monk's devastating attack rushes forward. Pow! The energy strike connects, sending a shockwave through the cavern. Sweating and panting, Lee Sungmin grits his teeth and declares, "I no longer wish to run away." Monk's simple wooden staff shatters, a testament to the power he just unleashed. He advises Lee Sungmin that while despair is permissible, he must not let it consume him, urging him to keep moving forward, even if it means crawling. Awed by the monk's display of power, a weary Lee Sungmin asks, "Are you flying?" Monk smiles, clarifying that he wasn't flying but is working hard so that one day he can. Lee Sungmin reflects that his former masters, Weiji Hoyan and Baek Sogo, were geniuses who couldn't understand his struggles, comically recalling their harsh training methods. The monk points forward, directing Lee Sungmin's attention to their continued training. Lee Sungmin recalls how the monk, a master of 72 advanced arts, sparred with him using 72 different weapons to broaden his experience. As his training intensified, he remembers when they finally began using bladed weapons. Wham! The monk lands a blow, explaining that his senses are imbalanced. Only his sixth sense is developed, while the other 5 are lagging. He strikes again, pointing out Lee Sungmin's unfamiliarity with internal energy circulation and telling him to improve it. As Lee Sungmin stumbles, the monk tells him his understanding is lacking, which means he must work much harder than others. Clenching his staff with renewed resolve, Lee Sungmin narrates that he didn't run away. Instead, he trained relentlessly in the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear technique, even when he saw no improvement. He also dedicated himself to training his internal energy circulation. He focused on his 5 senses, finally finding the balance that had been abnormal. Every time he felt hopeless, he trained even harder, picturing himself practicing amidst falling leaves. The scene transitions to the vast Shaolin temple complex at night. Lee Sungmin admits he was never able to gain the upper hand against the monk, Ji-Hak, who he views as the embodiment of Shaolin itself. Facing Ji-Hak with a determined stance, he declares he will see the true Shaolin. With a fierce roar, he vows to experience everything Shaolin has to offer. Now, wearing a simple robe, Lee Sungmin stands on a snowy cliff, gazing over the sprawling temple grounds. His expression is calm and resolute as he declares his desire to fly in this world and see it all. Sitting peacefully on the cliff's edge, he wonders aloud if the frog is finally leaving the well. Master Bullyoung appears behind him, and Lee Sungmin acknowledges his presence. Master Bullyoung notes that the child has changed, to which Lee Sungmin quietly asks if that's so. He tells Lee Sungmin he could live happily in the well with his current skills, then asks what he truly wants. Lee Sungmin replies that he wants to see the world, but Master Bullyoung chuckles, saying anyone can do that. With unwavering seriousness, Lee Sungmin clarifies his ambition. "I want to fly and see the world." Master Bullyoung calls it a high ambition, but then chides him, saying he's too small to be talking about such things. He asks if it will remain just a dream, but Lee Sungmin firmly replies, "I don't want that." Intrigued, Master Bullyoung asks him what he has learned in the past 6 months. Lee Sungmin closes his eyes with a faint, confident smile. Master Bullyoung grins, satisfied with the silent answer, and says, "That's good." As they look out over the temple, Master Bullyoung declares, it is time for Lee Sungmin to learn how to walk. A subtle shift shows a more mature and determined Lee Sungmin. He sits overlooking the temple as a new day dawns, signifying the passage of time. Looking older and more seasoned, Lee Sungmin states, "I'm now 20 years old. Ji-hak asks Lee Sungmin if helping him with his training is troublesome. Lee Sungmin confesses that he is still weak, unable to abandon his inferiority complex despite getting stronger. He expresses doubt that sparring with him helps Ji-hak grow and asks if it's a good use of his time. Ji-hak smiles warmly, assuring him that sparring with him has been a great help. He explains that their spars are a process for him to reflect on and better understand Shaolin's deepest martial arts. Looking towards the horizon, Ji-hak states that the path of martial arts is endless and that he, too, wishes to reach a higher place. He turns to Lee Sungmin and asks, "Don't you also wish for the same dream?" Lee Sungmin looks on in quiet contemplation, recognizing the shared ambition in his master's words. Sungmin clenches his fist, admitting to himself that despite many strange situations, he never had a reason to doubt them. A dark memory surfaces as a voice asks him if he has a dream, a question he silently ponders. In a dark, empty space, Sungmin stands resolved behind a frail, seated old man, declaring he won't run away anymore. Sungmin confronts the old man, asking what he knows about the mysterious blessing he possesses. Stroking his long beard, the old man smiles, asking if Sungmin has finally found the courage to ask that question. A hazy flashback shows Sungmin's first meeting with the smiling old man, his master Bullyoung. Sungmin clarifies that he isn't asking about the blessing's origin, but rather its specific effects. Master Bullyoung questions Sungmin's timing, pointing out that he could have asked this question at any point before now. Sungmin admits he was afraid to face himself, prompting the master to ask if his fear is now gone. With newfound determination in his eyes, Sungmin repeats that he no longer wants to run away from the truth. Master Bullyoung chuckles, expressing his approval of the resolute look on Sungmin's face. The master reveals one of the blessing's effects. It causes others to feel an innate compassion towards Sungmin. Sungmin processes this revelation, looking over his shoulder at the seated master as he begins to question its implications. The master explains the blessing only affects first impressions. The relationships Sungmin built were earned through his own actions, not the blessing's power. Stunned into silence, Sungmin realizes the profound truth in his master's words. With a glowing, benevolent expression, Master Bullyoung assures him that the relationships he's built are genuine and not fake. Overwhelmed with emotion, a single tear streaks down Sungmin's face as the weight of his doubts lifts. The master offers to remove part of the blessing, which would mean people would no longer have an automatically good first impression of him. Sungmin bows his head in turmoil as his master explains he can grant him relationships free of any guilt. After a moment of heavy silence, Sungmin looks up, his expression hardened with a new resolve. A long-haired man greets Sungmin with a bottle, teasingly asking if his simple clothes mean he's become a monk. Sungmin playfully points to his head, retorting that he still has his hair and letting out a laugh. The long-haired man pours a drink, suggesting they catch up, and Sungmin readily agrees. With a sudden burst of energy, the man hurls the full cup directly at an unsuspecting Sungmin. Sungmin effortlessly catches the cup with a flash of purple energy, wryly noting it was a rough prank. The long-haired man compliments Sungmin's increased strength, and Sungmin returns the sentiment. Sungmin congratulates his friend on attaining the supreme peak, which elicits a small, pleased laugh. A flashback shows the man fawning over a green-haired woman while Sungmin watches with a weary expression. They toast, and the man laments that the woman found him arrogant, to which Sungmin bluntly agrees she wasn't wrong. The man admits he attained supreme peak by training maniacally to forget his failed love, calling his achievement pathetic. Taking a drink, he then turns the conversation to Sungmin, asking how he has been doing. Sungmin refills his friend's cup, as the man asks if he has enjoyed his training. With a calm smile, Sungmin confirms that he did, in fact, enjoy it. His friend notes that the anxious vibe Sungmin once had is gone, wondering if he trained his mind as well. Sungmin recalls the strange feeling he used to get in his heart whenever he saw his friend. The man jokes that he no longer feels that strange pull, quipping that he worried he had a thing for guys. Back with Master Bullyoung, the old man gives Sungmin a sealed container with a mission. Deliver it to the Manhwa sect leader in Dreamore. Sungmin realizes that Denir's temple is also in Dreamore, suspecting that the power of prophecy may be at play. A red-haired man with a gem on his cheek emerges from a shadowy portal, greeting Sungmin and asking why he was summoned. Sungmin gets straight to the point, telling the man he wishes to purchase some information. He requests information on two individuals, the Sword Phantom, Dokbi Jun, and the Flash, Baek Sogo. Sungmin finishes his request with the final name, the Little Heavenly Demon, Weiji Hoyan. The informant starts with Baek Sogo, explaining she is performing chivalrous deeds to aid the helpless. He adds that Baek Sogo has become quite famous and has been staying in the large city of Rubes for the past week. Moving on, the informant describes the sword phantom, Dokbi Jun, who is making a name for himself through challenges. He elaborates that Dokbi Jun is traveling to fight reputable martial artists and is heading toward the Manhwa sect in Dreamore. Sungmin stares into a crystal ball showing the swordsman, surprised to learn he's heading to the same destination. Holding the orb, Sungmin contemplates this new information as the informant waits patiently. The red-haired man announces that the final piece of information concerns the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyan. Sungmin's expression grows serious as he looks at the crystal ball, waiting to hear about his friend. The red-haired informant presents an image of the imposing little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyan. Her name and title are displayed as the informant begins his explanation. He explains that Weiji Hoyan has gathered followers thanks to her immense charisma and strength. The informant reveals she has around 20 followers, all peak martial artists, causing other powerful forces to become wary of her growing influence. He identifies one such force, the Blood Heavenly Demon, Baek Museon, the formidable ruler of the northernmost region. He predicts a clash is imminent, as the Little Heavenly Demons group is currently heading north into Baek Museon's territory. The informant predicts the more established Blood Heavenly Demon will win, but Sungmin immediately tells him he's wrong. With unwavering confidence, Sungmin declares that the Little Heavenly Demon will be the victor. He gazes at her image in the crystal ball, quietly noting that it's been 8 long years since he last saw Weiji Hoyan. A warm smile spreads across his face as he laughs to himself, thinking how much prettier she's become. He suddenly flinches, shocked by his own unexpected thought. Sungmin reflects on how strange the situation is, as he never encountered either of the heavenly demons in his previous life. He recalls that Weiji Hoyan had disguised herself as a man in his past life, but is now living openly as a woman. Staring into the orb, he finds himself bothered by this change in her values, and what it might imply. His thoughts turn grim as he considers her impending and dangerous clash with the Blood Heavenly Demon. He rises from a tree stump, a new determination forming in his mind. Recalling their promise, Sungmin reaffirms his resolve, declaring that she will always be his goal. With a confident smirk, Sungmin walks forward, his purpose renewed. The scene shifts to a snowy wasteland, where Weiji Hoyan stands alone, adjusting her top. She pouts with a blush, lamenting that she couldn't get big boobs in the end. A mustached man approaches from behind, greeting her as "my lord" and asking if she is already awake. The man suggests she should have slept longer, but he is met with silence. Annoyed, Weiji Hoyan tells him not to call her that, stating she never considered any of them her subordinates. As she says they can follow but should expect nothing, the man flinches and nervously agrees. Weiji Hoyan walks through the snow, the mustached man and the silhouettes of her other followers trailing behind her. She glances back, irritated by the many pairs of expectant eyes watching her every move. She thinks to herself that she dislikes their gazes, which remind her of her past as the young cult leader of the demonic cult. Sighing in frustration, she wonders if she should just kill all the vermin before admitting to herself that she misses Lee Sungmin. A voice suddenly asks if she is the Little Heavenly Demon, and she turns to face the speaker. The Blood Heavenly Demon, Baek Museon, introduces himself and asks if she wishes to fight him. Weiji Hoyan confirms she's curious about his skills, prompting a mocking laugh from Baek Museon. She coolly tells him to consider himself unlucky, as he was simply the easiest target she could find. Baek Museon calls her overconfident but says he has one question before they begin their fight. Weiji Hoyan casually asks which hand he uses for a spoon, leaving him utterly confused. With a menacing glow in her eyes, she declares she'll leave that hand intact, as a powerful red aura erupts around her. The scene transitions to the grand and sprawling entrance of the Manhwa sect. 2 guards in white and pink robes stop Sungmin, demanding to know his purpose for visiting. Sungmin presents the scroll from his master, stating he is there on an errand for Master Bulyoung. Recognizing the name, the guard immediately apologizes and offers to escort Sungmin directly to the sect leader. As he follows the guard, Sungmin thinks about his next objective, finding the god Denir, when an unfamiliar voice calls out to him. A scarred, white-haired man sitting with a large sword recognizes Sungmin as the kid from Mershi's mountain. The swordsman, Dokbi Jun, greets him with a gruff, "Long time no see." Sungmin asks in surprise if he remembers him, and Dokbi Jun confirms he could never forget what happened on that mountain. With a slight nod, Sungmin thinks to himself, that it was the toughest time of his life, and he won't forget it either. Dokbi-jun remarks that he remembers Sungmin's energy and notes how much the boy has grown since they last met. The two stand in silence for a moment, sharing a look of mutual acknowledgement. Dokbi-jun gestures for him to go on, telling Sungmin to finish his business and not to mind him. A look of concern crosses Sungmin's face as he begins to warn the swordsman. Dokbi-jun's expression darkens into a sinister, menacing glare. His hands tremble with anticipation as he tightly grips the hilt of his sheathed sword. Sungmin warns Dokbi-jun about the Manhwa sect leader's decision. The white-haired swordsman, Dokbi-jun, sits with his back to Sungmin, his large sword resting beside him. A terrifying, spectral image of Dokbi-jun flashes on screen, wreathed in violet and pink energy. In a brightly lit, traditional room, a voice offers a polite greeting. An older, brown-haired man in white and pink robes introduces himself as Sung-ha, the Manhwa sect's leader. Sungmin introduces himself in return, explaining he's on an errand for Master Bulyang, which makes the sect leader laugh warmly. Sung-ha explains that he offered Master Bulyang the position of Murim Alliance leader after the current one resigned. The sect leader unrolls the scroll, revealing a blunt, handwritten refusal from Master Bulyang. Nope, not doing it. Annoyed, Sung-ha tosses the scroll aside, calling Bulyang a damn old geezer, and Sungmin quietly agrees. Changing the subject, Sung-ha asks about the Sword Phantom, and Sungmin confirms that they met by chance. Sungmin informs the sect leader that Dokbi-jun was waiting right outside the sect, causing Sung-ha's expression to turn serious. Sung-ha reveals that the Sword Phantom wishes to duel him, but he has no intention of accepting the challenge. Sungmin respectfully asks why he is refusing the duel. The sect leader states that he has no problem accepting duels from those who are qualified and strong enough. As a menacing image of the Sword Phantom appears, Sung-ha grimly declares that he is dangerous. Outside, Dokbi-jun scoffs, asking Sungmin if the sect leader refused the duel because he uses evil sorcery. He dismisses that idea, telling Sungmin he's too young to understand limits before asking if he's ever felt himself growing old. Holding up his gnarled hand, he describes the despair of feeling one's strength seep away with age, a decline that internal energy cannot stop. He turns his back to Sungmin, asking if he has ever known that kind of despair. With a desperate and intense expression, Dokbi-jun demands to know if Sungmin understands the feeling of wanting more, even if it means resorting to evil sorcery. The scene shifts as Sungmin arrives at a run-down wooden hut, questioning if this could really be the temple. Inside, a glowing, blonde-haired boy is introduced as Denir, the god of time. Annoyed, Denir recognizes a crest on Sungmin, complaining that Mershi sent him someone so troublesome. Denir's expression hardens as he correctly deduces that Sungmin is someone who has crossed over time. Sungmin remarks that gods seem to know everything right away, and Denir casually confirms that it's because he is one. A glowing four-leaf clover symbol appears above Denir as he states his domain, time. Denir explains that he is displeased with Sungmin because he is disrupting the flow of the world. Sungmin asks for clarification, and Denir questions if he lived his second life exactly the same as his first. Denir illustrates his point with images, asking if Sungmin ate the same food, slept at the same time, or met the same people. Sungmin retorts that it's impossible, and Denir explains that every small change he makes ripples through the world's flow. Sungmin has a startling realization, thinking of how Ouija Hoyan is no longer disguised and is now fighting the Blood Heavenly Demon, a conflict that never happened before. Pointing accusingly, Denir declares that Sungmin's very existence has already distorted the world. An image shows Dokbi-jun about to be cut down by a swordsman with an eye patch, representing the change of flow. A bloodied man and a warrior wreathed in fire appear as Denir warns that this change will continue to grow. Sungmin argues that he didn't choose to regress, and that something had attached itself to him when he awoke. When Sungmin asks what it is, Denir stands with his hand on his hip and flatly refuses to tell him. Bound by ethereal golden chains, Denir explains that gods are not omnipotent and cannot escape the restraints of death. A blurry, monstrous figure looms, as Denir warns that speaking of the entity would lead to the god's annihilation. A look of pure shock crosses Sungmin's face as sweat drips down his brow. As jagged black cracks spread through the air, Denir senses an apostle approaching simply because he mentioned the topic. Sungmin recoils in terror, recognizing the dreadful sensation as the same one he felt with Mershi and Kim Jong-un. Reaching a hand through the cracks, Denir apologizes and urges Sungmin to leave, saying he can't speak anymore on the matter. When Sungmin asks what just happened, Daenerys scolds him for still asking questions after witnessing such a terrifying power. Desperate, Sungmin asks if there's any other way for him to find the answer, but Daenerys simply says no as he walks away. Daenerys offers a single clue. Find Enverus, another who escaped death's restraints and possesses a distorted causality. Daenerys dismisses Sungmin, telling him to get lost, but Sungmin panics and begs him to wait. Throwing himself forward, Sungmin grabs Daenerys' leg and desperately begs for a trial. Daenerys looks down, asking if seeking a trial was his real purpose, and noting he must have completed Mercies. Sungmin eagerly agrees, pleading with the god, but Daenerys coldly refuses his request. A close-up of Daenerys' unique, gear-like pupil appears as he explains his trial is not for training like Mercies. Daenerys apologizes to Sungmin, explaining that he cannot give him his trial because everyone who has taken it was stronger than him. Looking down at Sungmin, Daenerys reveals that despite their strength, all who took his trial lost their minds and died anyway. Daenerys dismissively tells Sungmin to leave and calm down, offering the trial only if he still wishes to commit suicide afterward. The scene shifts to the past, with narration explaining that the sword phantom, Dokbi-jun, never dueled Sung-ha and simply left the Manhwa sect. In Sungmin's original timeline, Dokbi-jun is shown defeated as the narration reveals he died a year later fighting Weiji Hoyeon in a dungeon. Returning to the present, Sungmin stands in a forest, wondering if his regression is the cause of these historical changes. A man with braided hair and two others block Sungmin's path, holding up a hand and telling him he can go no further. When Sungmin asks why, the man with braided hair explains that the inescapable net formation is active as they are pursuing the wicked sword phantom. The man with braided hair elaborates that the sword phantom tried to flee during the night after his duel request was rejected. Another warrior points at Sungmin, recalling that he saw him speaking with the sword phantom outside the sect just yesterday. Sungmin grimly realizes his regression led to Sung-ha's death and Dokbi-jun's pursuit, questioning if he is responsible for this outcome. Bam! Unsure of his feelings, Sungmin violently strikes the man with braided hair, sending him flying backward. Taking a battle stance with his spear, Sungmin orders the men to get lost, determined to meet the sword phantom immediately. He pauses mid-thought, looking up in confusion at an unexpected presence. A mysterious man in a black and gold-trimmed hood appears, remarking what a strange coincidence it is to meet Sungmin here. Sungmin stares in shock, recognizing the man as Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un asks the recovering guard if he knows Sungmin, and the guard confirms, asking what is wrong. The guard explains that they're locking down the area and Sungmin is interfering, prompting Kim Jong-un to guess he's there to help the sword phantom. Kim Jong-un directly asks Sungmin if he intends to help the sword phantom, to which Sungmin uncertainly replies, "I don't know." Kim Jong-un hums thoughtfully, considering Sungmin's ambiguous answer. He then smiles and declares he'll walk with Sungmin, shocking the guard who protests the decision. Kim Jong-un silences the guard's protest by stating he won't enter the sealed area without Sungmin. He reassures the guard by promising to personally kill Sungmin if he tries to help the sword phantom, securing the guard's reluctant approval. Sungmin offers his thanks, which Kim Jong-un casually dismisses with a smile. As they walk into the darkness, Sungmin asks what happened to Dokbi-jun and why Kim Jong-un is there. Kim Jong-un cryptically suggests Sungmin will understand once he sees for himself, leaving Sungmin stunned. They arrive to a grim scene. A desiccated, corpse-like man lies defeated on the ground before them. Sungmin instantly identifies the cause, recognizing the effects of an energy drain ability. Holding the victim's head, Kim Jong-un remarks that this dark power is befitting of the sword phantom's new title, the Sword Demon. As Sungmin asks if Dokbi-jun did this, Kim Jong-un confirms he's crossed a line, and Sungmin realizes the entire continent will now be hunting him. A spectral raven with glowing purple eyes lands silently on Kim Jong-un's shoulder. As one of the guards questions the strange bird, Kim Jong-un explains it's his familiar, returned from a reconnaissance mission. With a serious expression, Kim Jong-un reveals that his familiar has found the sword demon's location, startling Sungmin. Sungmin instinctively grabs Kim Jong-un's arm, stopping him. Kim Jong-un informs a confused Sungmin that the Manhwa sect's reinforcements will be late. Holding a swirling orb of dark magic, Kim Jong-un smugly reveals he interfered with their communications so Sungmin can meet the sword demon alone. When Sungmin asks why, Kim Jong-un explains that sending more martial masters would only be futile, as they would just feed the sword demon's energy drain. He then turns to Sungmin, reminding him that he wanted to meet Dokbi-jun anyway, and he is simply facilitating it. With a cosmos reflected in his eye, Kim Jong-un admits he is curious to see what happens when the altered flow of causality confronts Sungmin again. Huff huff. In a flashback, a younger Sungmin pants heavily, asking his opponent if the training session is over already. A younger, healthier Dokbi-jun stands over the exhausted Sungmin who is kneeling on the ground. Refusing to give up, Sungmin sweats profusely and declares that he's not done yet. He leaps into action, unleashing the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear 5th form. Wham! Dokbi-jun effortlessly parries the powerful spear technique with a single swift motion of his sword. Sungmin's eyes widen in disbelief at his attack being so easily deflected. Dokbi-jun fluidly dodges another of Sungmin's attacks. With a sharp clang, Dokbi-jun's sword clashes with the spear, knocking it from Sungmin's grasp. Dokbi-jun critiques Sungmin's technique, noting that the move he just used seems too difficult for his current level. Patting the collapsed Sungmin's head, Dokbi-jun advises him not to overwork himself despite understanding his rush to get stronger. Back in the present, Sungmin has a startling realization, thinking that if Dokbi-jun was still the man from his memories, he would have simply given up. Monstrous Dokbi-jun explains that his disqualification was not due to lack of skill, but because he resorted to sorcery. Sungmin realizes with a heavy heart that Dokbi-jun snuck into the sect because he knew it was the only way he could fight. With a crazed grin, Dokbi-jun recalls that by doing so, he was finally able to enjoy his fight with Taoist Sung-ha. Sungmin recoils in shock at the revelation. Dokbi-jun reflects that his fight with Sung-ha made him realize how vast the world is, calling him the strongest opponent he'd ever faced. Stained with blood, Dokbi-jun remembers their splendid fight, believing Sung-ha was satisfied with how he met his end. A vision of Dokbi-jun shows him standing proudly, a warrior content with his final battle. Gripping his spear, Sungmin blames himself, stating that because of him, Taoist Sung-ha died, and Dokbi-jun is now a fugitive. Dokbi-jun dismisses his guilt, arguing that while Sungmin was the catalyst, the decisions he made were his own. Gripping his spear tightly, Sungmin fiercely disagrees, unable to accept that reasoning. Dokbi-jun questions Sungmin's confidence, pointing out that he hasn't even reached the level of a supreme peak martial master yet. Sungmin stares back with grim determination, admitting that he already knows he can't win. As Dokbi-jun ponders, Sungmin internally questions if he's right to feel responsible, thinking of the many lives already altered by his actions. He reaffirms his decision, declaring that he's holding his spear now purely for his own satisfaction. Sungmin concludes that knowing his interference led to this, he is also responsible for all the people Dokbi-jun will kill from now on. Overwhelmed by this unbearable thought, a bead of sweat rolls down Sungmin's determined face. Kim Jong-un's familiar asks if Sungmin truly intends to fight the sword demon alone, to which Sungmin replies he's just buying time. Sungmin urgently asks the familiar to contact the Manhwa sect for reinforcements, and it agrees. Gripping his glowing red sword, Dokbi-jun challenges Sungmin, eager to see how much stronger he has become. Under a blood-red moon, a demonic Dokbi-jun grins menacingly and announces that the night is coming. His face contorts as he reveals his new nature, a vampire. As Sungmin charges forward, Dokbi-jun asks what his plan is. Sungmin executes the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear, 2nd form, split lightning chasing strike, noting that vampires can overcome aging by drinking higher class blood. Haha! Dokbi-jun laughs maniacally, mocking that despite his transformation, he still looks old. A chaotic storm of purple and red energy erupts as their attacks collide. Dokbi-jun braces himself, his glowing red sword ready to meet the blow. Sungmin pushes his attack as his thoughts clarify that a weak vampire is still a formidable foe. He reminds himself not to let his guard down, as Dokbi-jun is a supreme peak master with vampiric powers. Taking a low stance, Sungmin thinks that lowering his guard was never an option. He unleashes the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear, 1st form, soul-chasing killing strike. In a flash, Dokbi-jun counters with a flurry of spectral blue swords. With shocking speed, his monstrous hand intercepts Sungmin's spear mid-thrust. The spectral swords clash violently against Sungmin's attack. Dokbi-jun effortlessly blocks the powerful spear with his sword. Thud, Sungmin lands, pivoting for his next move. The two warriors face off, locked in a high-speed stalemate. Suddenly, Sungmin's thrust is caught from behind by what appears to be a red-haired woman. Clench. Sungmin tightens his grip on his weapon. Caught off guard, a powerful blow sends Sungmin staggering backward. Whoosh! The unexpected force sends Dokbi-jun flying through the air. A spectral blue image of Sungmin appears behind Dokbi-jun, revealing a clever feint. Dokbi-jun identifies the technique as a corporeal switch, allowing Sungmin to swap places with an object. Recognizing Baek Sogo's mystic arts, Dokbi-jun compliments Sungmin on learning the technique well, as the spectral form strikes him. Kook! Sungmin grunts as Dokbi-jun grabs his spear shaft, halting his momentum. Dokbi-jun prepares to counterattack, gripping his own sword. He unleashes a massive wave of red energy, blasting Sungmin away. Landing gracefully, Sungmin immediately launches his Supreme Nine Heavens Spear, third form, Hidden Snake Strike, summoning a vortex of dark energy. Startled, Dokbi-jun looks down as the attack erupts from beneath him. An unseen force strikes him from below with a piercing blow. The Hidden Snake Strike connects, engulfing Dokbi-jun in a massive pillar of purple energy. Whoosh! Impaled by the spear erupting from the ground, Dokbi-jun laughs, surprised by the bizarre technique. Wiping blood from his mouth, Dokbi-jun admits that if he had dodged a moment later, the spear would have pierced his head. He stares ahead with a blood-streaked, unsettling smile. Sungmin watches in disbelief as the wounds on his opponent's face heal instantly, a grim reminder that he's fighting a vampire. Dokbi-jun chuckles, marveling at how much the ignorant kid from the mountain has grown. His eyes glow a terrifying white as he declares his profound envy. Sungmin recoils in alarm at the sudden change in demeanor. Appearing suddenly behind him, Dokbi-jun whispers that he is envious of Sungmin's talent. Sungmin twists around, swinging his spear in a desperate counterattack. Ku! He cries out in pain as a red energy blast pierces through his shoulder. Enveloped in a shadowy aura, Dokbi-jun raises his glowing red sword for a finishing blow. A violent clash of red energy fills the air. Dokbi-jun holds his glowing sword aloft under the red moon and asks Sungmin if he looks pathetic. Clutching his bleeding arm, Sungmin wonders when the attack even happened, staring at the glowing blade before him. As the night deepens, Dokbi-jun explains that he despaired over his own limits after leaving the mountain. He recalls his hatred for growing old, his body failing him while his ambition to grow stronger remained. He reflects on his 50 years with the sword, admitting his dream to be the strongest was too ambitious for someone who couldn't surpass his limits. Trapped by his limitations and unable to use age regression, he was forced to find another way to overcome his aging body. Sungmin asks if that's why he became a vampire, and Dokbi-jun confirms it, eagerly anticipating the arrival of reinforcements so he can drink their blood. As his spear glows with purple energy, Sungmin states with sorrow that he had once truly respected him. Dokbi-jun's eyes widen in surprise, recognizing Sungmin is using enhanced sword energy, a power he shouldn't possess at his level. As a single tear rolls down Sungmin's cheek, Dokbi-jun declares that the fight has now grown much more enjoyable. An informational panel explains that sword energy allows a user to cut steel like tofu. A further explanation reveals that masters who surpass the peak level can give form to this power, creating enhanced sword energy. Kook. Sungmin grunts, wielding his glowing spear as the narration confirms that this power can kill with a single strike. In response, Dokbi-jun envelops his body in a red aura, unleashing his own enhanced protection energy. This technique uses enhanced energy as a defensive barrier, capable of blocking even an opponent's enhanced attacks. With a snarl of determination, Sungmin prepares to press his attack. He lunges forward, his spear unleashing a massive wave of purple energy. The two enhanced energies collide in a brilliant explosion of red and purple light. Sweat flying, Sungmin grits his teeth and pushes with all his might against the overwhelming force. His attack is deflected, the purple energy sliding off Dokbi-jun's defensive aura. Sungmin stands ready, looking around in confusion as his opponent vanishes from sight. Suddenly appearing behind him, Dokbi-jun menacingly asks, "Where is he?" ? Quote, wham. Their weapons clash again in a blinding explosion of power. Sungmin frantically adjusts his grip on the spear for another technique. Their red and purple energies collide once more in a fierce struggle. Dokbi-jun's protective energy violently repels Sungmin's attack. Sungmin realizes that while Dokbi-jun can block most of his attacks, A single hit from the vampire will mean the end for him. The two warriors face off, the narration highlighting Dokbi-jun's powerful combination of vampiric abilities and enhanced protection energy. Despite the vast difference in their abilities, the narration reveals they have already exchanged 100 blows. Just as Sungmin marvels at his own survival, his spear thrust misses its target. His failed attack pierces into nothingness, creating a fatal opening that could decide the entire fight. Dokbi-jun instantly closes the distance, his glowing red sword poised to strike. In a moment of chilling realization, Sungmin understands that the sword demon has been going easy on him this whole time. A montage of sepia-toned flashbacks shows Sungmin's grueling training over the past 4 years. Standing atop a cliff overlooking a monastery, the narration states he trained for 4 years in Shaolin. His martial arts stabilized by fighting with Jihawk, he slowly progressed towards the supreme peak, a rare accomplishment for his age. The narration concludes that, objectively speaking, Sungmin is by no means weak. However, constantly encountering geniuses and being plagued by his past life's failures created a huge inferiority complex within him. A simple cartoon illustrates the narration. Had he lived in a small world, Sungmin would have had an easier, happier life. But in this world, Dokbi-jun's overwhelming red energy blast sends Sungmin reeling backward. Huff, huff, thrown to the ground, Sungmin struggles to catch his breath, exhausted from the battle. As he pushes himself up, he laments his own perceived weakness, believing he's still not strong enough. A spectral image of Dokbi-jun appears as the narration clarifies that Sungmin's true failing isn't weakness, but his inability to take responsibility for his actions. With blood dripping from his mouth and glowing red eyes, Dokbi-jun taunts Sungmin, asking if he's given up already. Lying defeated on the ground, Sungmin can only think about how utterly messed up the situation is. But this feeling is exactly why Sungmin trained, as he firmly plants his foot on the ground. He remembers his grueling training, pushing his body past its limits, fueled by the desperate desire to no longer be weak. Snarling, Dokbi-jun lunges forward, his fangs bared and his red sword glowing with malevolent energy. Sungmin digs his heel in, a purple afterimage of himself mirroring his determined stance. Side by side with his energy clone, Sungmin stares down his opponent with renewed focus. With a powerful step, he prepares to launch his counterattack. The purple clone surges forward, leading the charge against the vampire. As one, Sungmin and his clone strike, their combined purple energy meeting Dokbi-jun's red aura head-on. The reason for his desperate struggle becomes clear. He simply wanted to change. Dokbi-jun's bandaged hand tightens around his glowing sword, bracing for the impact. In a stunning reversal, Sungmin's spear, glowing with intense purple energy, impales Dokbi-jun through the chest. Dokbi-jun looks down in shock at the weapon protruding from his body, blood spilling from his lips. He stumbles back, clutching the wound in disbelief. With wide, horrified eyes, the vampire can only utter a single word. How? Sungmin stands over his fallen foe, his own expression one of complete bewilderment. Staring at his hands, Sungmin wonders the same thing, shocked by his own unexpected success. A flashback reveals the moment of the strike, Sungmin questioning how he did it, a feat he himself doesn't understand. The answer comes to him in a moment of pure, uncluttered thought. I want to change. In that moment of trance, his spear moved faster than the sword demon's sword, piercing even his enhanced protection. Still reeling, Sungmin looks on with a tear in his eye, trying to comprehend what he just accomplished. He questions if it was a moment of enlightenment, but realizes he felt a different, specific sensation during the attack. Cough. Dokbi-jun coughs up a spray of blood, still impaled but refusing to fall. His shock gives way to a slow, unsettling laugh. The laughter builds into a maniacal roar, echoing through the forest as Sungmin watches in horror. Dokbi-jun acknowledges that the attack was beyond Sungmin's level, questioning if he attained instant enlightenment. Pulling himself further onto the spear, he screams that Sungmin possesses immense talent, and he is overcome with jealousy. Sungmin realizes with a jolt that his final strike was stronger and faster than anything he'd ever seen, even from the master Taoist Sungha. Dokbi-jun assesses his fatal wound, admitting his meridians are destroyed and he lacks the blood to regenerate, so he must make a choice. His sword suddenly glows with a brilliant blue energy as he makes a final request. Show me more. His body begins to dissolve into particles of light as he turns, sword in hand, Facing Sungmin one last time, he begs to see more of the power that represents a level he could never reach in his entire life. Sungmin realizes with dawning horror that Dokbi Jun is burning his own innate core energy, his very life force. He understands that Dokbi Jun is now on a timer. Even if he fled, the vampire would soon die on his own. But a close-up of Dokbi Jun's eye reveals not despair, but pure, unadulterated joy and passion. Seeing that look in his enemy's eyes, Sungmin grips his spear and decides he cannot run away. In their final clash, Sungmin sees the truth. Dokbi Jun wasn't a monster, but a seeker of truth who wanted to overcome his limits. He realizes Dokbi Jun lied about being jealous. He was simply a man with endlessly righteous eyes and a deep passion. Yelling, Sungmin accuses Dokbi Jun of running from his own inferiority complex and declares he will now fight with all his might. Defeated, Dokbi Jun can only mouth a single word, "You." As he lies dying, his last thought is that Sungmin deceived him at the very end. With his final breath, Dokbi Jun critiques the very move that killed him, wishing it had been even faster and more amazing. He reaches a trembling hand toward Sungmin, questioning his fate in his last moments. As his hand falls, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes looms behind him, whispering, "I want." A distorted, horrifying face with hollow eyes and jagged teeth fills the screen with visceral dread. In the aftermath of their battle, Sungmin stands over the fallen body of the white-haired warrior, Dokbi Jun. A close-up shows Dokbi Jun's bloody mouth curled into a grin. As the narration confirms, he died with a satisfied smile. In a flash of brutal imagery, a monstrous, blood-soaked vampire bares its horrific fangs. Sungmin lies collapsed on the ground, his purple robe stained with darkness, the fight having taken its toll. Standing alone in the aftermath, Sungmin's eyes are closed as golden motes of light float around him. Suddenly, a white-haired woman in a white martial arts uniform embraces Sungmin from behind. Sungmin's eyes snap open in surprise, blood still on his lip as the woman holds him close. Now sitting on the ground, Sungmin recognizes the woman, asking, "Sogo?" To which she simply replies, "Yeah." Looking at her with confusion, Sungmin asks Sogo why she is here. Sogo rises to her feet, looking down at the exhausted Sungmin amidst a patch of pink flowers. Holding a bouquet of the same flowers, Sogo explains that she heard the rumors about the sword demon. In a ghostly vision, the deceased Dokbi Jun is seen holding the same bouquet of pink flowers. Sogo kneels beside Dokbi Jun's body and gently closes his eyes as Sungmin watches from a distance. With his eyes now closed, Dokbi Jun's face appears peaceful and content in death. Sogo greets Sungmin, remarking that it's been 5 years and a strange way for them to meet again. She confesses that she watched their entire fight, even when it looked like Sungmin was about to lose. Sogo admits she decided not to interfere, even if he died. Sungmin calmly accepts this, noting that he's a martial artist and, more importantly, he survived. A haunting memory of his past self flashes through his mind, questioning why he was supposed to die. Looking at Sogo with a hardened expression, Sungmin declares that Dokbi Jun was wrong. Sogo questions his statement, asking if his desperate struggle to overcome his limits was what was wrong. Sogo passionately argues that harming innocent people is unforgivable, no matter the circumstances. She continues her rebuke, stating that whatever problems Dokbi Jun had, his actions were inexcusable. A black and white flashback shows his violent deeds as she concludes that what he did was unforgivable. Sungmin turns away, telling Sogo that her justice is different from his, prompting her to ask what justice he followed. He reveals he has joined the Murim Alliance, which aligns with his sense of justice and helped him find the sword demon. Sungmin explains he wanted to be the one to stop Dokbi Jun because they knew each other, never expecting her to be there. Sogo turns the conversation, asking how she seems to him now, to which Sungmin replies that she has changed a lot. Smiling, she compliments his growth, saying he's improved many levels and is no longer as pessimistic as he was on the mountain. While Sogo expresses happiness at his change, Sungmin's internal monologue is a stark and visceral no. As Sungmin prepares to depart, Sogo grabs him, revealing she abandoned her mission to come here and demanding to know what mission he's on. Sogo reveals she is pursuing the infamous little heavenly demon, Ouija Hoyon, as a shadowy silhouette of her target looms behind her. A chilling image shows the dark, menacing aura of the little heavenly demon. Sungmin's eye widens in absolute shock and terror upon hearing the name Ouija Hoyon. Sogo says she can't share details and hopes to meet again as she walks away. Sungmin reaching out to stop her. Looking back with a sad smile, Sogo admits she can't promise anything, but is sure they will meet again someday. As Sogo disappears into the woods, Sungmin is left alone to contemplate her words. He realizes Sogo is hunting Weiji Hoyan under orders, recalling with dread that she died by Weiji Hoyan's hand in his past life. Frustrated by his inability to change her mind with words, Sungmin realizes he needs something more powerful to protect her. The narration introduces the legendary demon spear, the weapon that killed a vampire master, resting now beside Dok Bijun's flower-covered body. In a desolate realm, a small, glowing spirit warns Sungmin against another trial, but he curtly tells it to shut up. With grim determination, Sungmin demands the trial, a dark sphere of energy manifesting before him. The spirit mockingly calls him a funny one, asking if he came because he heard how others went mad and died. The glowing spirit warns that the pain he is about to experience will be unlike anything he has ever known. Shrouded in dark energy, Sungmin glares with furious intensity and repeats his demand. I said, give it to me. Resigned, the spirit agrees, engulfing them both in a flash of brilliant light. Sungmin appears in a strange, abstract space and asks where he is, only for the spirit to tell him it's his own consciousness. Hovering nearby, the spirit explains that the training here is purely mental and will not affect his physical body. A cartoon demonstrates his predicament, as the spirit explains that system benefits like skills or status windows are inaccessible here. The spirit drives the point home. Sungmin must rely only on his own memory and talent to train and escape this place. An ornate hourglass with purple sand is shown as a voice declares that he must stay in this world. Sungmin asks how long the hourglass lasts, and the glowing spirit answers that it will be 100 years. The spirit points accusingly, declaring that he must stay in the space of nothingness for at least 100 years and cannot take it back. Looming over Sungmin with a sinister shadow, the spirit suggests he should be punished for his rude behavior, but he remains silent. The spirit changes its tone, commending Sungmin's good fighting spirit and remarking that everyone is like that at first. Confirming Sungmin's understanding, the spirit casually tells him he can stay as long as he wants. The spirit explains that once the sand falls completely, he will have a choice: finish his training and return to the real world. The second choice is revealed. Flipping the hourglass adds another 100 years each time, extending his stay to 200, then 300 years. Sungmin stares in shock as the spirit warns him that once the hourglass is flipped, there is no turning back. With an unnerving smile, the spirit reveals that of the 10 who took this trial, 7 went crazy and died, while only 3 survived. A gaunt, crazed figure is shown flipping the hourglass as the spirit explains that most survive the first 100 years and foolishly choose to continue. A horrifying, abstract face of insanity forms as the spirit reveals that it's during the next 200 years that people start to go mad. Sweating and unnerved, Sungmin listens as the spirit asks him a chilling question. How long will you last? Gripping his spear, Sungmin stands resolute before the giant hourglass, ready to begin his century-long trial. His sanity frays as darkness consumes him, his eyes wide with terror at the mental abyss he has entered. He trains alone in the void, remembering his initial thought that infinite time to become stronger was a great opportunity. Hunched over in agony, he realizes that the promise of infinite time quickly became an unbearable pain. In a silent scream, he longs for the simple sensations of fatigue, hunger, thirst, and even pain. In a desperate hallucination, he impales himself with his spear, craving any physical feeling to break the monotony. He clutches his chest as it bubbles and dissolves, a horrifying vision of his mental decay. Kneeling in defeat, he curses his fate, tormented by the endless, sensationless void. Holding his spear, Sungmin questions if he is even practicing correctly, lamenting that no one is there to guide him. He thinks of Weiji Hoyan, Baek Sogo, and Ji-hak, realizing they are not here to challenge him or validate his progress. A look of horror crosses his face as he wonders if all of this agonizing pain is ultimately for nothing. His shoulders slump as he admits he has lost the certainty that he is even on the right path anymore. Sungmin turns his head, his gaze fixed on the small, floating hourglass that dictates his fate. The final grain of purple sand falls, but instead of clarity, a dark corruption begins to rise from the bottom of the hourglass. The spirit looks at Sungmin with a smirk, coldly remarking that it should probably prepare to clear a corpse. The spirit's smug expression vanishes, replaced by one of pure shock at what it sees.